Chapter 179. The battle later will be very intense. If you feel nervous, afraid, and your limbs are stiff, it's very normal. Recruits are like that. When that time comes, you only need to do one thing: repeatedly think about what I'm saying now to focus. Black Sword charged through countless obstacles and rushed towards the Blood Mystic at an astonishing speed. The shadow of the Northland military sword style could be vaguely seen in his movements. Thales was held in Black Sword's embrace with one arm. He tried his best to look up as the air whistled past his ears. He held the strange blade of purification tightly in his hand. Following Black Sword, he charged forward at high speed. Those two men, even if they are rare Supreme Class elites, even if they both have powerful legendary anti-mystic equipment, I still have a feeling that they will lose in the end. The Blood Calamity, that seemingly harmless little girl, is an extremely terrifying opponent. Over the past 12 years, she is the only existence that can make me feel fear and anxiety at the same time. In the howling cold wind that was so piercing that he could not open his eyes, the second prince opened his mouth and struggled to suck in the air that drifted past his mouth to maintain his breathing. He could not help but recall Black Sword's last words before they charged forward. Her fearsomeness doesn't lie in her uncanny power or her infinite power. Instead, it lies in the fact that she truly possesses the heart of the strong. Even as powerful as she is, she remains calm, cautious, decisive, and resolute. She seizes every opportunity and never underestimates any opponent. She reacts quickly and adapts in a timely manner. Even if she occasionally shows madness, it does not affect her attitude and instincts towards battle. That monster has a deep understanding of battle, a perfect understanding, and rich experience. I've only seen it in a few people. When Black Sword took the first step forward with Thales in tow, the prince's mind was blank. It was as if he had returned to the cliff of the sky and was rapidly falling to the bottom of the cliff hundreds of meters below. Until the first Hydra's tentacle appeared before his eyes, he heard the terrifying sizzling sound of flesh and blood rubbing against each other. Black Sword calmly grabbed his hand and swung the blade of purification. Shik. The tentacle turned into ashes flew past his eyes. Thales finally regained his breath. A variety of emotions instantly surged into his heart. Nervousness, fear, apprehension, and a little excitement and agitation. We need to understand one thing first. That monster, the Blood Calamity, has never faced us in her true form. Thales thought of this and gritted his teeth. He recalled Black Sword's words over and over again in his mind, digesting the shock and surprise he felt just now. The hurt standing before us is a fake body created from flesh and blood. This is the information I obtained after fighting her twice, treading the line between life and death. I exchanged my blood for it. In other words, it is not as you said, the legendary anti-mystic equipment cannot seal that monster. It's because the person who tried to seal her was unable to lock onto her true body amid the countless pieces of flesh and blood. Thales frowned a little and looked at the gentle girl in front. Not her. In the distance, Giza raised her head and stared at them with a strange expression. This Giza, who appeared after defeating two legendary anti-mystic equipment, is also a fake. So, in the birch tree forest, when Sonia shattered her under the supreme shield, how could she appear unscathed? Swoosh. A sharp whistle cut through the air. Two medium-sized tentacles, one above and one below, swept towards them. When we face her, we must exhaust all possibilities, seize every advantage, and bet all our chips, just for the final victory. Let's start by finding her true form. Thales felt waves of power surge in Black Sword's body. Black Sword's feet trembled, and he stepped lightly on a short stone block. They rose a foot into the air. Black Sword turned in the air in disbelief and slid through the middle of the two tentacles. First, it's the time to attack. When the two men completely fail and she kills them, it will be the moment we step into the battlefield. At that time, whether she hesitates, is bewildered, or is simply distracted, it will be a precious, weak advantage for us. Even if it can only save us half a second to charge and get close to her fake body. In the air, Thales looked up and watched as one of the tentacles flashed past his eyes. In the distance, he could vaguely see Nicholas, who had fallen to the ground. The Star Killer fought with all his might, and in the end, he was drowned in the mass of tentacles. There was a piece of tissue that looked like half a tongue in the tentacle. It brushed past Thales' nose and gave off a nauseating smell of blood and acid. Thales suppressed the discomfort in his stomach and throat and forced himself not to close his eyes. He wanted to see his enemy clearly. All possibilities. All advantages. All my chips. He gritted his teeth and repeated Black Sword's words in his heart. Next, it's our offense. Once the battle starts, we will immediately reveal the legendary anti-mystic equipment, which is the natural enemy of mystics. While intimidating her, we will make her immersed in shock and doubt for even a second, which will expose more flaws. We will also attract more of her attention, on me. Black Sword gripped his sword-wielding hand tightly. The blade of purification danced in the air and slid past the two tentacles, leaving 2 wounds on them. The tentacles quickly withered and turned black, as if they were instantly burnt, and finally turned into ashes. They were only 30 meters away from Giza. In the distance, the blood mystic, who had been paying attention to them, let out a soft, "Huh?" Giza inhaled slowly. The blood-colored patterns on her face began to tremble slightly. That's right. Aside from the Soul Slayer Pike and Severing Soul's Blade, the third legendary anti-mystic equipment. What a night full of surprises. The flying ashes stained Thales' face and mixed with the melted snow. In the next moment, Thales felt his entire body freeze. Black Sword landed on his feet. He supported himself with his left hand and regained his balance. He did not lose his momentum and continued to press forward. The oncoming cold wind quickly turned the melted snow on Thales' face into ice crystals. The little prince grimaced and the ice crystals slid down his almost frozen face. A huge tentacle attacked out of thin air. In an instant, it split into countless small tentacles and intercepted the Black Sword from all directions and angles. It looked as if it wanted to stop them at all costs. And they could not avoid it. Thales was already prepared. Black Sword was going to use his blade of purification to carve out a path of survival that would be filled with flesh and blood, and ashes. Then, Black Sword lowered his body and faced the hundreds of terrifying tentacles that resembled snake tongues. The power in his body surged, and he immediately spun around. In his shock and bewilderment, Thales suddenly felt dizzy. We must also carefully consider the direction of our breakthrough. Find a path filled with ruins and obstacles. It will provide us with the best field of vision and cover for our defense, even if it can only cover an inch of our bodies and block one attack. Black Sword chose a rocky road filled with obstacles. Houses that had collapsed due to the fierce battle between the two mystics could be seen everywhere. They turned into a low house that had been destroyed. A wall of earth stood between them and the countless small tentacles. The tentacles attacked in a large area, covering a far larger area than the wall of earth. The tentacles that were scattered all around quickly swept past the wall of earth. Bang. The tentacles that were concentrated in the center mercilessly exerted force and smashed the wall of earth. Soil and stones flew towards Thales' face. Black Sword raised his arm and blocked some of them. However, just as the wall of earth shattered and the momentum of the tentacles that smashed it weakened, Black Sword moved again. A strange power spread through his legs. With a calm expression, Black Sword instantly sped up. Swoosh, Black Sword charged head-on and broke through the cracked wall of earth. He squeezed into the weakest gap, allowing the flying soil and stones to graze the other parts of his body, leaving behind countless bloody marks. Thales shut his eyes tightly, feeling the dust and soil graze his face. Black Sword held Thales' hand tightly against the flying soil and stones. He swung the blade of purification lightly and cut off 5 to 6 small tentacles in front of the wall of earth. The stench of blood and burning filled Thales' nostrils. The ashes of flesh and blood scattered around them. Black Sword broke through the wall of earth, and they rushed another 5 meters forward. Only by cherishing every opportunity in battle, just like how a traveler in the desert treasures every drop of water, can we accumulate every little bit to make a mickle and build a wall out of sand. Victory and survival are built on the meticulous carving of every detail, single quote. Especially when facing the blood calamity. With the strange and rare power of eradication, Black Sword dodged left and right under the Hydra's frenzied attack. Occasionally, he would use the blade of purification to open a path. The path under their feet stirred up waves of dust. Under the contrast of the flying snow, it became even more hazy. Thales could only grit his teeth and endure the double torture of extreme speed and cold. He only felt that Black Sword's right arm, which was holding onto him, was tightening, almost cutting him into two. However, they were getting closer and closer to Giza. There were less than 20 meters left. When we reach a certain distance, you will enter her field of vision. Giza saw the boy in Black Sword's arms clearly. She then smiled. I see. I was wondering why Kilika couldn't find you after searching everywhere. The mystic said softly. Her clear voice sounded as if it was right beside his ear. Thales could vaguely see the blood mystic's terrifying expression as he moved, dodged, broke through, and fought with Black Sword in a frenzy. My condition is terrible. I can't maintain my charge for too long. Fortunately, we have the blade of purification, which can ensure that we are not affected by her ability. At least, we won't be suddenly captured by her bizarre manipulation of flesh. So you found yourself a new bodyguard. What an amazing child. Giza glanced at the expressionless Black Sword, who had extraordinary skills. She watched as their charging figures closed in. Don't worry. The blood-red stripes on Giza's face branched off again, making her smile look even more bizarre. Everything will be over soon. Thales shuddered. If her target is you, with such a close distance and a weak prey that she is determined to capture, there is a high chance that she will not retreat or evade. She will rely on the advantage of being unable to be sealed as you said to kill me and take you down in the shortest time possible. Giza raised her hands abruptly. Pucci. Behind her, the Hydra, Kilika, roared. 6 gigantic tentacles grew out of its body. Amidst the exaggerated tremors and noises, the gigantic tentacles attacked them from the ground, under the ground, and in the air. That will be our chance. A giant tentacle of flesh and blood blocked their path. Black Sword gripped Thales' right hand calmly. At that moment, Black Sword turned his gaze and looked in one direction with a cold expression. Hiss, the tentacles split open. Countless black monsters with long, narrow, tiny limbs, and hideous spikes instantly sprang out from the flesh formed by the broken limbs. They were the size of a child and were covered in hideous spikes. The monsters landed on the ground and shuddered one after another. The spikes on their bodies stretched out like blades. Her true body should be hidden in those disgusting creatures made of flesh and blood. Underground, in the tentacles, in that huge monster, or in any other possible flesh and blood. Just like how water melts into the sea and trees are hidden in the forest. We need to find her true body among the countless piles of flesh and blood. Asterisk hiss, asterisk like starving larvae, the monsters opened up an organ in their bodies and let out a terrifying hissing sound. In the next moment, the pitch-black monsters raised their heads and swung their limbs. Some of them ran, some jumped, some rolled, and some crawled. There were even a few monsters who spread their equally ugly black wings in the air. They swarmed towards Black Sword and Thales, covering the sky and the earth. They surrounded Black Sword and Thales in a densely packed manner. At that moment, the smiling Giza in front of them was obscured by these terrifying little things. Asterisk hiss. Hiss, asterisk Thales shuddered. He looked at the horrifying scene in front of him and felt his skin crawl. The blood mystic is extremely good at gaining experience in battle and quickly turning it into combat power. When she encounters enemies and methods she has used before, such as myself, for the second time, she will immediately have a corresponding new method to counter them. This means, using the same move a second time is ineffective against the remaining fighters. Thales threw away the unnecessary thoughts and tried his best to focus his mind. He was in the most dangerous battle. I can't be distracted. Thales faced the cold wind that blew against his face. He opened his eyes in pain. He felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest as he moved at high speed. He bit his lip hard and could only focus by recalling Black Sword's words. The first time we fought, I used Tremor, a move I learned from a Supreme Class assassin and modified. I slid her tentacles away. However, the second time we met in the alley, once I used Tremor again, she immediately changed her strategy and used a new method. She transformed her flesh and used sharp bone spikes to break the move. Did you see that? The monsters with bone spikes. Black Sword's words traveled into Thales' ears intermittently amidst the sound of the wind. They exist to suppress my tremor. Thales sucked in a deep breath and focused his gaze on the black monsters. They were hideous in shape, but when they were combined with their shocking numbers, Thales felt a chill run down his spine. That feeling was like a group of child-sized black locusts, tens of thousands of them, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they pounced towards him. Without hesitation, Black Sword rushed towards the group of monsters in front of him, as if the danger before him was not life-threatening, but a beautiful dream. So, the second time we fought, I was suppressed by her in just a few seconds. I almost died in the hands of these little monsters. This time, Black Sword did not hold back. He did not use tricks or save energy. Thales felt Black Sword's body tremble beside him. A pulsation that seemed to have a substance surged from the depths of his body. He knew that this was the sin of Hell's River. It was the sin of Hell's River that belonged solely to Black Sword, and it was 10,000 times stronger, more skillful, and more effective than Thales' own power. The chill that surrounded the surface of his body seemed to have a substance that seeped into Thales' heart, causing him to tremble. Thales felt that the man beside him had become different. Black Sword's expression became solemn and gloomy. His faintly discernible aura began to become fierce and violent, and the muscles on his body began to swell. Black Sword's pupils, which were already firm and fierce, slowly widened as more and more light entered his eyes. At that moment, Black Sword was like a fierce beast that slowly opened its eyes and bared its claws and teeth. Finally, the first pitch-black monster attacked from the air. It was only a foot away from Black Sword's head. The bone spikes on its body trembled slightly and seemed to have become sharper. Behind it were countless ferocious and terrifying monsters of the same species. Amidst their roars, they swarmed towards Black Sword from all directions. Compared to them, the size of the blade of purification seemed insignificant. At that time, I had no choice but to use instant death in the midst of those monsters. I extinguished all signs of life to avoid her senses and snatched my life back. I think, when we meet for the third time later, she will immediately have a way to counter instant death. Kiss, the spider-like monsters surged towards Black Sword like a huge, pitch-black wave. They wanted to capsize this powerless boat in an instant. Thales sucked in a sharp breath and held it tightly. He clamped his left arm, which was trembling unconsciously, under his armpit. No matter who the man beside him was, at this point, he could only trust Black Sword. Trust him. But at that moment, when she transformed her tentacles into countless bone spikes, I sensed, in the next moment, Black Sword let out a low growl as he faced the boundless wave formed by the pitch-black monsters. He pressed Thales into his arms with his four limbs and held the blade of purification tightly in front of his chest. Just before the first monster pierced its bone spikes into Black Sword's head, Black Sword instantly restrained his entire body. Then, he tilted and fell forward, towards the monsters. He was like a small boat that was capsized in a huge wave. In an instant, Thales felt everything around him spin. The countless pitch-black monsters that belonged to the mystics also began to spin in his field of vision. They were getting closer and closer. Thales was also getting more and more dizzy. Then, a wave that belonged to him surged into Thales' brain in a timely manner and calmed his dizziness. I sensed a vigorous wave coming from a certain direction in the flesh she had underground. Black Sword's body had long since shrunk into the shape of a ball. He rolled towards the aggressive pitch-black monsters with ferocious bone spikes. They continued to roll forward. In my senses, that wave is extremely obvious. It's almost impossible to hide. Black Sword's right elbow hit the ground hard. Asterisk thud. Asterisk it landed on a low stone block. I believe, that's her true form. I'm sure. In the next moment, Thales felt Black Sword's right arm, which was wrapped around him, vibrate intensely. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a muffled cracking sound came from the ground. It sounded like an explosion in a stew pot. Then, the stone block shattered in an instant. A huge slab of stone strangely rose from the ground. The moment the stone slab flew into the air, Black Sword's tumbling body suddenly stopped. Thales felt nauseous. He saw stars and was about to vomit. Black Sword then stomped his feet on the ground. Using inertia, he formed a sharp angle with the ground and charged forward at an accelerated angle. Black Sword used his muscular right arm to block the huge stone slab. In an instant, it was right in front of Black Sword, and he pushed it forward. This reduced Black Sword's speed. However, it provided him with protection. This is our biggest bargaining chip, the ability to lock onto the monster's true form. However, that momentary sense can only give me a rough direction. If we attack recklessly, she will only notice it in advance and evade it. So, what we need to do next is to endure her attacks and charge a certain distance away, then, we can force out that abnormal wave of hers for the second time. This way, the place where the two straight lines intersect in two directions will be where her true form is. In that second, Black Sword pushed against the thick stone slab and charged into the group of monsters. Everything around them darkened. The monsters that filled the sky and the ground blocked their entire vision. Asterisk hiss, asterisk countless hisses filled Thales' ears, making him agitated and flustered. Will they succeed? Yes. I guess. The first monster's spike went straight for Black Sword's cheek. Black Sword lowered his head slightly and hid his face behind the stone slab. Asterisk shing. Asterisk the monster's bone spike pierced the stone slab and created bright sparks. However, it could not even scratch a hair on Black Sword's body. It could only watch as Black Sword rushed past its side. The second monster extended a barbed bone spike and slashed at Black Sword's abdomen, where Thales was. Thales watched the bone spike get closer and listened to the hissing in his ears. His mind was blank. However, Black Sword only moved slightly. The stone slab immediately changed its angle and stuck to his abdomen, blocking the monster's sudden spike. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with the protection of the stone slab, Black Sword continued to charge forward. Countless black spider-like monsters swarmed around Black Sword and Thales like a swarm of locusts. Amidst the sounds of countless stone slabs and bone spikes colliding, scraping, and knocking, Black Sword held Thales, whose face had turned pale and whose lips had turned blue. He lowered his head and pushed against the stone slab as he charged forward wildly. Occasionally, one or two monsters would slip through the cracks between the stone slabs and leave trails of blood on Black Sword's abdomen, thighs, shoulders, and other areas. However, they were all reduced to ashes by the blade of purification that Thales held in his hand, or flung away with extreme speed. Thales kept his eyes wide open. In his field of vision, countless black bone spikes and appendages flashed past his eyes like flowing water. The second time we forced her to transform, force her to release fluctuations, and reveal her true form, is at, the protective stone slab shattered inch by inch under the countless impacts in just a few seconds. Gravel and blood fell from Black Sword's body at the same time. However, at the same time, Black Sword's body trembled. At, asterisk shing. Asterisk a black monster's spike grazed his shoulder, drawing out a streak of blood. Asterisk shing. Asterisk then, the second one pierced his left thigh. The second time I fought her, I used instant death. However, Black Sword seemed to have lost his sense of smell. His face was ashen. Other than holding Thales tightly in his arms, he did not react to the increasing number of wounds on his body. It was as if he had lost his senses. He charged forward without feeling anything. A skill that extinguishes the vitality in the body for a short period of time, thus disappearing from the enemy's senses. In an instant, Thales felt the man's muscles stiffen. He continued moving, but the strength in his body seemed to have disappeared in an instant. His breathing stopped, his skin stiffened, his movements slowed, and even his eyes lost their luster. In an instant, Thales even felt that Black Sword's figure in his field of vision, he did not know if it was an illusion, slowly became blurry. Thales knew that Black Sword's instant death had been activated. He anxiously stared at the black monsters that were still charging towards them with hissing sounds. Soon, Thales no longer had to be anxious. Countless black monsters charged towards them in a frenzy. However, like headless flies, they surged past them. Amidst the terrifying hissing sounds, the monsters that were originally charging in the same direction like a raging wave suddenly became chaotic, like disturbed lake water. Almost every monster froze on the spot and trembled madly. Like helpless children, they continuously looked around them. The monsters started jumping and circling around them, but they did not notice Black Sword, whose movements had slowed down. Black Sword was like an old man slowly crossing a river, but also like a small boat going against the current. He slowly advanced through the densely packed black monsters on the ground. It made Thales' skin crawl. From time to time, Black Sword was tripped by a monster, bumped into his shoulder, and even got scratched. However, he still carried Thales and walked among the monsters, unscathed. All the way forward. Thales exhaled slowly. Black Sword, along with himself, had completely disappeared from the monster's senses. At the same time, he remembered Black Sword's warning. Double quotes, she has seen instant death before. She will definitely have a new way to counter me, whether it be transformation, rampage, amplification, proliferation, or instigation of that big monster to transform. In the distance, Giza's figure paused for a moment. The mystic's lips twitched slightly. In the next moment, the Hydra Kilika behind her roared again. At that moment, all the black monsters beside Black Sword transformed simultaneously. Thales watched in astonishment as 1 to 3 bone spikes on the back of these little monsters let out cracking sounds before they turned into soft, straight, and thin limbs. The limbs became smaller, sharper, and softer. Like antennae? The monsters that had transformed into antennae seemed to have suddenly seen light in the dark. They no longer trembled and spun around like headless flies. Instead, they raised their antennae and slowly turned them around. The monsters' antennae trembled slowly as if they had a life of their own. They swept towards Black Sword and Thales in unison. Then, they slowly stopped. They seemed to have sensed Black Sword's location. It was as if they were making a final confirmation. *T, Thales was shocked. As expected, even though it had only been 15 minutes since their last fight, Giza had already prepared a way to counter instant death. And it seems to be quite effective. He anxiously looked at Black Sword, who was still holding him and struggling to move through the horde of monsters. However, the latter only closed his eyes and moved slowly like a dead tree. Thales was extremely anxious. Giza has already moved, shape-shifting or some other method, so, Black Sword, isn't it time for you to wake up? When that time comes, I will be able to sense her true body's location for the second time, and completely lock onto her. Thales hugged the blade of purification in front of his chest and watched the little monsters gradually aim their antennae at Black Sword. His heart thumped furiously. In the end, he could not help but extend a finger and poke Black Sword's chest. But this time, it was as if he had poked a hornet's nest. In an instant, all the black monsters seemed to have suddenly awakened from their slumber. They carried trembling antennae on their backs and ferocious bone spikes. Once again, they let out a terrifying hiss and stomped their hind legs together. They pounced towards Black Sword and Thales. Hiss, at that moment, Thales had goosebumps all over his body. But it was also at that moment, Black Sword, who looked like an old man with one foot in the grave, suddenly moved. As if it was the first breath of air he had taken since he was born, Black Sword took a deep breath. Then, his entire body trembled as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. Chapter 180. Black Sword, who had just woken up from instant death, calmly looked around at the countless monsters that were pouncing on them. In a fraction of a second, Black Sword suddenly let go of Thales and crouched down. His right arm stretched heavily towards his feet and into the ruins of a pile of wooden planks. The next moment, Black Sword abruptly raised his right arm from the ruins. The worn-out wooden planks fell. Black Sword grabbed a strange black sword that Thales was very familiar with. It was the weapon that the blood mystic had seized in the battle just now. "How did you find this?" Thales was shocked. He suddenly realized that they were in the alleyway from before. However, the surrounding buildings had been flattened by the mystic's battle. There was no time for them to discuss. In the next moment, Black Sword grabbed his own weapon. Facing the encirclement that had no blind spots, he suddenly turned around and swung his sword. Just like when they were on the cliff of the sky, Black Sword was like a dancer as he spun around twice in an instant. Thales only felt his vision blur. The sounds of metal clashing entered his ears in an endless stream. The dozens of black monsters that were the first to pounce on them were sent flying backwards in the air. They fell into the midst of their comrades. "Didn't I tell you just now? You must have a clear sense of the environment, Anne." Black Sword said coldly, "Make sure you have the most suitable weapon in your hand, the first rule of the battlefield." And Thales looked at him anxiously. Black Sword lowered his head and gave Thales a deep look. "Found it," the ordinary-looking man said concisely. He raised his head and looked in another direction. Thales shuddered violently. "You mean, the second wave of monsters pounced on them in a densely packed manner?" Before Thales could react, Black Sword extended his injured and weak left arm without hesitation and grabbed the back of Thales' neck with a trembling hand. Then, he charged in a direction that was far from where Giza was. He rushed out recklessly. "Ah!" As Thales screamed, Giza's expression froze in the distance. "What?" "That direction." In that instant, the pitch-black monsters beside Black Sword no longer maintained their coordinated wavy attack rhythm. Instead, they swarmed toward Black Sword as if they had gone mad. From time to time, monsters would collide with their own kind, but they would still crawl up from the ground and charge at Black Sword at all costs. Just to stop them. This time, Black Sword's charge was especially fast and unstoppable. He was also determined to pay any price. Black Sword dodged most of the obstacles in his way as he spun rapidly. He swung his strange sword repeatedly and knocked away other obstacles. Even when he was occasionally injured by the monster's attacks and left a long trail of blood behind him, Black Sword did not stop. He continued to charge forward without a care. A second later, the blood-red stripes on Giza's face rose at an unprecedented speed. Behind him, Kilika also began to thrash about madly. Disregarding everything else, it extended its giant tentacles towards Black Sword. Soon, more and more tentacles, as though they had gone mad, swam over from nearby or afar, above or below ground, and joined the ranks of those who surrounded them. Giza's expression quickly changed again. Because this time, Thales closed his eyes and thrust the blade of purification in front of him. Black Sword waved his strange sword with one hand, pushing away most of the obstacles and forcing them to retreat. With his other hand, he grabbed Thales and used his legendary anti-mystic equipment to deal with the obstacles that could not be avoided. The blade followed Black Sword's charge and moved forward. It turned the pitch-black monsters into ashes. It turned the intercepting tentacles into ashes. It would turn all the blood mystic's toys and flesh into ashes. Soon, Black Sword rushed out of the pitch-black monster's encirclement. Behind him, he left behind a trail of ashes and creatures made of flesh and blood that chased after him in a frenzy. Thales opened his eyes as he breathed rapidly. He lowered the blade of purification slightly. They charged towards a gigantic dark red tentacle. The strange thing was that this tentacle did not act like its kind and stop Black Sword at all costs. Instead, it slithered forward and kept retreating. Thales furrowed his brows. It's afraid? As he watched the tentacle flee for its life, Thales understood what was going on. He gritted his teeth lightly. They found Giza's greatest weakness. Her true form. However, in the next moment, the situation changed again. A limping figure appeared on the path in front of Black Sword. Black Sword's pupils froze. The wielder of the Soul Slayer pike, the boss of Shield District and Hammer District, Northland's heavy swordsman Gleeward stood in front of them with an unpleasant expression. Run. Gleeward gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "That monster is controlling me." Black Sword frowned. Thales, on the other hand, opened his mouth in shock. That's the Supreme Class Elite from just now. He's actually being controlled by that monster? Is he just being controlled by his limbs, or... Thales recalled the scene in the birch tree forest where Serena and Katerina involuntarily walked towards Giza. He could not help but have goosebumps. In the next moment, Gleeward's entire body trembled. He lowered his body and kicked horizontally. Black Sword's expression changed. The strange sword in his right hand drew an arc that was difficult to dodge as he swung it mercilessly. However, Gleeward retracted his limping leg and kicked the spine of Black Sword's sword, causing the latter's sword to freeze in place. A strong force traveled into Black Sword's body as Gleeward stepped on the strange sword firmly. Then, he followed up with a heavy punch. Black Sword had no choice but to put Thales down. He swung his weak left arm and withstood Gleeward's heavy punch. Behind them, the monster and the tentacles that were chasing them were getting closer and closer. I am a heavy swordsman. The instinct that is carved into my bones is to intercept and kill. Gleeward and Black Sword were in a stalemate. He said angrily, and after I reached Supreme Class. You better run, don't let her have her way. Black Sword trembled as he withstood Gleeward's attack. Sensing his opponent's great strength, a solemn expression appeared on his face. He looked at the enemies who were chasing them from afar and his breathing grew heavier. Humans controlled by the Calamity's ability? If I use the legendary anti-mystic equipment, I should be able to undo it? Black Sword took a deep breath and glanced at the pursuers, who were about to arrive behind him. Then, he looked at the giant tentacle that was fleeing further and further away. He sighed. It's too late. In the next second, their figures intersected and they let go of each other. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Black Sword's words rang in his mind again. The most ideal situation would be for me to break away from instant death as soon as I find her true body. Then, I'll bring you to attack her vitals and seal her true body before she can react and escape. But as I said before, the Blood Calamity is an expert in combat. She has an endless stream of strange tricks up her sleeves. Besides, I'm far from being in my best condition. Hence, there will definitely be accidents in my plan. We have to minimize these accidents as much as possible. For example, consciously gather these accidents at the places we want them to happen. For example, me. Thales' heart rate increased without him realizing it. In that instant, Black Sword had already exchanged several blows with the empty-handed Gleeward. The unarmed Gleeward had the flesh and blood granted to him by the mystic. He fought with his life on the line, and with his combat instincts, he actually managed to suppress the injured Black Sword to the point that he was in a dire situation. She doesn't know that you're the user of the legendary anti-mystic equipment. She'll focus all her attention on me. So, once an accident happens. Once I'm held back by the Blood Calamity and can't, you, little one, you're our final trump card. When I'm held back, restrained, suppressed, or even directly killed, you have to take over my role. Take the blade of purification and continue with my unfinished goal. Thales took a deep breath and heard Black Sword suddenly speak. I'm counting on you, little one. The next moment, Thales felt his collar tighten. Wait. Thales was so shocked that he could only spit out one word. Then, the scene before his eyes instantly changed. It was only when the whistling sound of wind brushed past his ears that Thales suddenly realized that he had been thrown out by Black Sword once again. Thales could only hold the blade of purification tightly in his bosom. It fell towards the tentacle that might contain the blood mystic's true body. In that instant, the sin of hell's river surged into Thales' brain, making him shudder. Everything around him slowed down again. Thales watched himself float in the air and slowly descend towards the giant tentacle. Black Sword's words lingered in his ears. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, I hope that you can also do this. Use the sin of hell's river and the blade of purification to identify and seal the blood calamity. I've said it before, the sin of hell's river is an omnipotent power of eradication. It can instantly increase or strengthen your agility, reflexes, explosiveness, speed, strength, perception, vision, willpower, nerves, thinking, recovery, endurance. Everything you can think of. Thales took a deep breath and felt the sin of hell's river fluctuate under his skin and blood vessels. He felt its waves of agitation. That's right. This is the feeling. Just like the time when he fell towards Katerina in the birch tree forest, the sin of hell's river gradually strengthened his sense of balance in the air. In the distance, Thales trembled as he saw Black Sword and Gleeward's figures being drowned in the tentacles and the group of pitch-black monsters. Precisely because of this, the sin of hell's river is often not easy to control. When you need to increase your agility, the sin of hell's river may give you the agility of an acrobatic boy, but it may also turn you into a Scud, a Hercules, and a Lookout at the same time. This involuntary dispersal of power will greatly reduce its efficiency and durability, as well as your ability to control it. Hence, as the controller of the sin of hell's river, your first lesson is to learn how to summon. Summon. Unlike other powers of eradication, you need to consciously guide the sin of hell's river to focus on something you want to accomplish. Don't treat it as a tool. Instead, treat it as a companion that you can talk to. Tell it, as the master of life, what do you want? While in midair, Thales gently closed his eyes and let the cold wind blow past his ears. Very good. The sin of hell's river, it was an instinct that came from between life and death. Right now, I am faced with such a choice. What was needed was, seal the blood mystic. So, I need your help, the sin of hell's river. At that moment, Thales could clearly feel the sin of hell's river, which was originally scattered all over his body. It was fading away. That strange wave gathered in his heart, and a moment later, it surged towards another place. Everyone's power of eradication is different. How far you can go with the sin of hell's river depends on your own exploration. Tremor and instant death are the moves I completed while I was exploring. Everyone's power of eradication is different. Here, I will teach you my own experience and understanding of the sin of hell's river. It is an extremely effective use. Perception. The perception I obtained from the sin of hell's river originates from vibrations and waves. I named it feedback. Even the slightest breath will cause vibrations in the air, and they will be transmitted to the ground, walls, and even the pulsations in the human body. With the feedback, I can sense even the slightest movement from 100 meters away. Thales inhaled one last time. He opened his eyes. His gray eyes were filled with the sin of hell's river like never before. The moment the sin of hell's river surged into his eyes, the effect of slowing down time suddenly disappeared. His originally agile limbs seemed to have suddenly become much slower. Thales fell hard on the top of the tentacle. His hand felt slippery. More small tentacles instantly burst out of the tentacle and bound Thales' legs tightly. Thales endured the nausea and nausea. He gritted his teeth and repeatedly thought about his mission. Little Rascal's tears flashed before his eyes. And the countless corpses on the streets of Shield District. When he thought of this, Thales could not help but grit his teeth and roar to gather his spirit. Arg! But at that moment, he noticed something unusual. Thales raised his head. He immediately felt that the scene before him was different. Thales was stunned. Unlike the feedback Black Sword received, which detected the waves and vibrations, the perception Thales received was in a different form. It was vision. His vision became clear again. This time, the sin of hell's river gave him another world. It was colorful, but the details were vivid and full of life. This time, the Sin of Hell's River's feedback gave him another world. It was colorful, but the details were vivid, and it was full of life. It was as if the resolution had been increased by countless times. He could see every inch of flesh and blood in the huge tentacle before him clearly. Every pulse was clear to him. Thales could even guess the general flow of blood in this tentacle, the specific path of muscle contraction and expansion, and which inch of tendon he would be able to break free. He stared at the new sensory world before him, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. But that was not all. Thales looked at the tentacle that was emitting endless red light. He suddenly realized that these lights were layered, and some were deep, and some were shallow. As he confirmed his target, the Sin of Hell's River gathered in his eyes and became denser. Soon, in the deepest part of the tentacle, a spot of light that was so red that it was almost purple was slowly shrinking and pulsing. So, that is, Thales felt a chill in his heart. The tentacle under his feet tightened. He did not hesitate anymore. Thales raised the blade of purification and once again felt the heat from the sword. Then, he stabbed it down. The blade pierced into the tentacle. In Thales' eyes, two similar red lights fused together on the blade and on the tentacle. Then, the latter's red light collapsed the moment it came into contact with the blade. From the spot where the blade pierced, the tentacle's flesh, which was made up of the creature's limbs, melted, evaporated, and turned into ashes. Thales only felt his feet loosen. As the tentacle turned into ashes, his entire body sank into the huge tentacle. In a panic, Thales waved the blade of purification in his hands randomly. Wherever it went, ashes scattered everywhere. The inside of the tentacle, which looked like a red cave, seemed to be whimpering in pain. The endless tremors made Thales dizzy. Finally, Thales' legs landed on the ground. The second prince panted heavily, sucking in the stinky, sour air. Damn it. This place is too disgusting, isn't it? He raised the blade of purification and stepped on the sticky and slippery flesh. He forced himself not to look at the limbs around him that were still moving slightly as if they were breathing on their own. They were heads, arms, stomachs, lungs, eyes, noses, and so on. He suppressed the desire to vomit and walked slowly towards the brightest red spot in his field of vision. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk a few fine tentacles and spikes attacked him. But Thales only grabbed the blade in his hands, and without hesitation, he hacked them into ashes. He got closer and closer to the bright spot. Soon, Thales' target appeared in front of him. It was a purplish-red naked girl whose limbs and back were embedded in the wall of flesh and blood. The young girl's face was covered in layers of blood-red patterns that were constantly trembling. It was extremely strange. She did not have a gentle expression, nor did she have a pleasant smile. She only closed her eyes and breathed in and out slowly. Her skin was also the same strange purplish-red color. Countless thick and thin dark red blood vessels extended from the wall of flesh and blood and connected to the girl's body. He could vaguely see flowing liquid within them. Thales, who was dumbfounded, could not help but stop in his tracks. The prince stared at Giza, who was almost fused with the flesh and blood behind her. His breathing slowly quickened. What the hell is this? The girl opened her eyes abruptly. Thales, who was already restless and had goosebumps all over his body, jumped in fright. You shouldn't have come here, Giza's true form said slowly. The stripes on her face trembled slightly, like a wandering parasite. How did you find me? Thales first glanced at the blood mystic in this form in a daze. Especially the countless blood vessels on her body. When he thought of the people she dragged into the tentacles, and how they might be flowing in the form of fragments or liquid, Thales felt another wave of nausea. A second later, Thales took a deep breath. Under Giza's cold and crazed gaze, he slowly walked up to her and said resentfully, About this, I can only say that you met a powerful person. Thales sighed. His gaze was firm. Well, I can only say that you met a powerful person. I'll remember this. Black Sword, a terrifying opponent. Giza slowly narrowed her eyes. I should have been vigilant when he disappeared from my senses again. How could an opponent like him use the same trick so easily? Thales slashed away two small tentacles that tried to stop him. He mustered his courage, ignored the disgusting limbs around him, and stood in front of Giza. And you, child, you will regret it. Giza fixed her gaze on the red blade. There was deep wariness in her eyes. Become a mystic, obtain power, be immortal, and be omniscient? No. It is not as good as you think. This is not a gift, but a shackle. At that moment, Giza's eyes were filled with deep loneliness. A curse, and I. Giza revealed a subtle and profound expression. Her words contained an unprecedented emotion. I only want to free you. Thales furrowed his brows. He really could not understand what she said. Otherwise. Giza said slowly. From the day you found your name of origin, you will never be free. Thales shook his head to clear his mind. The heat from the blade of purification in his hand reminded him of his current situation. Very well. Thales ignored her words. He looked at Giza, raised the blade of purification in his hand, and aimed it at Giza's abdomen. He spat harshly. Then I will free you first. Giza only looked at him gently with a sad and pitiful gaze. It was as if she was looking at an ignorant child. This threw Thales into chaos. No, Thales gulped. Thinking about Dragon Cloud City, thinking about Little Rascal, I have to end this. In the next moment, Thales gritted his teeth, threw away all his thoughts, and thrust the red small sword in his hand. But his sword suddenly stopped halfway. Thales raised his head in shock and looked at the person in front of him. A person stopped in front of Giza. Little Rascal was trembling. Her eyes were wide open, her arms wide, and she used her throat to block the blade of purification. Little Rascal's eyes were almost swollen from crying. It's not me, you. Thales only hesitated for a moment. In the next moment, Little Rascal pounced on Thales. Thales looked at Little Rascal's tear-stained face. His arm involuntarily trembled. He wanted to bypass her and stab Giza. But he did not have the chance. Thales only felt a violent tremor under his feet. This is... Following that, layers upon layers of tremors continuously attacked from beneath his feet. The moment panic rose in his heart, Little Rascal, who could not stand steadily, pounced on him. Both of them slid onto the ground made of flesh and blood. No, in the chaos, Little Rascal was on top of him. Trembling, she slapped the blade of purification in Thales' hand. Thales turned pale with fright. No. Slap. Thales felt a chill in his heart. The red small sword in his hand left his palm. It fell into another corner made of flesh and blood. It brought up countless ashes. Then, the blade of purification that had left his palm gradually dimmed. It could no longer be of use. In that second, Thales' mind went blank. Purification, blade of purification. Amidst Giza's maniacal laughter, the flesh on the tentacle squirmed and swallowed the blade of purification, which had lost its effectiveness. It disappeared without a trace. This is a move I learned from Black Sword. The blood mystic on the wall smiled coquettishly again. Unleash an extremely high-frequency tremor over a large area. If you can't even stand properly, how are you going to seal me? How do you feel? Thales' face was pale. He pushed Little Rascal, who had regained her freedom of movement. He stared in the direction where the blade of purification had fallen. However, apart from the red light formed by flesh and blood, there was nothing else in front of him. The legendary anti-mystic equipment, the only thing he could rely on when he faced the mystic, lost it? No. I don't have a chance anymore. Thales' heart was dead. He turned his head in a daze and looked at Giza. I failed? Beside him, Little Rascal hugged him tightly and kept sobbing. Giza inhaled slowly and narrowed her eyes. Two tentacles extended from the inner wall of flesh. As Little Rascal screamed, they wrapped around Thales' arms and legs and pulled him up. Thales struggled with all his might, but like an insect caught in a spider's web, his efforts were futile. More tentacles grew from the inner wall. As Little Rascal covered her mouth to stifle her sobs, the tips slowly sharpened and hardened. They became ferocious, sharp, and deadly thorns. I'll give you a piece of advice. Giza stared at Thales, who was pulled before her. His face was ashen and he was in despair. She flashed a pleasant smile and enunciated her words like orchids. In battle, abandon unnecessary emotions. You saw it for yourself, you saw how badly it harmed you. Thales trembled all over as he stared at the blood mystic in a daze. This time, there was no Sonia, no Asda, no black sword. He was the only one who could save himself. In that instant, Giza's face revealed tender love and pity. As I promised, you won't feel any pain, child. Thales gulped slowly. He could only feel the tentacles wrapped around his limbs getting tighter and tighter. The tentacles with their sharp thorns slowly moved to Thales. One of them even extended a sharp thorn and stopped a few inches away from his left eyeball. The fear of death instantly struck him. Thales could even hear his heart pounding violently. He could feel his blood vessels swelling and surging. His muscles trembled uncontrollably. The heat generated from his excitement slowly spread from his chest to his entire body. Is this the end? No, I have to save myself. I have to save myself. Giza smiled faintly. The panicked Thales looked at the smiling mystic and spoke with great difficulty and pain. But this time, he only spat out the first word. In the next moment, countless tentacles with sharp thorns shot out at the same time and sank deep into Thales' body. Thales shuddered violently. No, his eyes were lifeless as he stared at the blood mystic in disbelief. No, the first thorn pierced his left eye and penetrated the back of his head. No, the second thorn pierced his throat and penetrated the back of his neck. No, the third thorn pierced his heart and came out the back of his chest. No. There were even more sharp spikes that pierced Thales' body mercilessly, without any hesitation, and without reservation, but he could no longer feel it. In that second, all his senses seemed to have left Thales' jade star in an instant. He seemed to have sunk into eternal silence and darkness. He would never return. Chapter 181. I said I'm done. Why am I still reading? Thales opened his eyes gently. Where is he? It's not important. What's important is that he felt something. His thoughts seemed to have changed. They seemed to have become unorganized, like the gurgling water behind a veil. He seems to be indifferent to everything. How could this be? Thales vaguely knew his own situation, but he did not want to change this feeling. This is good, isn't it? It's like I've entered another realm. Thales looked up. In front of him was a gray, round grain. Yes, Thales saw a gray stone grain. No, it was not one. It was one of the countless stone grains embedded in it. Amazing. These stones were so far away from each other that no matter how much time passed, they would not be able to get closer to each other by even an inch. But they were so close. They were closer to each other than most of the existences in the world. They were so close that they were almost connected. For thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years later, they maintained this distance between them. Sometimes they were as far as the heavens, and sometimes they were so close that they were almost face to face. What a magical world, isn't it? There's such an interesting and vivid relationship between two solidified stone grains. What about all the other existences in this world? Do they also have such an interesting relationship? Definitely. Why didn't I notice this before? Didn't I notice the wonders of this world? Maybe I was too stupid before. Thales thought calmly and without a ripple in his heart. He slowly lifted his gaze. The stone grains were getting further away from him, or maybe closer. That was still not important. What was important was that the distance between him and these stone grains was changing. And at every moment when this distance changed, they also became different from each other. The stone grains were him, and he was the stone grains. It was the same. He continued to look up. Ah, so that's how it is. Thales suddenly understood. These stone grains formed the surface of a floor tile. A rough, uneven, and uneven surface. What a wonderful combination. They were just stone grains, but because of the special distance and position between them, they became another kind of existence. An existence called the surface of a floor tile. Just like humans. When distance and position were lost, each individual was an independent person. But when they increased or decreased the distance between them, changed their positions, and stood together, at the same time, they stood in the same dimension, in the same region, and in the same society. They became different existences. An existence known as the crowd. Wait a minute, a small voice told him in Thales' senses. Maybe it's the other way around. It's precisely because of their existence that the location and distance are determined. How did he know all this? Forget it, it's not important. The important thing is, it's fun. Let's see more. Thales saw it. It was a grayish-black octagonal floor tile, and it was connected to countless other floor tiles of the same shape. Are these tiles made by people? That was why the distance between the floor tiles was so uneven. Or perhaps, the person who put them together thought that they were very even? Because they could not perceive the beauty of uniformity? The beauty of balance? Or perhaps, this was what they meant by evenness. That's right, if you zoom in a little further, wouldn't these tiles be a very even floor? Thales raised his gaze to the highest point. He knew that it was daytime. This was because the existence known as day was defined by the position of the ground and the sun. The sun had already passed its zenith, forming a beautiful angle with the ground. In front of him was an exotic house. The four corners of the strange, flaky eaves curled up. The door was made of heavy, sunken wood, and the windows were made of glass and crystal drops. There were also black-haired and black-eyed humans dressed in flowing robes moving in and out of the gorgeous house from time to time. Without exception, they all looked nervous. Why are they nervous? Thales' thoughts moved a little. He knew why. In that house, there was a woman, a young woman with black hair and eyes. She was surrounded by a group of women, and she was crying out in pain in a pool of blood. The woman's lower abdomen was swollen. She was in labor. They did not have to be nervous. He saw that the life in the woman's abdomen was strong, and it was moving its limbs continuously. She would give birth naturally. And a man who looked like the woman's husband, who wore elegant and noble clothes and accessories, was blocked outside the house by another group of men. He had a difficult expression on his face. I see, Thales thought. The inside and outside of the house are isolated. This is why the inside of the house is tense and dignified, and the outside is tormented and difficult. What a pity, if only they could see each other's situation, even, if only they could see the girl in the woman's abdomen, would they not have to be nervous, worried, afraid, and tormented? Soon, the woman's screams stopped, and her abdomen slowly flattened. And with a weak wail, a baby girl covered in blood was carried out. The man outside the house got the news. He broke through the blockade and rushed into the house without a care for anything else. The man trembled as he knelt in front of the bed. He held the woman's weak hand and comforted his wife nervously and anxiously in a language he did not understand. The woman smiled. Finally, someone respectfully handed the baby girl, whose eyes were tightly shut, to the man. The man trembled as he took his daughter. Oh my God, Thales, who was watching all of this from the side, looked at the excited man with black hair and black eyes, then at the woman with black hair and black eyes, who had a gratified expression on her face. He could not help but want to laugh. What would happen if they knew the truth? The baby girl slowly opened her eyes and looked at the first person she had ever seen in the world. The man who was holding the baby girl trembled when he saw the baby girl clearly. The man raised his head in shock and looked at the people around him in panic. He spoke in a language Thales did not understand, as if he did not know what to do. Someone walked forward with a frown and glanced at the baby girl. Then, he froze on the spot. There was an uproar in the house. Then, the woman's trembling screams and wails, the servant's anxious comforts, and the man's roars came one after another. He he he. Thales laughed as he watched all of this. Yes, he looked at the baby girl and her blue eyes. Her crystalline blue eyes were completely different from the black eyes of her father and mother. That man probably did not expect that his wife's daughter was not his daughter, right? How ridiculous. Thales looked away, and the thoughts in his mind turned over like a machine. If the man had seen that his daughter had a pair of blue eyes that were not inherited from him a few months ago, no, that's not all. The baby girl's skin was obviously fair, her hair was curly, and the bridge of her nose was a little high. This was already very obvious before she was born. Unfortunately, the man did not know. If he knew, then, do I still need to be like today, after being filled with anticipation, worry, torment, and wait, to be greeted with disappointment, pain, resentment, and anger? No, I don't need it. But the man can't see through his wife's belly, so he can't see his wife's betrayal. So he's destined to experience all of this. His vision is too narrow, and his knowledge is too limited. This is the price of stupidity and ignorance. Sad and ridiculous. Thales was tired of all this. He turned his head. That's not right. He was looking forward to seeing the inner walls of the mansion. But what did Thales see? The rising sun. And, black, perhaps with a little white? No, black is the color of water. White is the foam and reflection on the surface of the water. What he saw was the ocean under the morning sun. An endless ocean. Endless? No, it's too narrow. This ocean. From one end to the other, this ocean was very small. On one side of it was a smaller island, and on the other side was a long and narrow coastline. But it was also very, very big, almost boundless. This was especially so for this long and narrow sailing ship that was like a small boat sailing in the ocean. Thales quietly looked at the flag on the ship. On the flag was a white seagull holding an anchor in its beak. Interesting. The seagull and the anchor. The sky and the bottom of the sea. The distance that seems so far away, but it's so close that it can't be separated. The sailors on the ship did their work dutifully. A young man without even a beard, dressed clean and tidy, behaving appropriately and politely, a stark contrast to the boorish sailors around him, who were covered in sweat and dirt, stood beside the rudder, chatting with the helmsman, who looked impatient. He stared at the surface of the sea in front of him with an excited expression on his face. Believe me, the previous difficulties were just Errol's test. We've already passed through the black whirlpool. According to the sea chart passed down by my ancestors, we'll soon find it. This time, Thales understood. The man's common language had a rather strange accent. The rise and fall of his voice and the cadence of his voice were particularly obvious. It was different from the crude, vague, short and forceful Northland accent and the meticulous Constellation accent. This young man seems to be someone, the captain? Or the employer of this ship? Unfortunately, Thales laughed again. Once the man turned his head, he would see the contempt and disdain in the sailor's eyes. Why would the boss listen to this brat? I heard that he's a ruffian from Valir gang, not a noble. One of the sailors whispered to the old sailor beside him, who was tidying up the mooring ropes. He even followed him and took the risk to sail the ship to this place. Of course he's a ruffian. It's just that a few generations ago, his ancestor was elected to one of the 36 seats. The latter glared fiercely at the young man. He owes the boss a huge debt. For some reason, not only did the boss not touch him, but he also immediately left Crystal Jade City and rushed to this cursed place. He didn't even go to Evergreen Island, which was scheduled for the voyage. The Eye of the Sea's eradication. Is this place really that unlucky? The first sailor frowned. Everyone's complexion is terrible. Of course. Think about it. The old sailor spat on the ground. His expression was unpleasant. The entire empire is buried under our feet. We don't know how deep the sea is. There are also millions of people from the empire. They've been soaked in seawater until they've turned into dry bones, and they've been bitten to pieces by the sea fishes. Legend has it that their wronged souls haven't been able to rest in peace for 600 years. They're filled with resentment and pain. Strange things happen here every year. They're very, very strange, but the young man could not see the scene behind him. Even when he turned his head, the sailors put away the emotions in their eyes and lowered their heads to do their work. Because of this, he would never know his true position on this ship. Why is he so stupid? Doesn't he know that the helmsman's heart is beating faster, his blood is flowing faster, and his entire person is becoming more and more agitated? Why is he still nagging at the helmsman? Doesn't he know that when almost everyone on the ship looks at him, their pupils will shrink, and they'll release disgust and disgust? Doesn't he know that a piece of wood at the bottom of the ship can no longer bear the weight and might be lifted by a huge wave at any moment? Doesn't he know? Of course. Thales continued to laugh. None of the people on the ship could see that in the thick fog about a few thousand meters away, a ferocious warship with a blood-red parrot flag was heading towards them. The fierce pirates on the ship opened their foul-smelling mouths. Amidst the noise and intoxication, in the midst of wine and blood, they counted their harvest from a few days ago and toyed with the shivering captives, especially the women. The leader of the pirates was still excitedly announcing that they would return to port after seizing one more ship. In the pirates' armory, polished blades, swords, crossbows, and bows were waiting quietly. That young man and the ship he's on. Why are they so stupid? Why are they still sailing forward? It's such a simple and obvious thing, why don't they know? They're in the most amazing world, but they know nothing about everything around them? What a waste. How boring. Thales could not help but feel agitated. He turned his head again. Huh. He saw a grain of sand under the moonlight. Sand. A wonderful creation. It was stacked together with countless others of its kind, and with the same wonderful and average relative positions, it formed an entire desert. Just like that, countless grains of sand rubbed against each other, squeezed against each other, and stuck close to each other. Just like that, countless grains of sand pushed, resisted, and moved away from each other. Thales looked at every grain of sand in the desert and sighed in his heart. They form an equally wonderful desert. He turned his head again. I see, a leaf in the dark. This time, he had experience. It's not just leaves. It's a forest. A dark forest under the night sky. Pairs of fluorescent eyes could be vaguely seen in the forest. They were the eyes of countless animals that were either hunting or being hunted. But they're still too pitiful. Thales sneered in his heart. A badger happily dug an ant's nest next to the wet soil. There was a huge beetle in the nest, which made the hungry badger overjoyed. Unfortunately, it did not know that hundreds of meters away, its companion, who had a night of pleasure with it, had already become prey in the mouth of a lone wolf. And an old lone wolf, who had hunted a badger and was excited about its dinner, did not know that a wolf of its kind, who had been in the same pack as it, was being hunted down by a forest panther from a branch under another tree. The panther also did not know that the offspring she gave birth to 6 years ago was dying under the hooves of an angry giant rhinoceros by the stream. The giant rhinoceros also did not know that in the upper reaches of the stream, a group of fully armed humans were excitedly skinning the remains of its cousin, keeping the bones, and extracting the flesh. And this group of humans also did not know that in the dense forest behind them, countless eyes that flashed with a faint purple light were coldly staring at them, and in the dark, they silently drew their bows and arrows. These purple-eyed, sharp-eared creatures probably also did not know that in a sentry post in the forest several miles away, one of their kind was engaged in a life-and-death battle with another white-skinned, sharp-eared creature with a machete and a sword. At the last moment, his chest was pierced by a sword. The white-skinned, sharp-eared victor spat on the ground and left in disdain, leaving the purple-eyed corpse on the ground to slowly rot. Then, it was turned into food by a group of ants beside it. This group of ants had only migrated here a few days ago. Their faces were covered in dirt, and they were the losers of another war. Another powerful ant colony had chased them here. But perhaps they would be very happy to know that the group of old enemies who chased them out of their habitat had just brought back the carcass of an old beetle when they were killed by the claws of a mischievous badger. Thales watched quietly as the most complete food chain dominated everything in this place. These creatures don't know about all this? This is really interesting and sad. At this moment, Thales suddenly felt a strange heat flow from his entire body. Wait, his entire body? Thales suddenly realized a problem. Where's my body? In the next moment, a strange feeling was transmitted to every one of his senses. Countless scenes flashed before his eyes at the same time, like rapidly flowing water curtains. Eaves with different styles. A ship sailing under the sea. A quiet desert under the moon. A forest full of life. Thales watched everything without blinking. Interesting. Fun. Wonderful. More and more scenes flashed before his eyes, a glacier in a blizzard, a castle on a sea cliff, a warm wetland, a grassland under the setting sun, a vast plain at dusk, a fortress at night, the sea reflecting the moonlight. Soon, Thales felt that the world in front of him became clearer and clearer. It became stranger and stranger. He also became more and more excited and satisfied. Everything in the world was displayed in front of him. He saw and heard everything. He knew everything like the back of his hand. No. Not only that. He knew everything. It was as if he was standing in the place where everything happened. He was in everything. He was everything. Thales became happier and happier. He was enjoying this feeling. And he wanted more. More. He wanted to see more, know more, get more. More. The scenes in front of him flashed faster and faster. More and more urgent. The scenes became shorter and shorter. In the next moment, asterisk boom. Asterisk it was as if thunder exploded in his ears. Thales only felt his vision go black. All the scenes no longer changed. Instead, they were fixed in front of him. It was as if he was watching countless movies at the same time. The movies showed everything in the world. It was as if he was standing in all corners of the world at the same time. It was more than that. It was more than that. Thales suddenly felt a heavy pressure on his senses. In the next second, all Thales could feel was a violent tremor. A dull sound reverberated in his consciousness. His consciousness seemed to have bumped into something. Thud. This sound was like someone knocking on the door. Thud. His consciousness swayed again. Thud. The third sound. Thales trembled slightly. After an unknown amount of time, Thales suddenly felt that everything around him moved in an instant. At that moment, it was as if a door had been pushed open. He entered a new world. In this new world, his senses were extremely clear. From the tiniest particles, the deepest underground, to the vast sea, the boundless sky, he not only saw everything in the world. At that moment, it was as if he was the world. But it was also at this moment that an accident happened. A tingling sensation that irritated his skin approached his consciousness. Thales trembled slightly. A faint doubt rose in his heart. What's wrong? His consciousness seemed to have suddenly risen into a silent and dark void. Almost at the same time he entered this void, Thales immediately sensed something strange. It was like instinct. Right. It felt as if someone was spying on me. He did not know how he sensed it, but his instincts told him that there were a number of strange gazes behind the darkness of this void. Thales subconsciously raised his gaze, wanting to see through the darkness. However, the moment he thought about it, he sensed the existence closest to him without warning. It was a ball of light. A colorless ball of light. Thud. There was another violent collision. In the darkness, this colorless ball of light suddenly appeared. It gave him a vague feeling as if it was shrouded by clouds and fog, as if it could not be touched. Before he could react, the ball of light moved slightly. Soon after, a lifeless sentence reverberated in his ears. Rude. Thales's vision swayed. What? This ball of light has a consciousness? Huh? At this moment, the colorless ball of light asked. Its words were still dry. I have never seen you before. Where is your name of origin? Name of origin? Mystic. Mystic. The first mystic covenant. Thales recalled a few familiar terms from his memories, which seemed to be separated by a layer. He suddenly shuddered. But before he could think about it, his gaze suddenly moved away from this ball of light. Hey! The dry voice slowly became softer, as if it was shouting from afar, Who are you? Thales ignored it. His consciousness seemed to be sinking. Thud. Thales felt his vision tremble again. He encountered a pile of iron gray, shining fragments. Unlike the ball of light just now, this pile of fragments seemed to be lifeless and unconscious. But just as Thales was confused, another puff of brown smoke appeared in front of him. But this puff of smoke also gave him the same feeling as the iron-gray fragments. It seemed to lack vitality. It also did not know how to speak. Thales' heart stirred. The pile of fragments and the puff of smoke slowly left. Thud. There was another collision. Thales was already somewhat used to it. Soon, a green light appeared before him. But this time, this light was conscious. The green light had an ever-changing silhouette, from a circle to a rectangle, from an oval to a long strip. Aya. A gentle but rude voice came from the green light. Just like its owner, the voice floated around. Which idiot is it? Is his brain damaged? Knocking on the door. Boss Froland? Little Asda dummy? Old Devil Zarkle? Fierce Curie? Cute top student L? Or the flat-chested Giza? These names sound familiar? A few questions rose in Thales' heart. Where am I? What am I doing? Why can't I remember anything? Hey, hey. The voice from the green light continued to laugh. Don't tell me you're the legendary Taurus. After thinking of a few questions, Thales' thoughts suddenly became chaotic. In his panic, the green light suddenly disappeared before his eyes. Hey, why did you leave? You can't really be Taurus, right? The green light's voice came from afar. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. You're my idol. At least leave an autograph. Thales crashed into the door twice more. He encountered two strange, lifeless, and soundless existences. One was a silver wall of light, and the other was a golden cube. While Thales was at a loss, a faint purple light appeared before his eyes. The purple light flickered slightly, but it gave him a sharp and fierce feeling. He could not look at it directly. And its reaction was very simple. Get lost. It seemed to be a bad-tempered fellow. Get lost. The fierce voice continued to travel into his ears. Immediately after, the faint purple light disappeared. Thales was slightly taken aback. A question emerged in his mind as he drifted about. What's going on? The next second, thud. After another crash, Thales arrived in front of a glowing human silhouette. A human silhouette? It flashed with a familiar blue light. Another one? This feeling. It's like it's flowing endlessly, and it's everywhere. However, a familiar voice slowly traveled into his ears from the silhouette. Stop knocking on the door. Thales. A thought appeared in Thales' mind. It knows me? This familiar voice, all of us can feel your presence. All of us? My presence? Me? At that moment, many memories seemed to suddenly return to Thales' mind. Thales thought of something. Wait a minute, you are. Thales stared at the ball of light, puzzled. A vague name emerged in his fuzzy mind. You are Asda. The blue silhouette flashed slightly. Thales confirmed his guess. I was trapped underground. I don't know what happened to you, and I don't know why you can knock on the door directly. The air mystic, Asda Sakurn's pleasant voice traveled slowly from the ball of light. It sounded calm and steady, without a hint of extra emotion. But this is too dangerous. You must immediately leave your original form. Thales revealed a puzzled expression. What? But Asda did not respond to him. He only heard the mystic say anxiously, listen. They sensed it too, they will definitely come for you. Before you are completely locked onto. Chapter 182. What's wrong with me? Thales felt as if he was floating in the sky. His mind was extremely relaxed. He asked faintly, where am I? Listen to me, Asda's faint voice seeped out from the glowing silhouette. I don't know how to explain your current state. You're just a contactor. Whether it's your understanding of mystic energy or your own name of origin, you're far from becoming a mystic. No, you're still not a mystic. I can feel that you're not one of us, but you're definitely knocking on the door, just like a newborn baby who can't even control his limbs being suddenly sent 10,000 meters into the sky. The air mystic's voice was a little unsteady. You're in great danger now. Danger? Thales did not know how he spoke, but he did. What do you mean? Knocking on the door? Asda sounded a little anxious. After breaking through the first threshold, a mystic will leave his physical form and enter his original form. Taurus called the moment of transformation knocking on the door. After a mystic knocks on the door, his consciousness will be connected to the other mystics in the world. The intensity of the connection is like knocking on their door. In other words, the door knocker is like lighting a torch in the dark. At that moment, he will be detected by all the mystics. Those who intend to do so will be able to directly lock onto your current location. At this moment, thud, a muffled sound similar to the one just now seemed to ring in Thales' heart. This muffled sound was ear-piercing and sharp. The lingering sound made people restless and uneasy. This is? An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Thud, another muffled sound. This muffled sound was like the low throbbing of a heart. There was a soul-stirring shock and heaviness. In an instant, Thales suddenly felt that there was something extra in this part of the void. He felt a sense of panic for no reason. He was not the only one who felt this way. They're here. Asda's voice became extremely urgent. Go. There's no time to explain, hurry up and return to your physical form. Thales grabbed a few strands of his vast thoughts and used them to think about the current situation. Right. Whatever they are, they're definitely not friendly to me. Thales lifted his gaze and looked at Asda, or rather, his silhouette, which was getting further and further away. At this moment, two sharp and threatening gazes were directed in his direction from the dark void. The owner of the gaze was getting closer and closer. While he was terrified, Thales' thoughts raced like flowing water. I should get going. It was time to go. Go where? Think about who you are. Think about what you should do. Think about what happened before you knocked on the door. The glowing outline said anxiously, don't immerse yourself in your original state and lose yourself. Who am I? Was that important? Just as Thales was thinking about this, Thales. A clear yet fearful, childish, and sobbing voice came from an unknown direction. His consciousness suddenly shook. In the next moment, the dark void in front of Thales was instantly cleared. Asda's silhouette disappeared right before his eyes. The countless scenes that had stayed in his mind, whether it was the sea or the desert, humans or animals, all receded like the tide. It was as if the curtain in a theater had suddenly collapsed, revealing the original wall. Snowflakes, corpses, streets that looked like ruins, Dragon Cloud City's magnificent heroic spirit palace that was built halfway up the mountain, and the multi-headed snake made of severed limbs and flesh flashed across his vision. In the end, he stopped inside a tentacle made of flesh and blood. Where is this? He thought in confusion and bewilderment. Inside the tentacle, under the horrifying backdrop of scarlet blood and severed limbs and flesh, little Rascal knelt on the ground, sobbing in despair as she watched the boy who was hung up and impaled to death. The blood mystic, Giza Streelman, stared coldly at little Rascal, who knelt in the flesh and cried. You killed him." Tears streamed down little Rascal's cheeks. She stared in agony at Thales, who was bound by the tentacle. Giza frowned, the blood-red spots on her face slowly faded. Little Rascal obviously thought that Thales had met with misfortune. She sobbed and extended a hand to Thales, who was in a terrifying state. Tears rolled down her face. "I'm sorry." Tears streamed down little Rascal's cheeks as she bit her lip. Giza stared at little Rascal. The coldness in her eyes slowly turned into gentleness. "Child." Pressed against the inner wall of flesh, Giza's expression changed. As if comforting a child whose candy had been snatched away, she said gently, "Don't be sad, it's not his fault, it's not your fault either." Giza closed her eyes in desolation. 2 more tentacles extended from the inner wall behind her. "It's our fault." The tentacles curled towards little Rascal. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk immediately, little Rascal's face was filled with terror and sadness. She was pulled deeper into the flesh by the countless tentacles. She disappeared. But in the next moment, the blood mystic opened her eyes abruptly and screamed. She turned her head in disbelief and stared at Thales' corpse, which was tied in the air by the tentacles. "Why?" Giza shook her head slowly, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. "This is impossible." In her eyes, Thales, who had been pierced by countless tentacles, slowly opened his eyes. "Ah. So, I'm back again." As if he had just woken up, Thales slowly raised his gaze. In his daze and dizziness, he looked at the person in front of him. His thoughts were a little chaotic, and he could not quite recall what was in front of him. That's a severed arm? Organs? Eyeball? Flesh?" Thales saw the environment he was in clearly. "Wait a minute." He tried his best to divert his attention and consciousness from his hazy and chaotic thoughts. He fixed his gaze on what was in front of him. It was a young girl covered in blood, and her naked body was stuck to countless pieces of flesh. With a subtle and complicated expression, she was staring straight at him. Thales shuddered all over. At that moment, as if a curtain had been suddenly lifted, all of Thales' memories from that night surged back into his mind like a tidal wave. Northland, King Nuvan, the Archduke, the duel, Asda, the Mystic, Black Sword, Ramon, Little Rascal, Giza, the Hydra, the destroyed Shield District, the Blade of Purification. And, at the last moment, he was pierced by Giza's countless spikes. The last scene reappeared in his mind, a spike mercilessly pierced through his left eye. "No," Thales shuddered. "No." Fear, panic, nervousness, worry, surprise, doubt, it was as if all the emotions he had once lost returned to Thales in an instant. Seeing the mystic in front of him clearly, Thales' breathing instantly quickened. The illusory illusion just now, the isolation of all thoughts, and the indifferent attitude, seemed to be just an illusion. It was just a dream. How? Thales panicked and realized that his limbs were still bound by the tentacles. What terrified him even more was, countless sharp thorns were still stabbing into his body, piercing through his body. One pierced through his left eye. One pierced through his throat. One pierced through his heart. There were also countless spikes of the same kind that pierced through almost every inch of his body. He was like a hedgehog suspended in the air. Thales panted rapidly, and his heart was filled with extreme fear. Especially, the spike on his head. It was still in his left eye socket, and it had pierced through the back of his head. But, Thales noticed something strange. There was no blood flowing out of his body where he had been pierced. "It doesn't hurt?" It doesn't itch? What's going on? This is. Thales panicked as he felt the tentacles and spikes all over his body. What happened to me? Did I become a ghost after I died? But Giza's words had answered his doubts. How did you? Giza looked at the second prince in surprise. Her tone was filled with confusion and astonishment. Why aren't you dead yet? Thales was stunned when he heard that. Why, not dead yet? He stared at Giza nervously, and then at the spikes all over his body in shock and bewilderment. I'm not dead. Giza's expression became more and more unpleasant, and the blood-red spots on her face trembled rapidly. Then let's do it again. Wait. Thales was shocked, and his heart beat violently. But the mystic ignored him. In the next moment, the tentacle that pierced Thales' left eye, along with the spikes at its tip, suddenly retracted, and with a vicious turn, it pierced through the top of his head. Feeling the movement of the tentacle, Thales shuddered violently. But Thales still did not move. Wait. It doesn't hurt, or not? Thales was shocked, and then slowly breathed a sigh of relief. I'm fine. It was as if he was not the one who was pierced. Impossible. The blood-red spots on Giza's body began to grow violently. She narrowed her eyes, and revealed a fierce expression that had never been seen before. Your entire body was pierced, but why are you completely fine? Can't you even feel pain? Thales was about to answer with, how would I know? Giza's expression suddenly changed. She felt something. With an unpleasant expression, Giza raised her finger slightly. Immediately, all the spiked tentacles that pierced through Thales' body moved at the same time. Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched all the tentacles on his body move continuously. This. God. Sizzle. The familiar sound of flesh and blood sizzling came from these murderous weapons. Countless tentacles pierced, slashed, and cut his upper body from all directions, starting from his chest. Starting from his head, they pulled horizontally, slashed vertically, and pierced through his brain. It was as if someone was holding countless knives and continuously whipping, piercing, and cutting Thales from the front, the back, the left, and the right. But Thales did not move. He only stared blankly at Giza, his gaze occasionally wandering back and forth from the tentacles. It was as if he was not the one being cut. The cutting and piercing continued for a total of 10 seconds. Then, Giza stopped in a daze, and all the tentacles and spikes gradually slowed down as well. How can this be? The mystic shook her head in shock. Attacks are ineffective against you? Thales panted anxiously, completely at a loss for words. At this moment, his heart was also filled with panic and bewilderment. Sizzle. Countless tentacles and spikes retracted from Thales' body. But as if they had left his shadow, there were no wounds or blood left on Thales' body. Even his clothes were intact. It was as if the Thales before him was just an illusory shadow filled with colors. Thales was completely shocked. Am I immune to physical attacks? But my hands and feet are still tied tightly, aren't they? Out of the situation, he opened his mouth wide and did not know how to react. But vaguely, he seemed to have experienced a similar feeling in the void just now. For example, Thales had a hunch that no matter how terrifying Giza's spikes were, when she instigated the tentacles and spikes to attack him, the mystic seemed to have stabbed in the wrong direction. Suddenly, Giza's expression changed drastically. She seemed to have remembered something. Then, she gritted her teeth and raised her head abruptly. With an angry expression, she said, Zarkle. Zagger Todd. Come out. You despicable obscurant. The mystic turned her head and looked around vigilantly and resentfully. There was deep anger in her words. Is it you, damn old ghost? Is it your ability that's playing tricks? Her voice reverberated in the flesh. A few seconds passed. Aside from the sound of flesh rubbing against flesh, no other sound responded to her. Giza was slightly startled. She quickly reacted. The mystic turned her head and looked at Thales with a strange and subtle expression. "No, it's not Zarkle," Giza muttered, her eyes filled with disbelief and surprise. "It's you. Giza stretched out a tentacle and passed through Thales' body without any hindrance. The tentacle retracted. The place where Thales was pierced was unscathed, as if it had only passed through an illusion. Giza refused to believe it. She stretched out another tentacle and stabbed at Thales' bound right hand with the spikes at its tip. The result was the same as before. His right hand, which should have been bound by the tentacle, was easily pierced by the spikes and pulled out. He was unscathed. This time, even Thales was speechless. Giza frowned deeply and stuttered, This is your ability? Did I lose control due to mystic energy interference? Impossible. If I lose control, how can I do this? Thales was also panting in a daze. He looked at his limbs, which were still tied up, and then at his body. My ability? What kind of ability is this? Giza raised her eyebrows and shook her head violently, as if she had seen the strangest thing in the world. You're just a contactor. How can you use mystic energy? But then she frowned hard and remembered something. Her expression changed drastically. Just now, you knocked on the door? Thales was still staring at his body, thinking hard. Did I become a mystic? But, why did I not feel anything at all? Except that Giza could not hurt me? How can this be? Giza gritted her teeth. Her voice was low and filled with hatred. You're just a beginner contactor. You're not even a mystic. I just lost control. How can I knock on the door? Thales frowned. He remembered what Asda said about losing control being uncontrollable. Could it be, am I really special? Giza stared at Thales with a terrifying gaze. You really knocked on the door? At that moment, Thales swore that he saw despair, sadness, grief, and pain in the eyes of this unreasonable crazy woman. And guilt. No. Giza shut her eyes tightly and said in a sorrowful tone, You still became a mystic? Thales looked at her in confusion. What's wrong with this crazy woman? No. Giza gritted her teeth. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed hysterically, No. You're not a mystic yet. You're still a contactor. What happened just now was an accident. She opened her eyes abruptly. Her expression was fierce and determined. There must be a way. There must be a way to kill you. Let's start with mystic energy interference. In the next moment, the flesh and blood inside the giant tentacle began to change shape again. One by one, the little black monsters Thales had seen before broke out of the wall of flesh and blood. Thales was shocked. He took a deep breath. His brain worked quickly. Don't think about things I can't figure out. The most important thing is to solve the problem at hand. Get rid of this crazy woman. But the moment the second prince raised his head, *hiss, * a newborn little black monster kicked its hind legs and pounced into Thales' almost illusory body. *puff. Then, it exploded into flesh and blood inside his body. If Asda was here, he would have recognized that this was the move Giza used to prevent him from turning back into a human after dispersing him. At that moment, Thales felt his whole body tremble. It was like a ripple on the surface of water. Then, a shard from the exploded spike slashed his left arm. *rip. Pain shot through him. This time, Thales discovered in great terror that his left arm had been cut open and was bleeding. His illusory body seemed to have lost its effectiveness. See, I knew it. Giza saw this scene and smiled excitedly. Mystic energy interference is still effective, *hiss, * as Giza moved, more and more black monsters pounced into Thales' body. Then, they exploded. Severed limbs flew out of Thales' body in an explosion. Ah! Thales cried out in pain. The side of his calf was pricked by an exploded spike. Blood flowed. Starting from the surface of his body, Thales's special ability seemed to be gradually losing its effectiveness. Thales stared in horror at the countless monsters pouncing on him. Pain came one after another from the surface of his body. More and more pain. It was mixed with Giza's laughter and the monster's hissing. Hiss. Thales closed his eyes in pain, feeling the monsters pass through his illusory body surface and explode inside him. Then, they left wounds on the surface of his body. He had a feeling that it would not be long before the ability he relied on for survival would completely lose its effectiveness. When that time came, Hiss, no. No. Another monster exploded on his lower abdomen. When a sharp pincer flew out of his body, it pierced the left side of his abdomen. Pain. Hiss. Amid the pain and the monster's explosions and hissing, Thales desperately tried to recall. Hurry. Anything that can save me, hiss, splat. Black Sword's words flashed in his mind. I used Tremor to slide away her tentacles. Thales shuddered violently. He remembered the high-frequency vibration that Giza used to shake him off. More and more small monsters pounced on him. In the next moment, a black monster swept past his cheek, but it did not go through. Instead, it left a bloody mark. His illusory had officially lost its effectiveness. The blood mystic snorted softly. Thales did not have time to be shocked and terrified. He did not care. He just gritted his teeth. Following the instructions Black Sword taught him, he summoned another power in his body. Help me, Sin of Hell's River. It's a matter of life and death. Help me. As his resolute will rose, the Sin of Hell's River spread to his limbs as if it had a life of its own. I need to be able to get rid of these tentacles, power. As long as I can, slip away from them. In the next moment, there was a low hum. Only Thales could hear it. Thales' limbs trembled violently at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. The second prince sucked in a sharp breath. He felt as if his entire body was about to be shattered by the tremors of the Sin of Hell's River. This feeling, Giza's eyelids suddenly widened. In the next second, the 4 tentacles that bound Thales swayed, and he was immediately freed from midair. A monster flew over his head and sliced off a strand of his hair. Thud. Thales fell on the ground, which was also made of flesh and blood, and panted heavily. The Sin of Hell's River faded from his limbs. Thales gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. But he only felt his muscles go numb. Then, he fell backwards again. Thud. Thales touched the flesh under his feet. There was a sticky bloody ear inside, and he was shocked. But in the next moment, a great soreness came from his limbs. He trembled violently. He was sweating profusely, and his limbs were weak. So tired, so sore, so painful, all his muscles began to ache, and he almost lost all his strength. He finally got rid of the restraints, but he did not even have the strength to take a single step. But more little monsters were already pouncing on him. Thales widened his eyes. He only felt extremely vexed. It seemed that the extreme tremors just now had exceeded the limits of what his body could bear. So, no, Thales felt his aching limbs and stared at the monsters in front of him in despair. Chapter 183. No, Thales slowly clenched his teeth. I can't give up. It's not over yet. There's still a chance. Didn't Black Sword say that a powerful person, I have to consider all factors and bet everything? Just for the final victory. Bargaining chips. What other bargaining chips do I have? Thales clenched his teeth and forced himself to calm down in just a few seconds. The Northland military sword style that he had only practiced for a month and could barely use. The Sin of Hell's River that far exceeded his body's load and could barely be used again, the blade of purification that was lost in countless pieces of flesh and blood, the mysterious mystic energy that turned him into an invulnerable phantom, the title of Prince of Constellation, the identity of a mystic candidate. No, wait. There's more. There's still another bargaining chip. The last one. Thales stared at the first monster that ran towards him and clenched his fists. Giza's smile became more relaxed. In the next moment, Thales clenched his teeth and extended his trembling right hand to his back. When he pulled his hand back, there was already a weapon on it. It was a trifling dagger. One side of the dagger was stained with the blood of the tentacle. 2 letters were reflected on the blade. Giza was slightly taken aback when she saw his actions. Thales panted heavily and raised the dagger with a trembling hand at the monsters that were inches away from him. Dagger? The mystic snorted. That's not a legendary anti-mystic equipment, is it? Are you going to stab me with that thing? Dagger. Giza watched quietly as the dagger-wielding boy was surrounded and attacked by the monsters. This scene. It's really familiar, isn't it? Thales lay on the ground and his lips trembled. He weakly executed iron body style to block the first monster. Asterisk clang. Asterisk no. Thales rolled to the side in pain and avoided the monster's sharp spikes. He felt his muscles ache more and more. He panted and raised his head. He ignored the other monsters that continued to run towards him and looked straight at the blood mystic. I'm not stabbing you. In the next moment, Giza could not help but be stunned. She watched in puzzlement as the boy put the dagger into the palm of his left hand. Thales said faintly, I'm stabbing myself. The 2 monsters leapt into his arms and extended their sharp spikes towards him. The boy, who had a defeated expression on his face, just pulled the dagger in his hand. Pain and warmth came from his palm at the same time. Thales' physical strength had reached its limit, and his eyes were unfocused. He allowed the monsters to pounce on his body. She pushed him down. A familiar burning sensation came from within his body and slowly turned into a burning sensation. Scenes appeared before Thales' eyes. He raised his dagger and rushed toward the ferocious Quide. He lay on Jayla's back, and the 2 of them sprinted through the streets. In the dungeon of Vine Manor, he reached for the lock on Ralph's body. He stood in the Hall of Stars, gritted his teeth, and spoke to the dukes of the kingdom. His hands were tied up, and he struggled to get up in front of Serena, who was confident in her victory. Amidst the bloody siege of Black Sand region, he hugged Araka's neck tightly. He picked up the heavy sword with difficulty in front of the 5 archdukes of Extet. Under Asda and Black Sword's intimidating gazes, he raised his hand and spoke, his skin crawling. It's just another game. A familiar and gentle voice rang in his ears. The burning sensation was getting stronger and stronger. He needed to win. He needed to put an end to everything. He needed the best methods. Giza narrowed her eyes and watched the countless little monsters pounce on Thales, who was on the ground, one after another, and covered him tightly. Asterisk kiss, asterisk she was very satisfied. She knew that her little cuties would mercilessly kill this boy, who was not a mystic yet knocked on the door for no reason. But at this moment, the blood mystic seemed to have sensed something, and her entire body trembled. What? A ray of red light leaked out from the densely packed monsters, coming from the direction of the boy. Then, a second ray, a third ray, a fourth ray, the light grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the flesh cave. Giza watched the scene in astonishment. Then, the black monsters shuddered in unison. A few streaks of ash drifted out from the gaps between the densely packed monsters. More and more ashes appeared. The black monsters fell powerlessly, shriveled, dissolved, and were charred. Then, they turned into ashes. In the end, most of the pitch-black monsters disappeared. Only a few of them managed to escape with their last breaths by hiding and dodging. The blood mystic stared in disbelief at the boy who climbed up from the countless piles of flesh and ashes. How could this be? Thales knelt on the ground, his right hand pressed against his knee, and he bent over, panting. He almost bit his teeth off. At some point in time, the blade of purification, the magical red sword that was lost, had reappeared in his trembling left hand. The blade was crimson red, and it shone brightly. Your ability again? Giza stared at Thales left and right with an unpleasant expression, as if she wanted to burn a hole in his palm. No, you are walking further and further down the path of misfortune. Thales furrowed his brows. Misfortune? Mystic, this is not a gift or a blessing. The mystic said slowly, her eyes filled with sternness and hatred. It is a curse and misfortune. Thales propped himself up on the ground and listened to her. He held the blade of purification that suddenly appeared in his left hand and spat on it. Enough. The second prince roared in frustration. Giza stopped talking and looked at him in surprise. You lunatic who won't listen to others. Thales struggled to get up from the ground. Listen to me. He took a step forward and cut an intercepting tentacle into ashes with his sword. Asda wants to force me to become a mystic. Thales felt that his steps were light and his body was uncomfortable, but he still gritted his teeth and walked forward step by step. And you want to stop me from becoming a mystic? Go to hell, Thales panted fiercely. Go to hell. The blood mystic stared at him quietly. Since I came to this world, what I've done has always been the same. Thales exhaled. With another swing of his sword, he pierced through a monster that tried to ambush his left leg. He watched as it turned into ashes under the blade of his sword. Struggle, survival, that's all. Thales took a difficult step forward. Whether it's a child beggar or a prince. Giza narrowed her eyes. Her gaze was complicated and profound. But I don't like this world. I want to be free to choose the life I want. Thales sucked in a mouthful of stinky, sour air and said hoarsely, I want to choose who I want to be. I choose who I want to be. I don't need to be pushed, forced, or dragged by anyone else. I struggle with this. Thales walked to stand in front of Giza. His eyes were resolute and determined. This is who I am. Thales Jade Star. The blood mystic stared at him without saying a word. But in the next moment, something strange happened. Asterisk boom. Asterisk it was as if a torrent was surging through Thales' body from his blood vessels. In an instant, Thales felt a tearing sensation from the blade of purification to his hand. It was as if someone was cutting his palm. Thales looked down at the blade of purification in his hand, only to see that the red light on it was becoming brighter. What's going on? In the next moment, the pain of being cut escalated to excruciating pain. It spread to his entire body. Ayaha! Thales could not stand it anymore. His face twisted and he could not help but scream. The blade of purification is rejecting me? The pain traveled from his arm to his body, causing Thales to tremble and kneel on the ground. *T. *T. He felt more and more pain, as if the weapon was destroying everything in him. He remembered. The legendary anti-mystic equipment is the bane of mystics. Thales shook the blade of purification in his hand as he trembled in excruciating pain, but he could not shake it off. It was as if it was stuck to his hand. He recalled Serena's words regretfully. He also remembered the tingling sensation he felt when he was on Araka's back when the motionless bow was activated. But the tingling sensation at that time could not be compared to the excruciating pain he was feeling now. At this moment, Giza laughed. You are still a little too young. Thales stared at the blood mystic's expression in disbelief as he listened to her say softly, You wanted to defeat me, so you had to get your hands on the legendary anti-mystic equipment, right? And you did succeed, with your unformed mystic energy. But, did you almost forget? Giza sighed. You are considered half a mystic. Ah! Thales cried out in pain. Panic struck him again. Giza, did she even calculate this? He remembered Giza's words. That is not the legendary anti-mystic equipment, is it? Are you going to use that thing to stab me? So. Thales thought regretfully. At that time, she was already hinting at me when she had the upper hand, and made arrangements for my possible counterattack? Just to limit my vision to the blade of purification? He. The blood mystic shook her head and said, "See, this is one of the sorrows of mystics, this little thing can suppress us. Even if you are not a true mystic, the mystic energy you used earlier is enough for it to take effect. And if you become a true mystic," Giza stared at the screaming Thales. She stopped smiling, and sorrow appeared in her eyes. "The moment you touched it, you will lose your consciousness and power forever, and enter the eternal seal." Thales was not in the mood to listen to her. He only felt that he was about to be devoured by the power emanating from the blade. "Don't worry, I will free you." Giza sighed. "If becoming a mystic is your unavoidable fate, then let me save you," the mystic said flatly. "Just as I promised." "Save? Save, my foot." Thales shut his eyes tightly, enduring the rejection from the blade of purification. He really wanted to let go. But in the extreme pain, his face was distorted, and he almost couldn't feel his own hands. Giza took a deep breath. Following the mystic's will, another batch of tentacles grew out of the flesh on Thales' side. They slowly aimed at the boy who was repelled by the legendary anti-mystic equipment and could not move. Once again, Giza flashed a charming smile. The flesh under Thales' feet turned into a trap, trapping him firmly. The tentacles drew sharp spikes, preparing for the next round of attack. "No," Thales shut his eyes tightly, his whole body trembling. "No." At this moment, a burning sensation similar to the first time he held the blade of purification suddenly came from his hand. The red light on the blade gathered as if it had a physical form, and traveled along the blade to Thales' left hand. Thales shuddered. At that moment, he felt as if he was being caressed by a hand. Even the pain seems to be alleviated. The red light continued to crawl up along the veins on the back of Thales' left hand. It looked as if glowing blood was flowing through the veins. It was extremely strange. For some unknown reason, after the red light from the blade of purification surged out and entered his body, Thales suddenly felt that the feeling of being cut and repelling him had actually started to diminish. Thales sucked in a sharp breath. He had held his breath for too long in extreme pain, and even forgot to breathe. He felt his hand again. The sharp pain of being cut and destroyed slowly reduced to a slightly tolerable prickling pain. What's the principle behind this? It can actually alleviate the rejection from the legendary anti-mystic equipment? Thales trembled, and his doubts about the sword deepened. But he was saved, after all. Thales stood up slowly. He raised his head and fixed his gaze on Giza. There was a strange look in his eyes. Giza's expression changed. She noticed his abnormality. "You," Thales looked at her, then at the flesh and blood trap under his feet, and the spikes of the tentacles around him. He felt the prickling pain and burning sensation from the blade in his hand. "Maybe I will become a mystic one day," Thales said slowly as he endured the pain in his hand. "But it is definitely not because of some unavoidable fate, or because I have no other choice." On the wall, Giza's pupils shrank. "It is because I want to become a mystic." Thales bit his lower lip and lowered his head. "I will use my own eyes to see what it means to be a mystic. I will judge and understand what mystic energy is. What kind of power I will obtain, and what kind of risks I will face. Then, I will decide whether to become a mystic." Thales raised his head. His eyes were filled with unquestionable determination. "And what kind of mystic I will become? How far I can climb and what kind of scenery I can see are not important. What is important is that it must be my own choice. This is what I have been struggling and working hard for since I came to this world." Thales exhaled one last time. Then, he raised his sword and slashed the trap under his feet and the tentacles around him. In the ashes, Thales supported himself with his trembling legs and stood up. Giza's eyes moved. "Don't even think about it." The girl grinned. Her gaze was cold. Soon, Thales felt his feet sway. The continuous tremors that caused him to fall to the ground and lose his grip on his sword appeared under Thales' feet again. Thales' body swayed. He was on the verge of falling. But he had experienced it once. Thales reacted quickly. He knelt down and lowered his upper body. At the same time, he stabbed the blade of purification into the flesh under his feet. It prevented him from falling again. The flesh sizzled, as if it was being roasted. It slowly dissolved, evaporated, and blackened. Then, it turned into ashes. The ground made of flesh and blood contracted in the tremors. It seemed to be moaning in pain. Giza let out a low growl of indignation. Thank goodness. Thales thought. He stood still in the face of the same tremors. What I need to do next is, don't think about it. Giza was a dozen steps away from him. She said coldly, you can't even stand up. You can't even get close to me, let alone seal me with that weapon. Thales furrowed his brows. Let us see. The flesh around Thales bulged again. The silhouettes of monsters were born from it. The blood mystic narrowed her eyes and stared at the blade of purification Thales stabbed into the ground. That sword of yours. Are you going to use it to maintain your balance, or to destroy your enemies? At that moment, Thales suddenly had a strange feeling. The monsters around him were born from the flesh, but Thales ignored them. He did not even care what kind of monsters they were or whether they were dangerous. He seemed to have entered that state again. The feeling of being cut off from his emotions and thoughts surged again. But, it was not as complete, wonderful, and enjoyable as before. Thales glanced at Giza in the distance. It was a dozen steps away. Under the endless tremors, he could not even stand steadily. It seemed like he could not get close. But, even though it seemed very far away from him. But for some reason, Thales knew that his sword could pierce Giza. It could. As he thought about it, the pain in his hands suddenly increased. Thales smiled faintly. He somewhat understood it. He knew that in this state, he seemed to be able to use more mystic energy. Even though he did not even know what mystic energy was. But, since the blade of purification's rejection of him increased again, that's right. The corners of Thales' lips curled up. His smile grew wider. Giza was expressionless. Her monsters advanced towards Thales again. But Thales only panted absent-mindedly and gripped the blade of purification that was stabbed into the ground. Then, he pulled it out. The moment the countless flesh and blood monsters pounced on him, Thales knelt on the ground, raised the blade of purification in his hand, and gently pushed it at Giza, who was a dozen steps away. Boom! The sound of his blood vessels surging rang in his ears. At that moment, the pain and cutting sensation that the blade of purification gave Thales increased like never before. But Thales did not care. He had succeeded. Giza lowered her head in disbelief. When? The young girl asked, puzzled. At some unknown time. Thales had already taken a dozen steps away in an instant. He knelt in front of the mystic. The red blade in his hand had already sunk deep into Giza's naked abdomen. Thales' expression was indifferent. Giza trembled as she stared at her wound, then at Thales. But in the next second, relief appeared on the young girl's face. As if she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. So, this is our end. Giza said casually, as if she did not care. She completely ignored the legendary anti-mystic equipment in her abdomen. Thales withdrew the blade of purification. Blood seeped out of the blade and the young girl's abdomen. Then, it slowly evaporated and dissolved. Even the tissues in her abdomen withered and scorched. At that moment, Thales withdrew from that strange state again. Thales took a deep breath, as if he had just emerged from the surface of the water. Many emotions returned to his mind again. He stared blankly at the blade of purification in his hand. Then, he raised his gaze in a daze and looked at the blood mystic, who had a gentle and relieved expression on her face. Thank you for your hard work, child. Giza slowly extended her hand and gently caressed Thales' face. Take care of yourself. For some reason, Thales felt that Giza was filled with complicated emotions at that moment. I'm sorry that I couldn't help you, Giza said softly. What happened? Thale's breathing gradually calmed down. I'm sorry. Giza's eyes were sparkling. You have to walk the rest of the path on your own. At that moment, Thales could not summon any hostility towards such a young girl. The lovely young girl slowly lowered her head. The purplish-red patterns on her body gradually faded. She gently lowered her soft lips and placed them on Thales' forehead, a gentle kiss. Thales shuddered slightly. Giza snorted softly when she saw Thales' reaction. Then, she slowly exhaled. Be careful of Asda. These were the last words of the blood mystic, Giza Streelman. In the next moment, the young girl with the gentle smile on her face started to crack. Her face, along with her smile, slowly fell apart like a cracked sculpture. Then, it was her neck, chest, abdomen, her entire body. In just a few seconds, the blood mystic, along with the insides of the gigantic tentacle, turned into ashes of various sizes. The night sky of Dragon Cloud City reappeared before Thale's eyes. The ashes flew. They were like countless black butterflies. They scattered all over the sky. In the distance, all of the blood mystic's creations, flesh, monsters, tentacles, and severed limbs, withered, scorched, and dissolved at the same time. All turned into ashes. Chapter 184. Under the darkest night sky, ashes flew everywhere. The people who were previously controlled by Giza slowly woke up from the ground. Some of them regained control of their bodies. In the panic of surviving a disaster, they hugged each other and wept bitterly. However, there were even more people whose bodies had been greatly deformed by the blood mystic's modifications. After they regained their senses and control, they howled and died under the flying ashes. I am Nicholas of the White Blade Guards. Do not panic. A pale-faced man covered in blood, holding a strange-looking blade, shuttled through the crowd. He mercilessly pushed away an old man who was questioning the people around him in a frenzy and strode forward. Everyone, stay where you are and don't move. The higher-ups will send someone over. In the name of the king. The Star Killer's awe-inspiring reputation intimidated the poor people in Shield District. Many of them hesitated and quietened down. There were also a few people who were more stubborn. Nicholas had to use the blade to persuade them. Nicholas panted as he walked to one of the ruins. He pulled out a thick arm from under a collapsed signboard. I thought you were dead. The Star Killer laboriously moved the injured man. Did that calamity let you go? The owner of the thick arm, the crippled former heavy swordsman Gleeward, pushed away the dirt, stones, and ashes on his body. With Nicholas' strength, he crawled out from under the collapsed signboard. No. Gleeward coughed violently. He laboriously hung his body around Nicholas' neck and raised his hand to touch his bleeding forehead. That man with the child, the veteran frowned. His expression was solemn. He was the one who let me go when I was being controlled by that monster. Nicholas was slightly taken aback. Man? With the child? The Star Killer helped Gleeward stand up. His eyes were filled with suspicion. He can move freely in front of that calamity. Does he have a legendary anti-mystic equipment? Gleeward staggered and shook his head. I don't know. Maybe. Nicholas narrowed his eyes. His words were straightforward. Where is he? He was here a few minutes ago. Gleeward chewed on the salty taste in his mouth and spat out a bloody tooth. He said in a rough voice, Damn it, that guy withstood the attacks from me and those monsters. Nicholas pushed aside a wooden plank. Is he very powerful? Gleeward froze. Wariness and graveness flashed in his eyes. Very powerful. Nicholas put the severing soul's blade back into its sheath. So, it was that guy who dealt with the calamities? I don't know. Gleeward still shook his head with a dejected expression. Maybe. Thales panted in a daze. A few pieces of black ash gently touched his face and shattered. Was it over? He raised his head and looked at the sky full of flying ash and the surrounding ruins. Thales did not recognize this place. He had been brought too far away while Giza was fleeing. But he could still see the dead body lying on the street. At his feet lay a white-haired old man. Before he died, he tried to reach out his hand, as if to touch the hope of survival. Thales' ears twitched. He sensed something. He turned around and was immediately shocked. Unscathed, Asda stood behind him, looking as elegant as ever in the sky full of ashes. The air mystic stared at the blade of purification in Thales' hand with a complicated expression. Thales panted and calmed himself down. Can you make a sound next time? Or send me an invitation first? Asda did not speak. He only shifted his gaze to Thales' face. Thales sighed and gestured at his surroundings with his chin. Also, aren't you late? Asda raised his head and looked at the fluttering ashes. There was a subtle emotion in his eyes. Coming out from underground. The mystic said slowly. His expression did not change. I need time. Thales sneered. After the battle with Giza, and especially after listening to Black Sword's words, he seemed to have suddenly been enlightened. The wariness and fear that he used to suppress when he faced the air mystic, but was still hidden deep in his heart, began to slowly melt. Mystic? Compared to Giza, the one in front of me is just a slightly stronger opponent. Thales called Asda's surname softly. By the way, Mr. Sakern, I've thought about the matter regarding the mystic. The mystic raised his eyebrows slightly. He lifted his gaze and looked at Asda with determination. I am not ready yet. Thales stared at the mystic's aggressive gaze and enunciated each word clearly. This is my answer. It is also my choice. Asda's handsome face did not move. They stared at each other in silence. After a while, the mystic closed his eyes and sighed. But, Thales spoke again. Under Asda's strange gaze, Thales calmly enunciated his words. I am not prepared to reject you, and I am not averse to becoming. Under Asda's strange gaze, Thales said, but I need time to learn, understand, and obtain everything about mystics, and perhaps everything about magic. And I need your help. And perhaps the truth about the bloody year. A strange blue light flashed in Asda's eyes. Besides, you definitely know about your current situation. Thales turned his head and looked at the corpses and ruins strewn all over the street. It's not without reason that this world hates mystics, even if you did it to protect me. At that moment, Thales felt so oppressed that he could not breathe. So many lives, all because of, he took a deep breath and got rid of the emotions in his mind. He tried his best not to think about the fact that he was an executioner who killed without batting an eye. Thales sorted out his thoughts and slowly said, perhaps I can help you, as a prince, and as the future king of Constellation. Asda raised his chin slightly and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A strange look flashed in his eyes. You mean, after knowing the cause and effect, perhaps I can find a way for all of you to gain a foothold, a way for the world to be safe and sound, and a way for both sides to live in harmony. Thales raised the blade of purification and said resolutely, mystics cannot go on like this. Amidst the drifting black ashes, Asda stared at the small red sword in Thales' hand. There was fear in his eyes. If I really cannot avoid becoming a mystic, then for my own sake, I have to do this. Thales nodded. And a human king with power and an army will undoubtedly be more helpful than a powerful and unrestrained calamity. This time, Asda was silent for a long time. Thales patiently waited for his answer. For a second or two, the second prince swore that he saw an unusual flow of emotions on Asda's face. Nostalgia and sorrow? Thales had only seen this expression on Asda's face when he was explaining about the magic tower. Many people have the same idea, that mystics and other races can coexist peacefully, and even help each other, Asda finally said slowly. His tone seemed to hide the sorrow he did not want to face. Whether it is mystics, humans, or even elves, there are countless similar efforts and attempts. They all failed. Asda said softly. They stood in the ruins, one tall and one low. Thales returned the mystic's gaze with a firm and unquestionable gaze. He took a step forward without hesitation. First, their efforts are not enough. Thales' voice spread in the air. Second, I am not them. Not those losers. Thales felt the chill in the air. His pupils shrank slightly. His tone was calm, but his voice was slightly deep. I am Thales. Under Asda's puzzled gaze, he said faintly, Thales Therangerana Kessel Jade Star. The descendant of the imperial family, the Jade Star bloodline, the future king of Constellation. Speaking of this, Thales took a deep breath and raised the blade of purification. He was not surprised to see Asda frown and take a step back. Thales smiled faintly in his heart. His expression did not change as he said firmly, I am also the blood mystic sealer. And, a traveler from an unknown world. Countless unknown emotions flashed across Asda's eyes, but in the end, they were all suppressed by a crystalline blue light. Thales put down the blade of purification. He quietly waited for the other party's reply. But only he knew that his palm, which was holding the blade of purification, was already sweating slightly. He did not forget Giza's last words before she disappeared. Be careful of Asda. The mystic still stared at him, his gaze unwavering. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds, Thales gulped. His palm trembled slightly. Finally, Asda suddenly smiled. Thales was stunned and looked at him, puzzled. You know, it's not just you. Asda's chilling smile appeared again. After today, I realized that I wasn't prepared for you either. The mystic nodded slightly. You are too special. Thales furrowed his brows. Asda's gaze drifted to the blade of purification, and his words paused in a barely noticeable manner. Whether it's as a human prince, or as, Asda raised his hands and gestured elegantly at himself. Therefore, I will respect your decision. Under Thales' slightly moved gaze, the mystic nodded slowly. And I also need time to study your abnormal condition. Whether it is the inexplicable knocking on the door or the spontaneous loss of control. Perhaps your path will be easier than ours, or even more arduous. We can't say for sure. Thales suppressed the fluctuations of emotions in his heart. He put on his friendliest and most composed attitude and pursed his lips into a smile. Negotiation succeeded. Asda. Yes, I won't force you to come with me anymore, and I won't urge you to become a mystic. Asda looked at his reaction and smiled faintly. But since you said you want to understand mystic energy and magic, I can spare some time to think of a way. Thales reacted quickly. He raised his eyebrows. Even as a prince, I have to have some secret extracurricular interests or hobbies. Thales enunciated the word secret slightly. I will contact you regularly and in secret. Asda understood Thales' words. He flashed a mysterious smile and emphasized the word in secret. It's still the same old way, pay attention to receiving invitations. Thales did not bother to hide the fact that he rolled his eyes right in front of him. Asda chuckled and said slowly, then, we will meet again. Thales Jade Star. He flashed a playful and profound smile. His gaze was subtle. It was just like the first time they met in the chess room. My interesting junior. Thales took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He nodded slightly. Thank you, Sir Sakurn. Asda bowed slightly. His elegant figure turned into blue light. The blue light slowly faded. Until only a colorless breeze was left. It blew at Thales' hair and made him narrow his eyes. I won't disturb you anymore. She has been looking for you for a long time. Asda's melodious voice came from the wind. Thales was a little stunned. A few seconds later, the sound of the wind disappeared. Thales stood on the spot for a few seconds, holding the blade of purification tightly in his hand. After making sure that the other party had left, he exhaled. The anxiety and tension in his heart instantly relaxed. Oh my God, he looked at the dark night sky and heaved a long sigh, as if he was relieved. Giza's expression before she disappeared and Asda's gaze before he left still lingered in his mind. Mystics, what kind of existences are you? What does the world look like in your eyes? Thales immediately lowered his head and looked at his hands. JC's dagger was in his right hand, and the small red sword in his left. He was absent-minded. He sighed dejectedly. He put JC back into the sheath at his waist, but touched a foreign object. Thales froze. He lowered his head and bit his lip. An indescribable sorrow welled up in his heart. At this moment, a timid voice suddenly came from behind him. Thales, is that you? The second prince was shocked and turned around abruptly. His eyes suddenly widened. Little Rascal, who was in a sorry state and had filthy hair, stood behind him with her arms crossed. She was shivering in the cold. She was squinting hard, as if trying to see everything clearly. Thales was stunned. Little Rascal seemed to be used to everything in front of her. Her eyes were bloodshot. She sniffed, reached out her hands, and groped her way forward. Amidst the ruins and corpses on the ground, she was like a child who had just learned how to walk, moving forward with trembling steps. She was also like a helpless blind person, moving forward alone in a lightless world. This reminded Thales of the time in the library, when she leaned over a thick book and read it with narrowed eyes. Then, she raised her head in horror. Is that Thales? Little Rascal staggered and tripped on the uneven ground. Thales stared at her blankly. He only reacted after a few seconds. It's me. Little Rascal. Hearing the affirmative answer, Little Rascal first took a deep breath, then pursed her lips. Tears welled up in her eyes. Thales exhaled. He bit his lip, stepped over the mess on the ground, and rushed to the girl in a few steps. He stood a step away from her, gasping for breath as he carefully extended his bloody left hand. Then, he held Little Rascal's palm. Feeling his hand tighten, Little Rascal shuddered, as if she was afraid. But after a moment, she resolutely and confidently held Thales' left hand with both hands. They stood in the ruins on the ground, holding each other tightly. Thales looked at Little Rascal with a complicated expression. He clenched his fists and felt his heavy heart lighten a little. Are you okay? He asked hesitantly. Little Rascal seemed to have calmed down a lot. She squinted her highly myopic green eyes and nodded shakily. Those tentacles, let me go. The girl stood in front of him, her lips slightly pursed. Looking at the disheveled girl, Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath as well. Little Rascal sniffled. Her hands, which were holding his arm, trembled slightly. But before she could finish, Thales suddenly smiled. A second later, he took a step forward without hesitation and hugged the dazed Little Rascal tightly. Little Rascal shuddered, but she obediently leaned against Thales' shoulder. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. That's good. Thales gritted his teeth and mumbled. He stared at the streets of Shield District, which were only left with the howling wind and snow. He looked at the countless corpses lying by the roadside and the scattered ashes. He hugged the only warm and trembling life in front of him tightly. At that moment, Thales felt his eyes blur. It's okay, he said softly. We're safe. Little Rascal hugged him tightly, sniffling, her tears drenching his shoulder. At least, King Nuvan. Thales grabbed the blade of purification and wiped his tears with the back of his hand. Hearing King Nuvan's name, Little Rascal froze slightly. Thales smoothed out his breath, forced a smile, and continued. At least he won't hang me on the city gate for kidnapping a girl. Little Rascal froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Thales chuckled as well. Oh, right. A moment later, Thales let go of Little Rascal. He reached towards his waist, towards the foreign object. This is for you. Thales took it out and stuffed it into Little Rascal's hand. Little Rascal was slightly stunned. She fumbled with the object in her hand. It was the thing she was most familiar with. Little Rascal sniffled hard. Then, she gently raised the object in her hand, put it on her head, and pressed it behind her ear. Behind the comical, thick, dusty, and cracked black-rimmed glasses, the little girl opened her crystal-clear green eyes again. Little Rascal stared at Thales in a daze. She stared at the boy, who was covered in blood and dirt, with messy hair and a big red bump on his forehead. A few seconds later, both of them looked at each other's disheveled appearance and laughed together. At that moment, Little Rascal's expression changed. What's wrong with you?" she asked, a little shocked. Thales raised an eyebrow. Huh? In the next second, Little Rascal widened her eyes in horror. Thales frowned. He quickly sensed that something was wrong. He lowered his head, his face pale. A drop of blood appeared on the ground. Then a second drop, a third drop. Thales shuddered violently. He reached out and touched his nose. It was wet and slippery. Thales' expression froze. What's wrong? Asterisk clang. Asterisk the blade of purification fell from his hand and fell to the ground, swaying slightly. Under Little Rascal's shocked gaze, Thales staggered a step back and subconsciously covered his chest. The prince's hands trembled uncontrollably. He stared at Little Rascal with widened eyes, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. At that moment, Little Rascal remembered Alex's expression before she died a few hours ago. She covered her mouth and screamed. No, it can't be. Following Little Rascal's scream, Thales swayed and fell. Little Rascal turned pale with fright. She quickly extended her hand and helped him lie down. Arg! Thales let out a pained and suppressed moan. A heart-wrenching pain suddenly spread from Thales' body. It was as if his soul was being torn apart. No. The pain he felt when he was assassinated by a psionic assassin, when he was bombarded by a mystic gun. It was as if every inch of his body and every cell was being torn apart. That, the price of using mystic energy, again, is this, the price of victory? While he was in extreme pain, Thales vaguely heard the sound of something cracking, as if it was real. It came from within his body in a chilling manner. It was as if his body was slowly disintegrating. Arg! Thales' body convulsed and he let out another pained cry. Chapter 185. Dumbfounded, Thales stared at the invitation in his hand. His thoughts were in a mess. No way. Is this real or fake? Anti-theft, He blinked in disbelief, confirming that everything in front of him was not an illusion. Is someone playing a prank? A few seconds later, he put down the invitation and took a deep breath. He tried to make sense of the current situation. First of all, wasn't that guy killed by Yodel? Then, Ida is next door. Waya and Ralph took turns guarding the door. And the other soldiers and guards in the diplomat group, the countless guards in Heroic Spirit Palace, and even those so-called cool-looking white blade guards. How could they let that guy, suddenly, Thales felt his heart palpitate. He stopped breathing. Thales felt something. He turned his head, feeling his skin crawl. He shifted his gaze to the window. At that moment, the prince's heart skipped a beat. His long-lost friend, Asda Sakern, stood by the window with his hands behind his back. He stared at Thales with a pair of seemingly indifferent eyes. Just like when they first met, the mystic wore a thin but neat blue robe. His posture was tall and straight, and there was a mysterious but confident smile on his handsome face. He was as elegant as ever, as composed as ever. At that moment, Thales' mind went blank. What happened to 15 minutes? Hello. The air mystic nodded at him slightly and said in a gentle tone, my smart, mature, and mischievous little friend. Thales opened his mouth and took a deep breath. From now on, no sound between us can travel more than a foot away. As if he knew what Thales was thinking, Asda slowly raised his right index finger and shook it at him with a smile. No one else will disturb us. When Thales heard this, he was like a deflated balloon, and he exhaled the breath he took in. He gave up on the idea of calling for help. Asda's smile was so warm, but in Thales' eyes, it chilled him to the core. Wait. He and the mystic were not the only ones in the room. Thales thought of something. Following Thales' line of sight, the mystic glanced at little rascal, who was deep in slumber beside the bed. Of course, your adorable little maid won't be woken up either. Little rascal's mouth was still opening and closing in her dreams, but Thales could no longer hear her murmurs or even her breathing. Thales sighed softly. He turned his head and curled up the corners of his lips to reveal a smile that was uglier than crying. You're still the same. How considerate of you. Asda nodded politely. Thales forced himself to start thinking about everything he knew about this mystic. However, the first memory that popped up was the chess room in the center of Red Street Market, where 3 people were squeezed into balls. The second prince gulped and laughed dryly. He tried to imagine something acceptable. Like comparing him to the adorable Giza? Oh, right. Thales shrugged in a feigned relaxed manner and waved the invitation card in his hand. He tried his best to speak in the most normal tone and said nonchalantly, I thought you would only arrive after 15 minutes. You know, Asda flashed his pearly white teeth, I like to enter early. Thales tried hard to keep his thoughts in check and swallowed the sarcasm that was at the tip of his tongue. Is that so? I thought you wouldn't appear so soon. Thales changed his sitting position and smiled awkwardly. Everyone said that you would disappear for a long time. Asda stared straight at him. His gaze was as calm as water, and it made Thales' skin crawl. The weapon in your masked friend's hand is obviously not complete, the air mystic said slowly. Otherwise, a legendary anti-mystic equipment that is in perfect condition and fully activated can seal a mystic for a period of time. It should be. Asda's gaze was still calm, but the words he spat out startled Thales slightly. Permanently. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. Sealed. Mystic. Permanently. Even so, that incomplete equipment can still seal me for at least 10 years. Asda curled up the corners of his mouth and continued to smile. But I received some small help, and that's why I was able to get out of prison so quickly. Thales did not know if it was due to the curiosity he inherited from the memory fragments of his previous life, his natural personality, or his anxiety towards the mystery of himself, but at that moment, Thales' exuberant desire to learn about mystics overwhelmed his fear of his identity as a calamity. He yearned to know more. First of all, I would like to congratulate you. Asda put his hands behind his back and walked towards Thales with a smile that was clearly friendly but inexplicably terrifying. Thales. Your Highness. Although I know from your behavior that you are definitely not ordinary, I have to admit that this identity has surprised me. Thales watched Asda approach him, and his heart slowly raced. He forced himself to shrug. I remember that there are chairs for receiving guests in the room. We can sit down. Asda shook his head and said nonchalantly, don't worry about it. The next moment, Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched Asda walk towards him. Then, he bent his knees and sat in an invisible space. Asda grinned brightly on the transparent chair. I brought my own chair. The prince looked at this strange scene and tried his best to control his facial muscles so that they would not twitch too much. Let's talk about your future. Asda watched Thales' performance with interest. Your Highness. Thales knew that although he addressed himself as Your Highness, the man before him did not care about this special identity at all. This made Thales, who had experienced all kinds of gazes after becoming a prince, instantly feel a strange feeling. Thales took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Only then could he understand the situation and protect himself, even if the existence before him was a calamity that could not be understood with common sense. Of course. He recalled his conversation with Ramon and muttered, during this period of time, I have thought of ways to investigate some things about air, mystics and magic. First of all, in this asymmetrical conversation, He had to seize the initiative. Very good. This will save us a lot of time. As expected, Asda's eyes brightened. What do you know? Not much, but not little either. Thales carefully chose his words. For example, what exactly is magic, and the 3 great magic towers? I met a person who is quite knowledgeable about magic. Asda's interest was piqued. While Thales was on tenterhooks, he briefly repeated what Ramon told him. Even Asda could not help but sigh softly. 1,000 years have passed since the collapse of the magic tower, and magic has been banned for 6 centuries. To think that there are still believers in magic. This is indeed beyond my expectations. Thales observed Asda's expression and at the same time, tried his best to think of a way to escape. The other party is a mystic. I don't even need to think about non-peaceful means. Stall for time. I can consider this. But can I really stall for time until help arrives? Or will help really work? The other party's goal should be to become one of them. Damn it, the mystic that everyone hates. Then, my best choice is to deal with the other party on this issue and achieve some results by making concessions and lowering my stance. So, is magic the kind of existence he mentioned? A kind of meaning, a kind of belief? At the thought of this, Thales asked cautiously. At the same time, he was really curious about this question. What do you think? But the air mystic did not answer immediately. Asda's lowered gaze did not move. Under Thales' curious gaze, he crossed his hands and remained silent for a long time. No. Magic is not like this. Not only that, it doesn't have to be like this. Finally, Asda shook his head slowly and spoke slowly. Everyone has their own understanding of magic, and they believe in the magic they understand. Thales was stunned when he heard this. Asda raised his left hand and looked at his palm. His gaze was complicated. At that moment, Thales felt that the Asda in front of him was more like a normal person than ever before. And not a terrifying calamity. Magic is a kind of choice. Asda stared at his palm and slowly clenched his fist. And these choices are neither exclusive nor mutually exclusive. There is no superiority or inferiority. This is the basic philosophy of the seat of all magic in Soul Tower. Thales shuddered. Wait a minute. He heard a special word. It is also one of the philosophy of magic that I agree with and recognize, Asda said flatly. Thales raised his hand subconsciously. This was a habit from his previous life in the memory fragments. He quickly realized that this was not his previous life, and there were only the 2 of them. Just as he was about to put his hand down in embarrassment, to Thales' surprise, Asda very skillfully and naturally extended his palm, tilted it up slightly, and then nodded. He was allowed to ask questions. That feeling was as if he had done this hundreds and thousands of times. Both of them looked at each other's actions and were stunned for a moment. Asda reacted and smiled slightly. Very good. It seems that I don't have to teach you the etiquette and habits of a wizard apprentice in class. Thales put his hand down and asked eagerly, Soul Tower? I know this, but what kind of magic tower is it? What about its origin? Thales did not even realize that he had completely forgotten that Asda before him was an extremely dangerous non-human existence. He even forgot his original intention. At that moment, his desire for unsolved knowledge completely surpassed his consideration of reality. Soul Tower? Asda narrowed his eyes and smiled mysteriously, as if he knew that Thales would ask this. This time, the mystic did not keep him in suspense. He answered without hesitation. In the year 618 of the Era of Kings, not long after the battle for survival between the humans and the 3 races ended, the imparter, Wizard Yuri Newmoon, who returned from the battle, left the ascetic tower with his 5 students due to differences in philosophy. Along the way, they preached their own philosophy and taught their own methods. They gathered many wizards who were exiled due to the war in the world. As time passed, their group grew larger, and their theories and methods became clearer. In the end, Wizard Yuri, whom we later respectfully called the Master, and the other 21 wizards led a group of wizards to the Tripping Peninsula by the coast of the mainland. Here, the wizards built a twin tower and settled down to study magic. Asda's gaze pierced through Thales, as if he was looking at the past many years. But Thales did not have time to care about Asda's expression, because he was already engrossed in the story. With a perplexed gaze, Asda continued, "Soon, this new magic tower attracted many wizards to visit. The novel, free, casual, and equal atmosphere of magic research gathered a large number of people, turning this piece of land into a small gathering place for wizards with the twin towers as the center. Unlike the painstaking contemplation and protection of the ascetics, and the fanaticism and destruction of the alchemists, this gathering place quickly became the forefront of theoretical research in the magic world. After various magic theories and hypotheses were proposed, they were gradually perfected through endless debates and demonstrations. Branches of magic that were originally not recognized by the two great magic towers were established one after another, forming the Soul Tower magic system that we are in contact with today. Just like that, the sages jointly built the third branch apart from the ascetic tower and the alchemy tower. It is also the youngest, the most special, the most active, the most prosperous, and the most influential wizard inheritance in the world. Speaking up to this point, Asda lowered his head and let out a sigh that only he knew. After Yuri Shinue passed away, his ashes were placed in the middle of the twin towers, suspended in the air. A sentence was engraved on the surface of the box with iron elements: "May every wizard have an independent and free soul." That was how the Soul Tower got its name. Asda closed his mouth gently. Thales came back to his senses and exhaled a long breath. The era of the kings. The battle for survival. Wizard Mindy's. The youngest wizard's inheritance. The origin of the Soul Tower. These were taboo knowledge that he could not easily obtain from books. Thales' heartbeat quickened as he listened. It was as if an unprecedented world had opened up. If Ramon was here, Thales thought, would he kneel down and cry in excitement? He continued to raise his hand eagerly. "Also, you mentioned the seat of all magic just now. What is that?" "The seat of all magic is an important research branch in Soul Tower." Asda did not seem to notice Thales' expression. He continued to speak slowly and at a moderate pace. His clear and pleasant male voice echoed in the small space as he narrated the world's most taboo, lost knowledge. It originated during the first civil strife in the Empire and was officially established in 373 of the Empire calendar. It flourished between the 5th and 7th centuries of the Empire calendar. At its peak, half of the wizards in the entire Soul Tower came from the seat of all magic. Every time it opened, apprentices and wizards from the Alchemy Tower and the Ascetic Tower would come to listen, comment, and oppose each other. I can't use simple words to summarize the characteristics of this branch of theory. That would be irresponsible to the students. But I can give you a list of the most influential books of this branch. No, to be exact, it should be 23 important works. If you want to have a deeper understanding of the seat of all laws, Roland said with a smile on his face. Thales' heart raced as he listened to the mystic's words. An inexplicable sense of excitement filled his brain. But he quickly calmed down, and realized a problem. "Mr. Asda, you are a wizard, right?" Thales looked at Asda in surprise. "Before you became a calamity?" He did not even think about whether his choice of words had offended the other party's taboo. "Wizard? That is a title that only those who have achieved widely recognized achievements in a certain field of magic can obtain, at least in the Soul Tower." Asda crossed his arms, grinned slightly, and shook his head slightly. "I was just a small apprentice back then." Thales' heart skipped a beat. "Ah, so, as expected, you were once, yes." Asda nodded, a strange color flowed in his eyes. "An apprentice of the Soul Tower." Thales frowned. "But you just said, the magic tower has collapsed for 1,000 years? So, I know what you want to ask. Counting from the time I was born." Asda looked at him and smiled faintly. 1,190 years, that is my age this year. Thales was shocked. 1190. In other words. This guy, Thales stared blankly at the young and handsome Asda Sakern, who had not changed at all compared to the first time he met him. But he was almost 600 years older than the king of Renaissance, Tormund Jadestar, and the hero, Rikaru Extet. Thales opened his mouth wide. Don't be surprised. Every mystic is an immortal, indestructible, and immortal existence. Looking at Thales' expression, Asda did not care at all. This age is very normal. The oldest mystic has even existed for more than 1,600 years. Thales subconsciously wanted to find a notebook, until Asda stopped him with a hand gesture. There is no hurry. Asda raised his head and stared at him with a burning gaze. We still have a lot of time to spend together, and I have enough patience. I will teach you from the beginning, from basic knowledge, from magic, to the magic tower, to mystic energy, and everything about mystics. From philosophy to power, from history to the future, all the secrets of the magic world will be open to you. Asda's tone was full of temptation. Then, you will obtain the secrets and power of mystics that are superior to all of them. Until you truly become a mystic. At that moment, Thales felt like he was pulled back from a dream world to reality. Become a mystic. Thales swallowed hard. He remembered Gilbert's attitude towards the calamity, and the drama of the Battle of Eradication in Dark Knight Temple. And that, crazy and unreasonable blood mystic. The mystic who is hated by everyone? Can I say no? But a voice also whispered in Thales' heart, but I am very curious. I want to know more, learn more, and understand more. Thales realized that the knowledge that Asda described earlier had captured his thirst for knowledge and his thirst for knowledge. Moreover, with his obviously abnormal body, he had to understand his current situation better. Thales frowned with a bitter expression and said tentatively, about this, if I don't want to become a mystic. The air mystic did not speak. But the prince felt that the atmosphere around him suddenly became tense. Thales tried hard to control the rate of his breathing as he waited anxiously for the answer. Thales. Asda stopped smiling and looked at him sternly. He said softly but seriously, becoming a mystic is your destiny. You cannot avoid it. There is no second choice. Thales panted slightly. It seemed that things were a little bad. Why don't you tell me first? Tension and stress returned to Thales' heart. He tried his best to smile and asked cautiously, mystics. You. What exactly are we? This time, Asda stared at him expressionlessly for a long, long time. As he withstood the mystic's seemingly emotionless yet pressurizing gaze, embarrassment and helplessness crept onto Thales' face. Until Asda spoke slowly. I cannot tell you the answer to this question, because you are still not a mystic. Asda's gaze was still fixed on him, but his tone and words had become cold and mysterious, as if he had returned to that night in Red Street Market. Only when you truly become a mystic that only you can understand, can you finally know what a mystic is. Asda's gaze was still fixed on him. Thales furrowed his brows slightly. Chapter 186. In the next second, without any delay, Archduke Poffert's figure moved. He roared as he swung his great axe at King Nuvan. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, that's right, the anti-theft chapter. But when I'm free, I'll go back to work on my novel, from the details to the sequence of the plot. That's why pirating websites must have a hard time. Because no matter how they steal my novel, it's basically full of bugs. The preamble doesn't match the ending, or the logical sequence is weird, or the plot doesn't match the characters. Thank you for your hard work, thieves who steal my novel. The two great axes collided without any fancy moves. The dull sound of metal colliding tortured everyone's ears. Thales stared at the two people in the field in shock. Poffert clenched his teeth. The blade of his great axe was stuck at the tip of King Nuvan's great axe. It was stuck diagonally downwards between the sharp tip and the blade of the axe. Impulsive rookie. King Nuvan calmly turned his body sideways. His left hand grabbed the joint between the axe handle and the blade, and his right hand grabbed the far end of the axe handle. Like holding a spear, he used the axe to block Poffert's strike. The old king resisted his opponent's axe. His tone was cold. On the battlefield, with your weapon stuck, you would have been beheaded by now. As the two wrestled, King Nuvan used all his strength to push away his opponent's great axe. You know this is not a good idea, old man. Poffert solemnly took a step back. He withdrew his great axe and moved to look for an opportunity to strike again. This is not a battlefield, this is a duel. The young archduke circled around the old king. His expression was indifferent. There are no white blade guards by your side, to protect your noble head. Like an experienced warrior, King Nuvan turned with Poffert's movements, the tip of his axe always pointed at his enemy. Only you and me. As he spoke, Poffert's second strike came. This time, Poffert's great axe drew an arc and slashed horizontally from the side, smashing towards King Nuvan's waist. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sound of metal clashing rang again. King Nuvan turned his axe handle at the right time. Holding the axe in his left hand, he once again blocked Poffert's horizontal slash. Yes, only you and me. King Nuvan clenched his teeth and deflected the enemy's axe. Panting slightly, he said, "This is much more exciting than the battlefield." Thales asked in a low voice, puzzled, "Are they all so skilled in swinging their axes?" His Majesty is not a brat who has never touched a weapon before. The Star Killer's expression was solemn. While he explained, he did not forget to jab Thales. As the King of Ekstedt, he once stood at the far north 38th century ground and personally fought against the invasion of the orcs from the north of the glacier. The skull of Syra Dark Thunder, the human slaughterer, is still hanging high up at the first lookout point, intimidating the glacier beastmen. He also led his troops out of the Golden Passage and broke through the elves' defensive line in the White Mountain. Wherever his troops went, Camus Union, the White Elves, and the Alliance of Freedom were subdued. A brilliant light shone in the Star Killer's eyes. He was also the first northern sovereign in 300 years to conquer Broken Dragon Fortress and cross the border between Ekstedt and Constellation. When it comes to battle experience, he won't lose to any of the battle-hardened warriors in the White Blade Guards. Putre raised his eyebrows, and Thales stuck out his tongue. In the arena, Poffert swung his great axe again and collided with King Nuvan's weapon in the air. Asterisk bang. Asterisk sparks flew in all directions as the blades collided. King Nuvan seemed to be a little powerless. He gritted his teeth and withstood the great axe, his arms trembling slightly. "Are you tired?" Poffert seized the opportunity when King Nuvan took a breather. He roared and shook his arms with force. "Old man." King Nuvan was forced to take a step back. While he was still adjusting his body, Poffert swung his axe again and chased after him. Asterisk clang. Asterisk King Nuvan once again blocked the enemy's fierce attack. From the beginning until now, he had been passively defending. But this time, the enemy's attack did not end so easily. A surge of power surged into Poffert's arms. His eyes were burning like a warrior with bloodshot eyes. With a roar, he swung his axe again and struck the king's left leg. In Thales' wave vision, Poffert was filled with bright light. It was concentrated in his arms and flashed continuously. Power of eradication. Seeing that his king was in danger, Nicholas remained calm. He explained briefly, Beacon Illumination City's unique combo axe technique has given birth to at least 3 types of power of eradication. The old king roared and used all his strength to pull back his great axe. He struck Poffert's great axe away and the 2 axe blades clashed in the air, creating sparks. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the king barely blocked the other party's axe. But unlike before, the old king did not manage to lock the other party's axe in this strike. Poffert had no intention of stopping either. His axe spun in the air and, under its owner's crazed expression, brought with it a strong gust of wind. Once again, it chased after the king's head. King Nuvan panted and struggled to adjust his posture. He raised the heavy axe handle to his side and forcibly blocked Pofret's attack. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a loud noise was heard. Thales subconsciously covered his ears with his hands. But Pofret, who was supported by the power of eradication, did not get his axe stuck like the previous few times. He reacted quickly and reversed the axe. It slipped away from Nuvan's block in an instant. The next moment, the young Archduke pursed his lips and pushed with both hands, thrusting the sharp tip of the axe forward. A sudden stab at the opponent. In the face of the enemy's sudden attack, King Nuvan, who was powerless, could not pull back his clumsy axe in time. He could only watch as the tip of the axe pierced towards his face. Until the tip of the axe pierced straight into his left cheek. Ah! King Nuvan roared indignantly. At that moment, Thales felt his heart skip a beat. In the nick of time, King Nuvan suddenly turned his head sideways. Asterisk rip. Asterisk the tip of the axe grazed the king's face, drawing blood. It also caused a wave of exclamations in the hall. With a terrifying scar that stretched from his cheekbone to the side of his left ear, King Nuvan narrowly avoided the fatal tip of the axe. Blood dripped onto the ground. The king then clenched his teeth and mustered all his strength. He swung his axe horizontally and forced Pofret to retreat. This was also Nuvan's first counterattack. Pofret nimbly took 3 steps back to avoid the wind generated by the king's axe. At the same time, he left his opponent's attack range. Like many people in the hall, Thales exhaled and patted his chest to soothe his nerves. Perhaps all of you have forgotten something? Thales turned around and said worriedly, "That old man. King Nuvan is, after all, 70 years old. As the king of Extet, a duel is a test he must go through." Nicholas' gaze did not waver and his lips parted slightly. "It has nothing to do with age. Every man in Northland has to undergo harsh combat training during their military service. Every suzerain of Extet has to do the same, and even awaken their power of eradication," Putre explained to Thales, who had a strange expression on his face. "This is how the country is, and the customs of the people dictate it." "My God." Thales rolled his eyes and shrugged helplessly. "I'm so lucky to be born in Constellation and not Extet." Hearing this, the Star Killer smiled indifferently. "It's still the same old saying, welcome to Northland." Thales shook his head and turned his gaze back to the arena. Putre's expression changed and he looked at Thales' back. "Being born in Constellation is a kind of luck?" Putre sighed silently. "It's too early to say that, young prince." "Ha ha ha." The young Archduke looked at the blood-covered and panting king with satisfaction. He gritted his teeth and laughed nastily. "How many rounds has it been?" "Old man. You're already at your limit?" "Nonsense, brat." King Nuvan propped his axe on the ground and used his left hand to wipe away the blood on his face. Without showing any sign of weakness, he retorted, "I've just warmed up." "You're 70 years old." Pofret weakened the king's imposing manner with his words and prepared for the next wave of attack. "Not only have your muscles withered, but your power of eradication has also deteriorated, right? Hee hee." King Nuvan inhaled and smacked his lips ferociously. "Brat, how many battles have you fought? How dare you say this in front of me?" Pofret began to laugh strangely. "Yes, I still remember 12 years ago, when my grandfather was still alive, you gathered the armies of the 7 archdukes. With unprecedented pride, you went south to Constellation." As he spoke, Pofret swung his axe without warning. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the blade of the axe ruthlessly struck the great axe that King Nuvan had raised. This time, the young Archduke roared angrily and pressed his entire body forward to wrestle with King Nuvan. King Nuvan was pushed back 2 steps before he could stabilize himself. His face was distorted as he struggled to resist the young and aggressive Archduke. His arms could not stop trembling. "Back then, you were strong, fierce, and in the prime of your life. Gritting his teeth, Poffert pushed the blade of the axe in his hand forward, suppressing the aging king with ease. You weren't this sickly and broken state. In the next second, the old king finally lost his strength. He was pushed away and fell to the ground. His weapon fell to the ground. Asterisk clang. Asterisk many people held their breaths. Poffert mercilessly swung his axe down. The old king rolled away in a disheveled manner and the axe smashed into his left side. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the force of the blow was so great that the stone floor caved in. There was an uproar in the hall. Damn it. Thales turned around in frustration. This is what I'm worried about. Keep watching. Nicholas said coldly, even though his furrowed brows betrayed his emotions. On the battlefield, it's not the last moment. Panting, King Niven quickly picked up the great axe that had fallen to the ground with a reaction speed that was beyond his age. The young Poffert retracted the giant axe that he had plunged into the ground. It seemed that he had used too much strength in the strike just now. He was also slightly panting. At that time, my grandfather was wearing a military uniform and armor, panting as he stood beside you. He was like a toothless saber-toothed tiger, old and ugly. Poffert's expression was calm as he carefully observed King Niven's movements. Your grandfather and father were much better than you. King Niven spat on the ground and slowly stood up. But you just can't nurture them well, can you? Poffert's gaze shifted. The moment King Niven stood up, he swung his axe with all his might. Taking advantage of the other party's unsteady footing, he knocked Niven down on one knee. Can't nurture them well? Poffert grinned hideously. He swung his great axe and once again pushed Niven back. The latter half knelt on the ground, panting continuously. To you, Beacon Illumination City is a tamed, well-fed hound, isn't it? A hound that is at your beck and call? Poffert laughed and once again knocked down the old king, who was trying to get up. Every time King Niven tried to stand up again, he was interrupted by Poffert's attacks. The common elected king of Extet could not even get up to face the enemy. In front of Constellation's broken dragon fortress, my grandfather's army could not stop that damned sword of reversing light. Beacon Illumination City's defense line collapsed. I still remember you softly saying to my grandfather, "You're old." Is Beacon Illumination City also old? Poffert's tone was cold as he recovered from the huge exhaustion caused by swinging the great axe. The next day, my grandfather obediently returned to Beacon Illumination City to retire. My father became the next Archduke of Beacon Illumination City. What? Kneeling on the ground, King Niven, who was at an absolute disadvantage, laughed nonchalantly. Don't tell me that you're going to betray Dragon Cloud City because of this? As he spoke, the old king swung his great axe at Poffert's leg. The three archdukes in the south are arrogant and unruly. Poffert took a step back in a relaxed manner to avoid the strike. He looked at King Niven, who was kneeling on the ground. Their supplies are lagging, and their progress is slow. Hence, the war with Constellation is all on Beacon Illumination City's shoulders. The supplies, military expenses, reinforcements, suicide squad, and even the nearby prostitutes in the camp. Don't you think something is wrong? Poffert said through gritted teeth. That is the responsibility you were assigned. King Niven's gaze was frightening. His voice was laced with anger. It is also the king's order. Poffert swung his great axe mercilessly again, causing King Niven to roll away. This time, Niven, who had expended a lot of energy, could not completely block his opponent. The great axe grazed the old king's left arm, causing a spray of blood. This is bad. Thales thought to himself. This is bad. To hell with your order. To take down that damned broken dragon fortress, how many soldiers and horses have we sacrificed? More than half of them are from Beacon Illumination City. The young Archduke yelled angrily. I watched the dead and injured soldiers return to their tents with numb expressions, lamenting about when they would be able to go home. The next day, they were sent out as the first wave. Like targets, they were used up in the siege of the fortress: crossbows, arrows, kerosene bombs, huge logs, rolling stones, mystic guns, and soldiers. Pomfret pounded his chest, his gaze fierce. They were sent to die. Chapter 187. The Hall of Heroes was silent. You know, Thales, when Soria died, guard against theft. Thales adjusted his breathing and heartbeat as he looked at King Nuvan. Anger, madness, hatred. It made me want to unleash the wrath of the Walton family and Dragon Cloud City at all costs. The old king's eyes were lifeless, as if he was looking at another world through Thales. In comparison, gaining benefits and even conquering constellations seemed to have become secondary. Thales did not speak. It was inappropriate for him to say anything at that moment. King Nuvan slowly raised his gaze and looked at the grief-stricken Merc. Why didn't you protect him and Soria, Merc? The king's expression was very unpleasant. You are a white blade guard. You should have been by his side to protect him. Merc bowed his head deeply. His expression became even more pained. Alex seemed to be very concerned about this topic. She looked at the grief-stricken King Nuvan, then at the grief-stricken Merc. Her breathing quickened, which made little Rascal, who was behind her, less nervous. Merc. The king's granddaughter whispered pitifully, not now, my lady. Merc shut his eyes tightly. His breathing was rapid as he interrupted Alex. Alex's face turned pale. She curled her lips and trembled slightly. She grabbed little Rascal's hand behind her. The latter had a frightened expression on her face. I cannot absolve myself from the blame for Prince Soria's death. Lord Merc clenched his teeth and looked sad. Your Majesty, you were merciful and did not punish me. Nicholas only grounded me for a few days as a token gesture. But after 12 years, that kind of guilt tortures me day and night, all the time, all the time. King Nuvan stared at him silently and sighed after a long while. Yes. The old king swirled the wine glass in his hand. I have no reason to blame you. Not only that, I trusted you even more and promoted you to be the king's administrator. Because I know. King Nuvan's expression was gloomy and his tone was gloomy. You are Soria's most trusted person. He unreservedly entrusted his life, safety, and family to you. Administrator Merc shuddered. He placed his right fist on his chest, bowed, and said with a trembling voice, I will devote the rest of my life to serve you, Lady Alex, the Walton family, and Dragon Cloud City. Thales sighed softly. At that moment, many faces appeared before his eyes: King Kessel, Queen Kia, Duke Arund, King Nuvan, Archduke Pomfret, Gilbert and Merc, Lady Gines, the Kingdom's Wrath, the Fortress Flower, the veteran Gened, the new recruit Willow, and so on. It seemed that what happened 12 years ago had changed the fates of many people. Regardless of whether they were stars or colossal dragons, regardless of whether they were nobles or commoners. King Nuvan sighed softly. Soria, you have been by his side for many years, starting from the White Blade Guards, Merc. Just then, Alex's lips trembled. She tugged at the corner of Merc's shirt. I think, Merc tried his best to calm himself down. He turned around and comforted Alex. Don't worry, Miss Alex. Soon, Alex shuddered again. Thales furrowed his brows. In the next second, Alex's eyes rolled back, and her whole body went limp. Asterisk thud. Asterisk little Rascal, who was behind her, was startled and cried out. Merc's expression changed drastically. He knelt beside Alex and helped her up. Lady Alex. Lady Alex, what happened to you? However, Alex only stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Her limbs swayed unconsciously, and her entire body began to twitch. Thales jumped down from the stairs and stared at Alex's abnormal condition in shock. What happened? Does this young lady have some kind of disease? Epilepsy or something else? Little Rascal shuddered in fear. Merc's face was pale. He held Alex in his arms and raised his head to look at the king. He said urgently, "Your Majesty. Lady Alex, we have to hurry." "Yes." But King Niven still seemed to be immersed in the past. His gaze drifted as he pretended not to hear. He continued, "I remember that you were the closest of friends and brothers, whether it was on the battlefield or at banquets." Seeing Alex's abnormal condition, Merc was extremely anxious and could not help but shout, "Your Majesty." Alex, whose face was pale beyond recognition, opened her eyes and stared at Merc. Her gaze was filled with endless fear. She raised her trembling hands and scratched Merc's clothes in agony, like a drowning person grasping at straws. Thales watched all of this in disbelief. A few seconds later, he came to his senses in panic. King Niven only stared into the distance with unfocused eyes. Alex's mouth twitched. Her face was drenched in cold sweat and her expression was one of extreme agony. Alex opened her mouth wide and sucked in huge mouthfuls of air, but it was as if she was suffocating. The only sound she made was an indecipherable choking sound. "Ah!" Little Rascal, who was watching from beside her, covered her mouth with both hands and stepped back in horror. "No, no." Merc held Alex in his arms. His eyes were filled with fear. "Miss Alex." Alex looked like she was in great pain. Merc's eyes were filled with fear. The administrator no longer cared about King Niven's reaction. He picked Alex up and turned around abruptly, roaring at Little Rascal, "Don't just stand there. Go get the doctor." Little Rascal was startled. Still in a state of shock, she turned around instinctively. But Thales reacted faster than her. The Prince of Constellation clenched his teeth and ran out of the hall. As he ran, he shouted, "Is anyone there? Help! I need a doctor." However, a voice that was even colder and more terrifying blocked Thales' words of help from his mouth. "Don't bother. It's a poison refined from blue vine grass. It takes effect violently and quickly. It takes effect within a minute." From the beautiful Archduchess of Anlenzo dukedom 600 years ago to the eldest son of the King of Constellation 12 years ago, they all died from this poison. Thales shuddered violently. He stopped in his tracks and turned around in disbelief. Lord Merc also raised his head in horror and stared at the top of the stairs with the most incredulous gaze. There, King Niven opened his ice-cold eyes. He stared at Merc and his convulsing granddaughter, as if he was uttering the most vicious curse. "She's already dead." As if to prove the old king's words, in the next second, Alex, who was in Merc's arms, jerked backwards, almost breaking her neck. She stared at Merc with her frightened eyes, as if she did not understand what was happening. Then, Alex Walton, the last direct descendant of the Walton family, slowly closed her eyes. Her body gradually became limp, and she stopped convulsing. Her hands hung in the air, swinging back and forth. Her head was tilted to one side, right at Little Rascal. Little Rascal looked at Alex's expression and screamed in fear, falling on her butt. Thales subconsciously took a step back, his breathing quickening. Why? Impossible. How could this be? Thales could not accept the situation at all. He widened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Alex. After a few seconds, he turned to King Niven, whose face was ashen and gloomy. Especially, the ring on his right little finger, which King Niven was stroking. It belonged to the Emperor of Poison, Kessel Carlus VI, Triumph. And the wine glass in King Niven's hand. "It's you." Thales gasped for air and stared at King Niven in horror. "You poisoned him?" "Humph," King Niven snorted gloomily. "And you, didn't you? The one who handed her the wine glass." "Handed her the wine glass?" Thales clenched his fists so hard that they almost cracked. He gritted his teeth and glared at King Niven. He felt a strange emotion brewing in his chest. Lord Merc's body trembled uncontrollably. He looked at the little girl in his arms. A few seconds later, Merc, whose face was stiff and his mind seemed to be blank, finally reached out his trembling right hand and placed it under Alex's nose. Then, as if he had touched the hottest flame, Merc shivered and withdrew his right hand. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Merc, who was holding Alex, fell to his knees. The administrator raised his head and looked at King Nuven, his eyes filled with despair and pleading. No, no, no. Merc shook his head violently. His face was contorted as he stared at the motionless girl in his arms in disbelief. He looked at His Majesty in panic and fear, then at Lady Alex, who seemed to be asleep in his arms. At that moment, Merc's terrified face was filled with helplessness. Thales stared at the motionless Alex in a daze. Little Rascal, who was sitting by Thales' feet, seemed to be scared out of her wits. She just stared at Alex's body blankly and shivered from time to time. Merc's face began to contort. I beg you, Your Majesty. He knelt on the ground. His voice had changed as he spoke. He sounded like an asthmatic, gasping and pausing. Tears rolled down Merc's cheeks and dripped onto Alex's face. Then came his pleading voice, Why? Why? Thales clenched his fists, lowered his head and exhaled. Merc cried and screamed at the king, Why? Why? King Nuven seemed to have just recovered from his silent contemplation. He stared at Merc, who was trembling and crying, and uttered through gritted teeth, Burn Merc. Burn Merc. Thales' mouth fell open. He stared at Merc and the little girl in his arms in a daze. Bloodline? Not the Walton bloodline? Doesn't that mean the Walton family, which has been around for 600 years, and this reminds me of many things, King Nuven said coldly. Soria loved to hunt, but he never brought a woman with him, not even his wife. Tell me, the old king said in a low voice, what happened in the assassination 12 years ago? Merc listened to the king's words as if he did not hear anything. He subconsciously hugged the little girl in his arms tightly, sobbing, tears falling continuously. King Nuven seemed to have exhausted all his patience. His face was ferocious, and he roared like a terrifying lion, Speak! Frightened by the roar, the nervous little rascal shrank back with a yelp. Thales tried hard to sort out the situation before him. He exhaled forcefully, walked to Little Rascal, and pulled her up. Little Rascal grabbed Thales' arm tightly, as if she had found someone to rely on. She looked at the terrifying scene before her from behind her glasses with a terrified expression. Merc's eyes were filled with despair and desolation as he cried. He looked at the girl in his arms and snorted, as if he was crying but not laughing. 12 years ago. Soria brought Madame Adele out of the city, because, his words were mixed with his panting, like the last words of a dying man. Because what? King Nuven stared at him. Because. Merc stroked Alex's hair painfully. Because Soria found out what? The king's voice was bone-chilling. Merc's face was filled with pain, as if he was tormented by the biggest nightmare of his life. He found out, about us, about me and Adele. Thales stared at the short-haired warrior in shock. Little Rascal tugged at Thales' arm and hid behind the Prince of Constellation. She gritted her teeth and looked at the scene in disbelief. Yes. Merc wailed in despair. Alex. She is, my daughter, Clang. King Nuven could not take it anymore. He threw the wine goblet on the ground with a force filled with hatred. The iron goblet clanked on the ground, accompanied by the administrator's sobs. Thales took a deep breath and tried to understand the situation before him. Only Merc's sobs and the old king's heavy breathing could be heard in the hall. Ha 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 ha. King Nuven's suppressed laughter came from his throat. There was a hint of sadness in it. You? Soria's most capable subordinate? Best friend? Most trusted brother? Just like that, you repay his trust with betrayal and deception. The king's voice reverberated in the hall. Merc, who was kneeling on the ground, sobbed and raised his head. No. As if his greatest dignity had been violated, he roared with tears and snot in his eyes. I did not betray him. I did not betray Soria. Thales looked at the scene before him with an unpleasant expression. He felt bitter in his heart. Merk looked at the girl in his arms and sobbed softly. Prince Soria, Soria was a good brother, and I was willing to give up my life for him. He growled, in the White Blade Guards, we trained under Caslin to become the most valiant warriors. When we were in the 38th century ground, he crawled with a broken arm to block a fatal hammer blow for me. When my mother was seriously ill, and my sister came to Dragon Cloud City to look for me, he personally sent a doctor to save my mother's life. When we were surrounded in White Mountain, he and I had our backs against each other. Those sharp-eared arrows pierced through my left shoulder and his right shoulder. We cursed each other's luck and fought back to back as we retreated. We persevered until Caslin came to help us. I still remember the day I went back to my hometown to get married. That bastard, Merk said with a smile through his tears. Soria brought his brothers from the White Blade Guards and came to our village with a tray full of rye wine and roasted meat. He raised the red dragon flag and the cloud dragon spear flag. The local counts and knights all came. The expression on the village chief's face was even more exaggerated than when his son became a tax collector. Mother was very happy. She finally felt that her son had made a name for himself. Soria, I have always treated him as my closest brother, my comrade, your highness. Merk roared angrily with tears streaming down his face. I will never betray him. King Nuvan stood up abruptly, his hair and beard bristling with anger. Bulsh *T. Thales felt his hand tighten. Behind him, Little Rascal began to tremble again. He could only try his best to hold Little Rascal's hand and comfort her. You cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to. King Nuvan's eyes were burning with anger. He said loudly, you cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to, and even gave birth to your child. You tarnished the Walton family's dignity and bloodline. Do you think this is not a betrayal? You never treated him as your brother in the White Blade Guards, the man you were supposed to be loyal to with your life and honor. Traitor. Kneeling on the ground, Merk listened to the king's words. He looked at Alex in his arms, his daughter, and roared in grief and indignation, ah. No. He closed his eyes in agony. Thales gritted his teeth and frowned as he watched the confrontation between the king and his vassal. He felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. It's not like this. Adele, she was so good, so gentle, so... Merk lay on the ground. He clenched his right fist and pounded the ground miserably. She shouldn't have married into Dragon Cloud City. Shouldn't have met Soria. Should have met you. King Nuvan's words were filled with terrifying emotions. Shameless traitor. Adele. That was a mistake. Merk's teeth trembled as he caressed his daughter's face. His expression changed several times, as if he was looking at another person through her. Whether it was me and her, or Soria and her. It was all a mistake. She shouldn't have left Camus Union, Vine City, the flowers, and the blue sky that she cherished. She only belonged there. As for Soria, he's a good brother and a good warrior, but he never cared about women. Prostitutes, women he captured after the war, maids in the castle, and ladies of the nobles. None of them made a difference to him. Merk put his face against Alex's and cried, Soria, Soria, Soria. In Soria's world, there was only wine and battles, politics and victory. The only people he cared about were warriors, friends, and enemies. On the night of their wedding, Soria was dead drunk. I stood guard outside their bedroom. That sound was like sex. I guess Soria thought that it was a celebration after another battle. The next morning, Soria went hunting. He left me to watch over Adele. Her expression was not the expression a newlywed wife should have. Thales listened to Merk's desolate and painful confession with an unpleasant expression. Finally, one day, I saw Adele trying to cut her wrist with a pair of scissors. I told Soria and tried to persuade him to treat his wife better. But Soria thought that she had insulted the Dragon Spear family. Every time, he would only pick up a whip in anger, wanting to teach her a lesson. At that time, I stood at the door, clenching my fists, listening to Soria's roar and Adele's screams. I was angrier than Soria, more in pain than Adele. Merc hugged Alex tightly. His eyes were closed, and tears poured down his cheeks like an unstoppable flood. Since then, Adele wanted to commit suicide more than once, and I stopped her more than once. But I hid it from Soria, because I didn't want Adele to be hurt by him again. Adele. She's like a flower that has been trampled on and abandoned. Soria's attitude towards women is even more terrifying than the most inflexible Northlanders. When he's in the mood, he'll force her. When he's not in the mood, he'll ignore her and be indifferent to her. Thales closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Adele. She was too lonely, too pitiful. Merc stroked his daughter's hair, his eyes filled with sadness. She traveled a long way to come here, while Soria didn't know how to cherish her. He only treated her as a puppet and a chess piece, a bargaining chip to form a marriage alliance with Camus Union. I tried everything. I just tried to make her happy, tried to stop her from committing suicide again. Merc, who was emotional, mumbled incoherently, from magic tricks, to flowers, to finding girls from Camus Union to relieve her boredom, to the night when she didn't want to. I tried my best to get Soria drunk. Adele was very grateful to me, and happy that I did these things for her. She stopped trying to commit suicide, and started to smile, even though it was only to me. And my wife passed away in my hometown. When I didn't know how to raise the 5-year-old Croche before me, it was Adele who took care of her. This made Soria's attitude towards her much better. We became more talkative. She teased Croche in the room, and I giggled outside the room. She asked questions in the room, and I answered her outside the room. King Nuven's expression was cold, but he did not say a word. Finally, that day, we won the war against the White Elves and the Alliance of Freedom. Merc sobbed softly. We returned to Dragon Cloud City in triumph, and Soria drank with us all night, but that day, all I could think about was her. Adele. Merc stuck his face close to his daughter's. His tears did not stop, and his right fist was almost crushed. They were all drunk. I went to Adele's room, and I wanted to listen to her voice as usual. But at that time, my wound burst open, and Adele asked me to go in and bandage it. Thales' gaze darkened. Thales' eyes dimmed. A memory surged up from an unknown place in his mind. Hey! Brother Brainiac, you're actually reading a romance novel. What the hell is a romance novel? This is a bestseller written by an American sociologist. This title. Strange, why would you read this kind of book? What are you thinking about? Hee hee. This. Don't think too much about it, it's just a classmate asking. That's not right, could it be? Hee hee, why are you blushing? The weather is hot, ha ha ha. Why are you touching my face? I lied to you. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Alright, don't be angry, I'll give you a vitality kiss. Ha ha ha. It's still very funny, what should I do? Hey, don't be stingy, come, tell me about it. Ugh. How am I supposed to explain this? Alright, the above mentions something interesting. In the Western world, love originates from cheating. What the F***ck? Cheating? That's so cool. For example, in Celtic mythology, the story of Lancelot and Guinevere is like this. The marriage of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere was only a political function, and there was never any love to speak of. True love is the taboo love between a knight and a queen. That is emotional, impulsive, and pure love. Another example is in Don Quixote. One of the dreams of the protagonist is to be a knight and have a true love with the wife of the lord he serves. This originated from the Middle Ages, especially the Crusades. Alright, you can shut up now. I'm still on the side of the king and Lon. Get lost, Ardwolf. Queen Lily, get lost, get lost. I'm going to watch it again. Oh, right, so we're having an affair now? You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. The memory fragments slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele, Soria began to suspect not long after Alex was born. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a sword. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let me and Adele go. He would clean up and cover up. When Merc said this, he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day, the assassin, Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him again. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't stab a second time, but Adele. Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's motive. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So, when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuven seemed to lose all his strength and sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment, Thales, who was watching the indescribable scene before him, only felt a chill in his heart. So, are we having an affair now? You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. The memory fragments slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele, not long after Alex was born, Soria began to suspect. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a single stab. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let Adele and me go. He would clean up and cover up. When Merc said this, he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day, the assassin, Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him again. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't stab a second time, but Adele. Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's motive. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So, when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuven seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment, looking at the indescribable scene before him, Thales only felt a chill in his heart. So, are we having an affair now? You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. This piece of memory slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued sobbing on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele, not long after Alex was born, Soria began to suspect. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a single stab. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let Adele and me go. He would clean up and cover up. When Merc said this, he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day, the assassin, Thales felt little rascal behind him start to tremble again. The assassin's first stab wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't stab a second time, but Adele. Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's motive. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So, when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuven seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment, looking at the indescribable scene before him, Thales only felt a chill in his heart. So, are we having an affair now? You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. This piece of memory slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele, not long after Alex was born, Soria began to suspect. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside, his voice hoarse. I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a single stab. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let Adele and me go. He would clean up and cover up. Merc said as he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day, the assassin. Thales felt little rascal behind him start to tremble again. The assassin's first stab wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't stab a second time, but Adele. Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's motive. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So, when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuven seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment, looking at the indescribable scene before him, Thales only felt a chill in his heart. So, are we having an affair now? You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. This piece of memory slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele. Chapter 188. The Hall of Heroes was silent. You know, Thales, when Soria died, Thales adjusted his breathing and heartbeat as he stared at King Nuven. Burglary. Anger, madness, hatred. It drove me to unleash the wrath of the Walton family and Dragon Cloud City at all costs. The old king's eyes were lifeless, as if he was looking at another world through Thales. In comparison, gaining benefits and even conquering constellations seemed to have become secondary. Thales did not speak. It was inappropriate for him to say anything at that moment. King Nuven slowly raised his gaze and looked at Merc, who had a mournful expression. Why didn't you protect him and Soria, Merc? The king's expression was very unpleasant. You are a white blade guard. You should have been by his side to protect him. Merc bowed his head deeply. His expression became even more pained. Alex seemed to be very concerned about this topic. She looked at the sorrowful King Nuven, then at Merc, whose face was contorted. Her breathing quickened, which made little rascal behind her less nervous. Merc. The king's granddaughter whispered pitifully, not now, my lady. Merc shut his eyes tightly, his breathing rapid as he interrupted Alex. Alex shrank back, her face pale. She curled her lips and trembled slightly. She grabbed little rascal's hand behind her. The latter had a frightened expression on her face. I cannot absolve myself from the blame for Prince Soria's death. Lord Merc clenched his teeth and looked sad. Your Majesty, you were lenient and did not punish me. Nicholas only grounded me for a few days as a token gesture. But after 12 years, that kind of guilt tortures me day and night, all the time. King Nuven stared at him silently and sighed after a long while. Yes. The old king swirled the wine glass in his hand. I have no reason to blame you. Not only that, I also trusted you more and promoted you to be the king's administrator. Because I know. King Nuven's expression was gloomy and his tone was gloomy. You are Soria's most trusted person. He unreservedly entrusted his life, safety, and family to you. Administrator Merc shuddered. He placed his right fist on his chest, bowed, and said with a trembling voice, I will devote the rest of my life to serve you, Lady Alex, the Walton family, and Dragon Cloud City. Thales sighed softly. At that moment, many faces appeared before his eyes: King Kessel, Queen Kia, Duke Arund, King Nuvan, Archduke Pofrit, Gilbert and Merk, Lady Gines, the Kingdom's Wrath, the Fortress Flower, the veteran Genid, the new recruit Willow, and so on. It seemed that what happened 12 years ago had changed the fates of many people. Regardless of whether they were stars or colossal dragons, regardless of whether they were nobles or commoners. King Nuvan sighed softly. Soria, you have been by his side for many years, starting from the White Blade Guards, Merk. Just then, Alex's lips trembled. She tugged at the corner of Merk's shirt. I think, Merk tried his best to calm himself down. He turned around and comforted Alex. Don't worry, Miss Alex. Soon, Alex shuddered again. Thales furrowed his brows. In the next second, Alex's eyes rolled back, and her whole body went limp. Asterisk thud. Asterisk little rascal, who was behind her, was startled and cried out. Merk's expression changed drastically. He knelt beside Alex and helped her up. Lady Alex. Lady Alex, what happened to you? However, Alex only stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Her limbs swayed unconsciously, and her body began to twitch. Thales jumped down from the stairs and stared at Alex's strange condition in shock. What happened? Does this young lady have some kind of disease? Epilepsy or something else? Little rascal shuddered in fear. Merk's face was pale. He held Alex in his arms and raised his head to look at the king. He said urgently, Your Majesty. Lady Alex, we have to hurry. Yes. But King Nuvan still seemed to be immersed in the past. His gaze drifted as he pretended not to hear. He continued, I remember that you were the closest of friends and brothers, whether it was on the battlefield or at banquets. Seeing Alex's strange condition, Merk was extremely anxious and could not help but shout, Your Majesty. Alex's face was as white as a sheet. She opened her eyes and looked at Merk with fear in her eyes. She raised her trembling hands and scratched Merk's clothes in agony, like a drowning person grasping at straws. Thales watched all of this in disbelief. A few seconds later, he came to his senses in panic. King Nuvan only stared into the distance with unfocused eyes. Alex's mouth twitched. Her face was drenched in cold sweat, and she looked like she was in extreme pain. Alex opened her mouth wide and inhaled in large mouthfuls of air, but it was as if she was suffocating. The only sound she made was an unintelligible choking sound. Little rascal, who was watching from beside her, covered her mouth with both hands and stepped back in horror. No. Merk hugged Alex in a panic. Seeing that she seemed to be suffering, his eyes were filled with fear. Lady Alex, the administrator no longer cared about King Nuvan's reaction. He picked Alex up and turned around to roar at Little Rascal, Don't just stand there. Go get the doctor. Little Rascal was shocked. Still in a state of shock, she turned around instinctively. But Thales reacted faster than her. The Prince of Constellation clenched his teeth and ran out of the hall, shouting as he ran. Is anyone there? Help. I need a doctor. However, a voice that was even colder and more terrifying blocked Thales' words of help from his mouth. Don't bother. It's a poison refined from blue vine grass. It takes effect violently and quickly. It takes effect within a minute. From the beautiful Archduchess of Anlenzo dukedom 600 years ago to the eldest son of the King of Constellation 12 years ago, they all died from this poison. Thales shuddered violently. He stopped in his tracks and turned around in disbelief. Lord Merk also raised his head in horror and stared at the top of the stairs with the most incredulous gaze. There, King Nuvan opened his ice-cold eyes. He stared at Merk and his convulsing granddaughter, as if he was uttering the most vicious curse. She's already dead. As if to prove the old king's words, in the next second, Alex, who was in Merk's arms, jerked backwards, almost breaking her neck. She stared at Merk with her frightened eyes, as if she did not understand what was happening. Then, Alex Walton, the last direct descendant of the Walton family, slowly closed her eyes. Her body gradually became limp, and she stopped convulsing. Her hands hung in the air, swinging back and forth. Her head was tilted to one side, right at Little Rascal. Little Rascal looked at Alex's expression and screamed in fear, falling on her butt. Thales subconsciously took a step back, his breathing quickening. Why? Impossible. How could this be? Thales could not accept the situation at all. He widened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Alex. After a few seconds, he turned to King Niven, whose face was ashen and gloomy. Especially, the ring on his right little finger, which King Niven was stroking. It belonged to the Emperor of Poison, Kessel Carlus VI, Triumph. And the wine glass in King Niven's hand. It's you. Thales gasped for air and stared at King Niven in horror. You poisoned him? Humph, King Niven snorted gloomily. And you, didn't you? The one who handed her the wine glass. Handed her the wine glass? Thales clenched his fists so hard that they almost cracked. He gritted his teeth and glared at King Niven. He felt a strange emotion brewing in his chest. Lord Merk's body trembled uncontrollably. He looked at the little girl in his arms. A few seconds later, Merk, whose face was stiff and his mind seemed to be blank, finally reached out his trembling right hand and placed it under Alex's nose. Then, as if he had touched the hottest flame, Merk shivered and withdrew his right hand. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Merk, who was holding Alex, fell to his knees. The administrator raised his head and looked at King Niven, his eyes filled with despair and pleading. No, no, no. Merk shook his head violently. His face was contorted as he stared at the motionless girl in his arms in disbelief. He looked at His Majesty in panic and fear, then at Lady Alex, who seemed to be asleep in his arms. At that moment, Merk's terrified face was filled with helplessness. Thales stared at the motionless Alex in a daze. Little Rascal, who was sitting by Thales' feet, seemed to be scared out of her wits. She just stared at Alex's body blankly and shivered from time to time. Merk's face began to contort. I beg you, Your Majesty. He knelt on the ground. His voice had changed as he spoke. He sounded like an asthmatic, gasping and pausing. Tears rolled down Merk's cheeks and dripped onto Alex's face. Then came his pleading voice, Why? Why? Thales clenched his fists, lowered his head and exhaled sharply. Merk cried and screamed at the king, Why? Why? King Niven seemed to have just recovered from his silent contemplation. He stared quietly at Merk, who was trembling and weeping, and uttered through gritted teeth, You're right. He gritted his teeth and said, Burn Merk. Shouldn't you know that? Merk shuddered violently. If it wasn't for Mariah's death, I wouldn't have rearranged the Walton bloodline. King Niven closed his eyes and said in pain, The High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple wouldn't have realized that she wasn't of the Walton bloodline. Merk stared at King Niven with his eyes wide open and trembling. Thales' jaw dropped. He stared at Merk and the little girl in his arms in a daze. Bloodline? Not of the Walton bloodline? Doesn't that mean that the Walton family, which has been around for 600 years, and this reminds me of many things, King Niven said coldly. Soria loved to hunt, but he never brought a woman with him, not even his wife. Tell me, the old king said in a low voice, what happened in the assassination 12 years ago? Merk listened to the king's words as if he did not hear anything. He subconsciously hugged the little girl in his arms tightly. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he sobbed. King Niven seemed to have exhausted all his patience. His face was ferocious and he roared like a terrifying lion, Speak! Frightened by the roar, the nervous little rascal shrank back with a yelp. Thales tried hard to sort out the situation before him. He exhaled forcefully, walked to Little Rascal, and pulled her up. Little Rascal seemed to have found someone to rely on. She clutched Thales's arm tightly and looked at the terrifying scene before her from behind her glasses with a terrified expression. Merc's eyes were filled with despair and desolation as he cried. He looked at the girl in his arms and snorted with a half-smile. 12 years ago. Soria brought Madame Adele out of the city, because, his words were mixed with his panting, like the last words of a dying man. Because what? King Niven fixed his gaze on him. Because. Merc stroked Alex's hair painfully. Because Soria found out what? The king's voice was bone-chilling. Merc's face was filled with pain and conflict, as if he was tormented by the biggest nightmare of his life. He found out, about us, about me and Adele. Thales stared at the short-haired warrior in shock. Little Rascal tugged at Thales' arm and hid behind the Prince of Constellation. She gritted her teeth and looked at the scene in disbelief. Yes. Merc wailed in despair. Alex. She is, my daughter, Clang. King Niven could not take it anymore. He threw the wine goblet on the ground with a force filled with hatred. The iron goblet clanked on the ground, accompanied by the administrator's sobs. Thales took a deep breath and tried to understand the situation before him. Only Merc's sobs and the old king's heavy breathing could be heard in the hall. Ha 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 ha. King Niven's suppressed laughter came from his throat. There was a hint of sadness in it. You? Soria's most capable subordinate? Best friend? Most trusted brother? Just like that, you used betrayal and deception to repay his trust. The king's voice reverberated in the hall. Merc, who was kneeling on the ground, sobbed and raised his head. No. As if his greatest dignity had been violated, he roared with tears and snot in his eyes. I did not betray him. I did not betray Soria. Thales looked at the scene before him with an unpleasant expression. He felt bitter in his heart. Merc looked at the girl in his arms and sobbed softly. Prince Soria, Soria was a good brother, and I was willing to give up my life for him. He growled, in the White Blade Guards, we trained under Caslin to become the most valiant warriors. When we were at the 38th Sentry Ground, he crawled with a broken arm to block a fatal hammer blow for me. When my mother was seriously ill, and my sister came to Dragon Cloud City to look for me, he personally sent a doctor to save my mother's life. When we were surrounded in White Mountain, he and I had our backs against each other. Those sharp-eared arrows pierced through my left shoulder and his right shoulder. We cursed each other's luck and fought back to back as we retreated. We persevered until Caslin came to help us. I still remember the day I went back to my hometown to get married. That bastard, Merc said with a smile through his tears, Soria brought his brothers from the White Blade Guards and came to our village with a tray full of rye wine and roasted meat. He raised the red dragon flag and the cloud dragon spear flag. The local counts and knights came. The expression on the village chief's face was even more exaggerated than when his son became a tax collector. Mother was very happy. She finally felt that her son had made a name for himself. Soria, I have always treated him as my closest brother, my comrade, your highness. Merc roared angrily with tears streaming down his face, I will never betray him. King Niven stood up abruptly, his hair and beard bristling with anger. Bullsh *T. Thales felt his hand tighten. Behind him, Little Rascal began to tremble again. He could only try his best to hold Little Rascal's hand and comfort her. You cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to. King Niven's eyes were burning with anger. He said loudly, you cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to, with his wife, and even gave birth to your child. You tarnished the Walton family's dignity and bloodline. Do you think this is not a betrayal? You have never treated him as a brother in your guards, a man you should be loyal to with your life and honor. Traitor. Kneeling on the ground, Merc listened to the king's words and looked at Alex, his daughter, in his arms. With tears streaming down his face, he roared in grief and indignation, Ah! No! He closed his eyes in agony. Thales gritted his teeth and frowned as he watched the confrontation between the king and his vassal. He felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. It's not like this. Adele, she was so good, so gentle, so... Merc lay on the ground. He clenched his right fist and pounded the ground miserably. She shouldn't have married into Dragon Cloud City. Shouldn't have met Soria. Should have met you. King Nuvan's words were filled with terrifying emotions. Shameless traitor. Adele. Adele. That was a mistake. Merc's teeth trembled as he caressed his daughter's face. His expression changed several times, as if he was looking at another person through her. Whether it was me and her, or Soria and her. It was all a mistake. She shouldn't have left Camus Union, Vine City, the flowers, and the blue sky that she cherished. She only belonged there. As for Soria, he's a good brother and a good warrior, but he never cared about women. Prostitutes, women he captured after the war, maids in the castle, and ladies of the nobles. None of them made a difference to him. Merc put his face against Alex's and cried, Soria, Soria, Soria. Soria's world was only about wine and battles, politics and victory. The only people he cared about were warriors, friends, and enemies. On the night of their wedding, Soria was dead drunk. I stood guard outside their bedroom. That sound was like sex. I guess Soria thought that it was a celebration after another battle. The next morning, Soria went hunting. He left me to watch over Adele. Her expression, that was not the expression a newlywed wife should have. Thales listened to Merc's desolate and painful confession with an unpleasant expression. Finally, one day, I saw Adele trying to cut her wrist with a pair of scissors. I told Soria and tried to persuade him to treat his wife better. But Soria thought that she had insulted the Dragon Spear family. Every time, he would angrily pick up his whip and teach her a lesson. Soria said. At that time, I stood at the door, clenching my fists, listening to Soria's roars and Adele's screams. My heart was angrier than Soria, and more painful than Adele. Merc hugged Alex tightly. His eyes were closed, and tears gushed down his cheeks like an unstoppable flood. Since then, Adele wanted to commit suicide more than once. I also stopped her more than once, but I hid it from Soria, because I did not want Adele to be hurt by him again. Adele. She's like a flower that has been trampled on and abandoned. Soria's attitude towards women is even more terrifying than the most inflexible Northlanders. When he's in the mood, he'll force her. When he's not in the mood, he'll ignore her and be indifferent to her. Thales closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Adele. She was too lonely, too pitiful. Merc stroked his daughter's hair. His eyes were filled with sadness. She came here after a long journey, and Soria did not know how to cherish her. He only treated her as a puppet and a chess piece, a bargaining chip to form a marriage alliance with Camus Union. I tried everything. I just tried to make her happy, tried to stop her from committing suicide again. Agitated, Merc muttered incoherently, from magic tricks, to flowers, to finding girls from Camus Union to relieve her boredom, to trying my best to get Soria drunk at night when she did not want to. Adele was very grateful to me, and happy that I did these things for her. She stopped trying to commit suicide, and started to smile, even though it was only to me. And my wife passed away in my hometown. When I did not know how to raise the 5-year-old Croche before me, Adele was the one who took care of her. This made Soria's attitude towards her much better. We became more talkative. She teased Croche in the room, and I laughed foolishly outside the room. She asked questions in the room, and I answered her outside the room. King Nuvan's expression was cold, but he did not say a word. Finally, that day, we won the war against the White Elves and the Alliance of Freedom. Merc sobbed softly. We returned to Dragon Cloud City in triumph, and Soria drank with us all night, but that day, all I could think about was her. Adele. Merc pressed his face tightly against his daughter's. His tears did not stop, and his right fist was almost crushed. They were all drunk. I went to Adele's room, and I wanted to listen to her voice as usual. But at that time, my wound burst open, and Adele asked me to go in and bandage it. Thales's gaze darkened. Thales's eyes dimmed. A memory surged up from an unknown place in his mind. Hey! Brother Brainiac, you're actually reading a romance novel. What the hell is a romance novel? This is a bestseller written by an American sociologist, this title. Strange, why would you read this kind of book? What are you thinking about? Hee hee. This. Don't think too much about it, it's just a classmate asking. That's not right, could it be? Hee hee, why are you blushing? The weather is hot, ha ha ha. Why are you touching my face? I lied to you. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Alright, don't be angry, I'll give you a vitality kiss. Ha ha ha. It's still very funny, what should I do? Hey, don't be stingy, come, tell me about it. Ugh. How am I supposed to explain this? Alright, the above mentions something interesting. In the Western world, love originates from cheating. What the F***? Cheating? That's so cool. For example, in Celtic mythology, the story of Lancelot and Guinevere is like this. The marriage of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere was only a political function, and there was never any love to speak of. True love is the taboo love between a knight and a queen. That is emotional, impulsive, and pure love. Another example is in Don Quixote. One of the dreams of the protagonist is to be a knight and have a true love with the wife of the king he serves, the mistress. This originated from the Middle Ages, especially the Crusades. Alright, you can shut up now. I'm still on the side of the king and Lon as a couple. Coyote, get lost. Queen Lily, get lost. I'm going to see it again. Oh, right, so are we having an affair now? Different social situations can't be compared like this, sister. The memory fragment slowly faded away. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele, Soria began to suspect not long after Alex was born. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a sword. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let me and Adele go. He would clean up and cover up. Merc said as he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Niven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day, the assassin, Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't strike a second time, but Adele. Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's intentions. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So, when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Niven seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the steps weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment, Thales, who saw the indescribable scene before him, felt a chill in his heart. Different social situations can't be compared like this, sister. The memory fragment slowly faded away. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele, Soria began to suspect not long after Alex was born. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a sword. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let me and Adele go. He would clean up and cover up. Merc said as he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Niven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day, the assassin, Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him again. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't strike a second time. But Adele. Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's intentions. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So, when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Niven seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the steps weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment, Thales, who saw the indescribable scene before him, only felt a chill in his heart. You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. The memory fragment slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued sobbing on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele, Soria began to suspect not long after Alex was born. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a sword. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let me and Adele go. He would clean up and cover up. Merc said as he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Niven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day, the assassin, Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him again. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't strike a second time. But Adele. Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's purpose. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So, when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Niven seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment, Thales, who saw the indescribable scene before him, felt a chill in his heart. You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. The memory fragment slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued sobbing on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele, Soria began to suspect not long after Alex was born. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a sword. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let me and Adele go. He would clean up and cover up. Merc said as he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Niven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day, the assassin, Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him again. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't strike a second time. But Adele. Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's purpose. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So, when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Niven seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. Chapter 189. Outside Dragon Cloud City, in a small house in a village. It's been 5 years, Cohen, and my dear Miranda. Did the tower send you here? In the dark room, the short-haired girl on the wooden bed, Croche Merc gave them a complicated but peaceful smile. Seeing you now is the best comfort. Thank you, Uncle Caslin. The short-haired girl expressionlessly thanked Caslin, who was beside her. Miranda furrowed her brows tightly. Whether you can guard against theft or not depends on your ability. Whether you want to guard against theft or not depends on my attitude. I have always despised thieves, whether they steal or enjoy stolen goods. Even someone as careless as Cohen could not help but notice that the Northland girl, Croche, had changed drastically since they were in the same period. Compared to the high-spirited Croche Merc when they parted at the Tower of Eradication 5 years ago, Not only was she much thinner, she was also much duller. The determination that was once carved on her round face like a seal had turned into bitterness and disappointment at some point in time. Cohen's gaze shifted to her hand, and he immediately held his breath. This girl, who had a determined expression on her face when they were in the tower, trained hard, and never gave up easily, her sword-wielding right hand, it was tightly wrapped in bandages. Croche. Cohen tried his best to shift his gaze away from her right hand and forced an ugly smile. He carefully and slowly asked, Are you all right? All right? The moment the words left his mouth, Cohen had the urge to slap himself. Croche looked at him slowly, her gaze calm. I'm all right. The girl's hollow gaze made Cohen's heart ache. It's just that my right hand can no longer touch weapons. There was silence. Cohen was so embarrassed that he did not know how to continue. Damn it, if only Raphael was here at this moment. Comforting people has always been that boy in white strong suit. As expected, Miranda walked forward, leaving Cohen to roll his eyes. Then, like countless times in the past, she calmly and harshly stomped on the innocent-looking Cohen. Hiss, just as Cohen was grimacing in pain, Miranda sat on the edge of Croche's bed. Her expression did not change as she said decisively, Who did it? At this moment, any consolation would be futile. Miranda thought to herself, I might as well get straight to the point so that she doesn't have to think about those useless things. Beside them, Caslin coughed. The former leader of the White Blade Guards did not have much to say in front of Croche. He had seen this kind of situation in too many retired soldiers. Caslin sighed deeply in his heart. And they, the soldiers, would never know how lucky they were to be able to retire after being injured. Croche snapped out of her daze and flashed an ugly smile. I think all of you should know some of the causes and consequences. Croche's tone had calmed down. She did not sound like a swordsman who had just lost hope in using a sword. A military officer named Hardy was lurking in Black Sand Region's army and almost assassinated your prince with a mystic gun under the fortress. Cohen nodded. I saw that scene on Broken Dragon Fortress, but I didn't see it clearly. I thought it was just a test shot to demonstrate, Miranda replied quietly. By the way, Miranda, you are now a capable subordinate of the Fortress Flower in Constellation, right? Croche smiled at her former classmate. She then glanced at her right hand. Her expression darkened and she spat out a few words. She said, Congratulations. Miranda's expression was indifferent. She did not speak. She only silently extended her hand and held Croche's left hand tightly. Feeling the warmth of Miranda's hand, Croche trembled slightly. That. Ah. Cohen, who was scratching his ears and cheeks at the side, was about to speak when Miranda elbowed him with an expressionless face, making him swallow all the words he was about to say. With a face full of grief and indignation, Cohen continued to bare his teeth soundlessly. At the same time, he continued to protest at Miranda with his gaze. Must you do this? Croche snickered. This scene reminded her of what had happened in the Tower of Eradication in the past. Caslin, who was standing by the side with his arms crossed, looked at Miranda approvingly. What an attentive and considerate girl. She has unknowingly lifted Croche's mood. The Arun family's daughter is just a little too cold. It would be better if she could smile more. According to the Archduke's instructions, we tracked down the arms dealer of that officer, Hardy. Croche maintained the smile that had appeared on her face after much difficulty and continued to say, they sold the mystic gun parts that Hardy replaced from the army and were supposed to be destroyed to the south and the west. Hardy used this to exchange for more funds, and then used these funds back on the training of the troops and social relations. In a few years, perhaps His Grace's mystic gun squad would be under the control of those people. Fortunately, we discovered it early and intercepted his underground arms dealer. That officer. What did you find out about him? Miranda asked softly. Not much, Croche said faintly. Hardy came from a small village further north. It's the territory of Archduke Letko in Defense City. He was a person who personally experienced the war between Extet and Constellation 11 or 12 years ago. He survived the tragic attack in defense of Broken Dragon Fortress, but he lost a hand and half of his face under the bombardment of the Mystic Gun. Miranda's face paled. It was the war from 12 years ago again. Cohen sighed and walked forward. Carefully avoiding the range of Miranda's unarmed attacks, he asked slowly, "The Archduke of Defense City, one of the two archdukes in the north of Extet? The Letko family?" So, Archduke Letko was the mastermind behind the conspiracy to murder the Prince of Constellation with the help of the Mystic Gun? Krosh shook her head. It's not that simple. Hardy came to Black Sand region after the war and has been living there ever since. He hasn't come into contact with anyone related to Defense City, so we can't be sure that it's him. But there is one thing that makes us very suspicious. We interrogated Hardy's arms dealer and found out that Hardy mentioned once that he had a daughter named Lucy. Cohen's eyes brightened. You found his daughter? Is there something wrong with her? Not only is there something wrong with her. Krosh pursed her lips tightly and shook her head. There's no such person. There's no such person? Cohen asked, puzzled. Hardy has been single for more than 40 years. This is what we confirmed from his neighbors. He doesn't even have a wife or a lover, let alone a child, Krosh said faintly. We traced the name Lucy, and found that he mentioned her name to more than one person. From the arms market in Black Sand region to the transport team in Prestige Orchid region, when we followed the trail to Dragon Cloud City, we were intercepted. The short-haired girl raised her head, her expression frightening. A group of unfamiliar swordsmen appeared. Miranda furrowed her brows. Disaster swords? Krosh lowered her eyelids and nodded. How were they? How many of them were there? Cohen's expression changed. Ignoring Miranda's displeased expression, he rushed forward and asked anxiously, what kind of power of eradication did they use? How did you recognize them as disaster swords? Caslin, who was listening quietly, frowned. There were many of them. Their faces were covered, and it was dark, so we couldn't see their figures and faces clearly. But their power of eradication is just like what Teacher Chartier described, Krosh said flatly. It's cold, ruthless, and its power of eradication is turbulent and never stops. I was the only one who managed to escape. Cohen was stunned. But he immediately came to his senses. Is there more information? When and where did they appear? For example, how did they draw their swords? I've told Uncle Caslin about the details of their appearance. But Krosh only gritted her teeth and shook her head with a bitter gaze. Go and complete your mission, whether it's for the Tower of Eradication or for your Prince of Constellation. Cohen wanted to ask again, but Miranda grabbed his arm and shook her head. I'm tired, Krosh said slowly. She slowly turned over and faced the wall. I want to rest for a while. Cohen and Miranda looked at each other, then at Krosh. Finally, under Caslin's gaze, they bade farewell and left. Cohen. Before leaving, Krosh suddenly called out to Constellation's guard. Cohen turned around in shock. She turned her head and raised her eyes. There was an indescribably complicated expression in her eyes. You, be careful. Cohen froze for a moment. Then, he was pulled out of the room by Caslin. You saw what she looked like. To be honest, based on my observation, I don't think she's really injured to the point where she can no longer wield her sword. It's the barrier in her heart that prevents her from continuing to wield her sword, Caslin said flatly. What do you mean? Barrier in her heart? Miranda asked with a frown. Krosh is the daughter of my old subordinate in the White Blade Guards. Following the two young men out of the house, Caslin looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance and shook his head. You met her in the Tower of Eradication, so you should know that she's very ambitious. I guess it's also because you Constellations indoctrinated her, hey? Cohen protested. What do you mean by we Constellations indoctrinated her? Croche has always been. Caslin ignored him and continued to speak to himself. She's always been strong since she was young. She always wanted to become a legendary female knight like Heart of the Rain, Lorraine. Heart of the Rain, Lorraine. I heard that she was in the same batch as Master Shao. Cohen asked curiously. Is she the flag leader mercenary from the Hanbol Succession War in the Eastern Peninsula? Yes. Caslin seemed to have been reminded of the past. He paused for a moment as he reminisced. Then, he flashed a smile and said, there are always some women you don't dare to provoke. Immediately, the old Caslin sighed. After going through the training in the Tower of Eradication, Croche became even more ambitious. When she came back, she even recommended herself for the White Blade Guards assessment, wanting to join the White Blade Guards. Miranda raised her head, her eyes burning. But she didn't succeed. Caslin raised his eyebrows. The White Blade Guards rejected her. It was a huge blow to her. Miranda looked puzzled. Blow? As far as I know, the White Blade Guards have very high selection standards. What struck her was not the rejection. Caslin interrupted her and turned his head. It was the reason she was rejected. The reason she was rejected? Miranda stared at him. What is it? Caslin took a deep breath and did not answer. I know. Just as Miranda was about to say something, Cohen answered from the side. The police officer sighed. Because she's a woman, right? Caslin cast Miranda a meaningful glance and nodded. That's right. Because she's a woman. Miranda subconsciously clenched her teeth. Although many people say that we Northlanders are very tough, and when we're fierce, even women and children can pick up weapons, Caslin sneered. But according to my wife, most Northlanders still believe that territories, politics, wars, and aristocratic inheritance are all men's matters. Women should stay at home and wait for their husbands to return. Just like that, Croche brought her sword and went to various suzerains, but she ran into walls everywhere. A woman who had gone through the complete training in the Tower of Eradication, a super-class swordsman, could not even get a position with a count. There were a few viscounts and barons who were willing to take her in, on the condition that she would marry them after her term was up. Without a doubt, it was all because of her father's position in the White Blade Guards. Miranda tightened her grip on the hilt of the sword at her waist. Compared to my smooth-sailing life in Constellation, my father's care, and Sonia's care. Is this what Croche faced in Northland, and what happened to her in Ekstedt? According to her father. Croche even considered going to the southwest, to Bramble Land, Dragon-Kissed Basin, or even the Great Desert to become a mercenary. But in the end, she went to Black Sand region and used her father's name to work for my good-for-nothing nephew, a viscount named Kenvita. She got a position in his territory. Caslin sighed. Caslin sighed and said, I suspect that this is one of the methods Chapman Lampard used to draw me to his side, but looking at Croche, and this time, Caslin shook his head. So you know why, little Arund girl. The old man raised his gaze and looked at Miranda. To be honest, your attire is too eye-catching in Northland. Miranda did not say a word. She only stared at the distant Dragon Cloud City. When I was at the Western Frontline, due to the occasional shortage of soldiers, there were some female soldiers there, Cohen said slowly. There were female mercenaries from the southwestern countries who joined the army due to various reasons such as being unable to survive. Most of them were female mercenaries, but they were usually not welcomed. Cohen's eyes sparkled as he said, born with less strength and weight than men, a special requirement for the style of armor on the upper body, and an absolute disadvantage in height. These are often fatal when facing orcs, because you have to jump to attack their vital parts. Of course, there's also the monthly, you know. Their status in the military camp is very low. Sometimes, they often have to rely on. Cohen lowered his head and furrowed his brows. To please their superiors and colleagues. And once they fall into the hands of the enemy, especially the barren bone people, they often end up much worse than men. So, even I usually avoid female soldiers when choosing soldiers for the commandos. Miranda still did not say a word. I guess this is also the consideration of the White Blade Guards. Caslin sighed. Learning the sword in the Tower of Eradication is one thing, but women are naturally not suited for the battlefield. Excuses. Miranda raised her head abruptly and snorted coldly. All of you, men only see the disadvantages of female soldiers on the battlefield and deliberately ignore their advantages. Advantages? Caslin furrowed his brows. Cohen raised his eyebrows helplessly. At an angle that Miranda could not see, he spread his hands at Caslin. Less exhaustion than men, endurance that far surpasses men, flexibility and agility beyond imagination, meticulous and keen observation skills, and calmness in the face of danger. These are all women's advantages, Miranda said indignantly. Even in terms of strength and height, take the Kingdom's Wrath for example, I saw with my own eyes that his height and strength are not comparable to Lady Sonia's. Besides, we have the power of eradication. And I am also a woman, Miranda said coldly. In the Tower of Eradication, I am stronger than you, Raphael, Missadun, and every single one of you who were in the same period as me. Not to mention the legendary Valkyrie like the Heart of the Rain from 30 years ago, Knight Lorraine. Cohen coughed awkwardly. Uncle also said just now that the battlefield is another matter, and you can't compare it with some special people. The police officer spread his hands helplessly. Heart of the Rain is a special case among special cases. Lady Sonia is also a legendary figure under the Duke of Star Lake. And Miranda, you are the daughter of the Arund family. You were born to be trained as a warrior, suzerain, and commander. As soon as Cohen finished speaking, Miranda's murderous gaze shot straight at him and pierced through his heart. It also cut off the second half of his sentence in his throat. I think that Western Desert and Northland are more special. Caslin snorted. Western Desert is the front line of war and chaos all year round, and the Northlanders' views on women have existed since ancient times. I am also a Northlander. Miranda retorted with a cold expression. The old Caslin led them to the stable. Two people who looked like soldiers bowed to him. You are a Northlander of Constellation, and an Arund. You people even allow women to inherit. As far as I remember, you even had a queen a few hundred years ago. And Northland, Caslin sighed and said, is still very far away from accepting a female knight, a female suzerain, or even a queen. It's still very far away. No, even in Constellation, female suzerains are still looked down upon. Miranda silently said in her heart, a few hundred years ago, the Queen of Constellation didn't end up well either. There will be a day. Miranda raised her head, her gaze firm. On that day, female warriors, female swordsmen, female suzerains, and even queens will no longer be the minority. We will prove to the world that men can do it. Women can do it too. Caslin shrugged and walked into the stable. Cohen stuck out his tongue. He thought of his two devilish sisters at home and sighed helplessly. Miranda. Why would Raphael like her? But when he thought of Raphael, his current position, and the power of eradication in his body, Cohen's heart sank again. The army of Black Sand region is stationed in a village near Dragon Cloud City to escort the prince. They will bring Croche back. Caslin led two horses over and looked at the two young noble swordsmen. I'll leave the next task to you. You're not going? Cohen raised his eyebrows. My appearance is not a good idea. Caslin's expression darkened. It will alarm too many people. Fortunately, I still know some people in Dragon Cloud City, some old acquaintances. They can provide you with information, but when it comes to specific investigations and inquiries, identifying the disaster swords from the Sword of Eradication. Caslin handed the reins to the two men. No one is more experienced in this field than you and the seeds of the Tower of Eradication this time. Whether it is the innate insight of nobles, supra-class combat power that adapts to the battlefield, or the ability to sense the disaster swords. You know some people in Dragon Cloud City? Cohen revealed a doubtful expression. Uncle, haven't you been running a tavern in Black Sand region for 20 years? Ah, about that. Caslin touched his white hair awkwardly. At least I lived in Dragon Cloud City for many years. Are the people still usable after 20 years? Cohen furrowed his eyebrows. I've been keeping in touch. Caslin looked around and chuckled. And for a long time, many of the old subordinates of the White Blade Guard stayed in Dragon Cloud City after they retired. When they were trying to make a living, I helped them out a little. Making a living? Help? Cohen's doubts grew stronger. When some of the retired soldiers were having a hard time, I would act as a middleman for them, and find them some work. Caslin coughed unnaturally. You know, there are always some jobs that require people who know how to fight to do. You could have just said that you introduced them to the gang. Miranda had a contemptuous look on her face. It'll be easier for us to understand. Caslin coughed loudly and drowned out Miranda's words. For the past 10 years or so, the gang in Constellation, the Brotherhood or whatever it is, has been causing a lot of trouble. They even expanded their business here. Some of my old friends are always short of manpower and wanted me to introduce them to them, so... What? Cohen widened his eyes. After all this time, Uncle, you're actually the contact and introducer for the gang in Dragon Cloud City? Caslin's coughing grew louder. Under the doubtful gazes of the two young men, he raised his head in a righteous manner and patted their shoulders. Anyway, whether it's the mission of the Tower of Eradication, giving Croce an explanation, or the truth behind the assassination of the Prince of Constellation, I'll leave it to you. Miranda and Cohen revealed a contemptuous look, while the other clicked his tongue and shook his head. Remember, your mission is only to investigate, not to throw your lives away for an unverified piece of information. Before they left, Caslin became serious. But all of you have the ability to come into contact with the disaster swords, and even survive their attacks. As long as you don't run into a supreme-class swordsman. I believe in your abilities. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you, but if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Extet, and the tension between the two countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellationates, especially the family members of Constellation nobles, to recklessly expose their identities here. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the disaster swords on the surface. Caslin narrowed his eyes. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain, such as an archduke. No matter what, to deliberately ally with a suzerain and assassinate the Prince of Constellation, I'm afraid their goal is not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We'll find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say anything else. She nodded slightly and immediately rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I also stepped into Dragon Cloud City from here. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you, but if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Extet, and the tension between the two countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellationates, especially the families of Constellationate nobles, to recklessly expose their identity here. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the disaster swords on the surface. Caslin narrowed his eyes. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain, such as an archduke. No matter what, to deliberately ally with a suzerain and assassinate the Prince of Constellation, I'm afraid their goal is not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We'll find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say anything else. She nodded slightly and immediately rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I also stepped into Dragon Cloud City from here. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you, but if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Extet, and the tension between the two countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellatiates, especially the families of Constellatiate nobles, to recklessly expose their identity here. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the disaster swords on the surface. Caslin narrowed his eyes. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain, such as an archduke. No matter what, to deliberately ally with a suzerain and assassinate the Prince of Constellation, I'm afraid their goal is not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We'll find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say anything else. She nodded slightly and immediately rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I also stepped into Dragon Cloud City from here. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you, but if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Extet, and the tension between the two countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellatiates, especially the families of Constellatiate nobles, to recklessly expose their identity here. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the disaster swords on the surface. Caslin narrowed his eyes. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain, such as an archduke. No matter what, to deliberately ally with a suzerain and assassinate the Prince of Constellation, I'm afraid their goal is not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We'll find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say anything else. She nodded slightly and immediately rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I also stepped into Dragon Cloud City from here. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you, but if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Extet, and the tension between the two countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellatiates, especially the families of Constellatiate nobles, to recklessly expose their identity here. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the disaster swords on the surface. Caslin narrowed his eyes. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain, such as an archduke. No matter what, to deliberately ally with a suzerain and assassinate the Prince of Constellation, I'm afraid their goal is not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We'll find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say anything else. She nodded slightly and immediately rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I also stepped into Dragon Cloud City from here. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you, but if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Extet, and the tension between the two countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellatiates, especially the families of Constellatiate nobles, to recklessly expose their identity here. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the disaster swords on the surface. Caslin narrowed his eyes. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain, such as an archduke. No matter what, to deliberately ally with a suzerain and assassinate the Prince of Constellation, I'm afraid their goal is not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We'll find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say anything else. She nodded slightly and immediately rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I also stepped into Dragon Cloud City from here. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. Chapter 190. This was the first time he had recommended a non-fantasy book. Fine, Swordless had to admit that the reason why he hadn't been updating well over the past few days was because he had been catching up to the latest chapters of this book. First of all, this was a supernatural novel, but compared to horror, the author was especially good at creating suspense. This was partly due to the setting of the plot, and partly due to the innovation of the narrative. As the title suggested, this novel revolved around a private law firm that specialized in solving supernatural incidents. However, the main character was not one of the firm's members. Instead, he was a latecomer who reviewed the case files of the firm and used this perspective to narrate the story. These files were all cases that the firm had accepted and handled. Some were completed perfectly, some were left with loose ends, and some were completely clueless with terrifying blanks. Some even ended up with the client's death, which in turn endangered the firm's members. Because of this, when the main character, as a latecomer, read the files, the indirect records created a particularly strong sense of suspense. When he read these files, he had the same interest as reading the stories of the SCP Foundation, and he even felt like he was watching a fake documentary film. Secondly, these past supernatural files were not isolated histories. They were closely connected to the main character's current life, especially the unsolved cases. They revealed the inevitable interactions between the main character and the firm's members step by step, pulling him into the bizarre and often creepy world. The story unfolded using two alternating plots. One was the firm's files with serial numbers and time as the axis, giving a glimpse into the suspense adventures of the people before him. The other was the current main character, first-person narration, which was common in supernatural horror novels and could increase the sense of immersion. Following the clues and instructions given by the firm, he slowly solved the various scary problems that were getting closer and closer to his life. The two lines often intertwined to depict the truth behind the suspense. The plot was very captivating. Every ghost story was an exquisite microcosm of reality. Writing about ghosts is actually writing about people. Every ghost story did not have a perfect ending, and every ghost story had its own sense of helplessness and horror. In terms of writing, the narrative was absolutely smooth. As for the characters' personalities, they were limited by the unique narrative method, so the characters of the main character's team were not very prominent. However, as the story progressed, they would become more and more prominent. As for the book's toxicity, I haven't found any toxicity that would make me give up on the book. Last night, I caught up to the latest chapter, but I had no choice but to put it down. Then, I nervously started writing. As I wrote, I looked back to see if there was anyone behind me, in the mirror, in the computer screen, outside the window, at my feet, on the ceiling. Chapter 191. Your Grace. Under the morning glow, the disciplinary officer, Vlad, stared at Nicholas and Gleeward with a stern expression. What are you waiting for? But the Star Killer and the veteran did not move. Then, Nicholas pressed down on his severing soul's blade without saying a word. Vlad, I just asked you if His Majesty had ordered for martial law to be lifted. The Star Killer's expression was cold as he said softly, Your answer is a little strange. Gleeward let out a faint, cold laugh. Vlad was slightly startled. But martial law has not been lifted, that's not the point, the Star Killer interrupted the disciplinary officer and said coldly, the point is, You followed up without hesitation, word for word, His Majesty has not ordered for martial law to be lifted. Vlad's expression immediately changed. Nicholas' sharp gaze swept past every patrol member behind Vlad. Seeing their sparkling gazes, he continued speaking solemnly. If it's an order to lift martial law, it would have been issued by Prime Minister Count Liesban and delivered to the chief garrison officer of the capital, Viscount Leisden. The disciplinary hall of each district would only receive a warrant signed by Leisden before arranging for martial law to be lifted. He snorted coldly. A mere disciplinary officer in the capital would only receive specific tasks such as clearing the roadblocks and restoring passage. He would not know if His Majesty had ordered for martial law to be lifted. Vlad furrowed his brows. Nicholas did not stop. His gaze made Vlad feel as if he was suffocating. You were in such a hurry to escort us, to the point that you didn't even hesitate to make up an excuse to go along with my words. Behind Vlad, the patrol members exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. And all of this was seen by the Star Killer. It also caused his heart to sink. It's too suspicious. What happened? It was just a slip of the tongue. Vlad sighed. Besides, in this situation, the first order must have been issued by His Majesty. But Nicholas still did not speak. Gleeward, who was supported by him, spoke in a nonchalant manner. I say, Vlad, since when did you care so much about the kingdom's affairs? The limping Lemeter exhaled. It's been more than 10 years. From the time you recruited soldiers to the time you cleared the city, your first reaction would be to hide and avoid any trouble in the capital. You're afraid that your interests will be harmed. As he listened to Gleeward's words, Nicholas' expression became more and more terrifying. As for leading troops to rescue the Emperor in times of danger? Gleeward arched an eyebrow. The expression on his face was as if he had seen a mouse that could fly. Stop joking. Vlad's expression turned extremely unsightly. Old cripple. He gritted his teeth. I don't want to quarrel with you right now, but at this moment, a clear male voice came from the crowd. Enough. They've already seen through us. Vlad sighed deeply and moved to the side, making room for the man who walked out from the crowd. This time, it was the Star Killer and Gleeward's expressions that changed. The newcomer was tall and straight. His footsteps were heavy, and his aura was oppressive. There was a strong smell of blood and iron from the battlefield on him. A ruthless character. Gleeward exhaled. You know him? Nicholas did not respond to Gleeward. He stared straight at the newcomer. It's you. Nicholas narrowed his eyes and his expression was grave. The Fire Knight. Ram Tolja. The person stopped and stood in front of them. It's an honor to meet you again, Lord Nicholas. Tolja, one of Ekstet's 5 war generals, said with a cold expression. The knight from Black Sand region had long since taken off his grey helmet, but the grey armor was still on his body. Together with the horse-drawn saber at his waist, he gave off an oppressive aura. Nicholas snorted softly with an unpleasant expression. If the Archduke of Black Sand region wanted to attend the banquet, he could have told us beforehand so that we could send invitations. Tolja met Nicholas' gaze without showing any signs of weakness. Ken Vita mentioned to me that you told him in the suburbs yesterday. The Fire Knight's expression did not change. So, in response to your invitation, we brought more than 1,000 people to take a stroll in Dragon Cloud City. Nicholas sized up the patrol team. His pupils slowly narrowed. You are asking for your own deaths, the Star Killer said coldly. The number of soldiers that can be urgently recruited in Dragon Cloud City alone is 7,000 to 8,000. There are also the patrols and the regular guards of the palace, not to mention the vassals in the suburbs, but Tolja cut him off nonchalantly. Yes, Dragon Cloud City is very powerful. The number of soldiers recruited is innumerable, and the combat power of the regular army is astonishing, the Fire Knight said flatly. But who has the right to recruit them? Nicholas' heart sank. A bottomless chill crept into his heart. He remembered what Vlad had said at the beginning. someone is trying to assassinate His Majesty. What do you mean? He asked solemnly. There was a hint of anxiety in his tone that he did not realize. Impossible. The people guarding His Majesty are the most valiant White Blade Guards. Every one of them has supra-class skills and rich experience. They are also willing to sacrifice their lives. Even the kingdom's wrath can't. How dare they bring so few troops? What does Lampard want? Nicholas and Tolja's gazes met in the air, as if sparks were about to fly. What I mean is that you don't have to worry about this problem. The knight from Black Sand region was expressionless. Ekstet will soon welcome a new life. Nicholas forced himself to calm down. Mole, right? The Star Killer tightened his grip on his blade. He said coldly, how long have you been planning this? To be able to bring 2,000 people into Dragon Cloud City. Be it the chaos caused by the calamities or a mere gang leader, they are far from being able to do this. Who else did you bribe? Chief Garrison Officer Lysden? Even Prime Minister Leespan? But Tolja did not answer his question. Sir Gleeward. The Fire Knight turned to the lame veteran with a respectful expression. I have heard of your name, and I know that you have always been dissatisfied with the Walton family's rule. Nicholas furrowed his brows slightly. But Gleeward's reaction was faster than he thought. There's no need to say anything else. Gleeward exhaled and said in a relaxed manner, I really don't like that Nuven, and our king is indeed a bastard. Tolja's eyes brightened. Then you, but Chapman Lampard? Gleeward did not give him a chance to interrupt. The veteran flashed his yellow teeth and chuckled like a street ruffian. I may be poor, and illiterate, but I am still a Northlander. No matter how dissatisfied I am with my king, I will not lead an army into the capital. Gleeward's tone grew colder. I will also not sell my loyalty at a cheap price to a beast who kills his own family and betrays the king. The Fire Knight revealed a regretful expression. He lowered his head and sighed. Very few people can understand His Grace's painstaking efforts and persistence. Tolja raised his head and said sternly, as if he did not hear Gleeward's sarcasm. But please believe me, his efforts and sacrifices, and even everything he does that the world does not understand, are all for the future of Ekstet and the Northlanders. Gleeward spat on the ground with a look of disgust. For the position of Archduke, he killed his own brother, and when the calamities went on a killing spree and the blood of the commoners flowed like rivers, he seized the opportunity to fight for power and profit? The veteran said fiercely. What kind of future can this kind of ruler bring to the Northlanders? Tolja did not speak. Vlad swung his braids, his expression was sinister. Perhaps we should not waste any more time. The boss of Sword District's bazaar whistled. His gaze was contemplative. According to the Archduke's orders, if we cannot deceive them, we will have to execute Plan B. This might be a little painful, Vlad said eerily. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. It was as if the balance of the scales had been broken. Tolja nodded slowly. You know, Your Grace, I really want to spar with you. To make up for the regret of not being able to wield the sword of reversing light with my own hands. Then your wish will be fulfilled today. Those 2 blows in the snow were indeed not satisfying enough, Nicholas answered flatly as he drew his knife. Nicholas' gaze swept across the patrolman. Fortunately, there were not many soldiers in Black Sand region, less than a quarter of them. Most of them were just the motley crew under Vlad. Perhaps I can deal with them by relying on the terrain of the ruins. However, the uneven quality of this batch of patrolmen did not make Nicholas' mood better. Where are the main forces of Black Sand region now? Or, do they have a more important mission? Tolja did not have any intention of attacking. He only watched Vlad and waved his hand gently. The expressions of the patrolmen became more and more solemn. Can you still fight? The Star Killer let go of Gleeward and let the veteran stand on his own. Cripple. Stop joking, dead face. Gleeward's expression was extremely pale. He coughed violently and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and said, "Now? I can still kill 100 calamities," but the veteran's words came to an abrupt halt. As Vlad waved his hand, nearly 50 people came to the front of the patrolman. They formed 2 rows in a semicircle, squatting in front and standing at the back. The 50 soldiers raised the weapons in their hands and aimed them at the 2 supreme-class elites. Nicholas' breathing suddenly froze. Gleeward widened his eyes. "Those are 50 crossbow infantry crossbows. Against the 2 of us?" All of Gleeward's words converged into one word at that moment. A word that Nicholas agreed with all his heart. F***CK. The man with 8 braids turned his body slightly and retreated into the formation of his subordinates. "My lords, brave and famous in the kingdom, please allow me to introduce myself one last time. Child Vlad. I run a small business in Dragon Cloud City." Vlad laughed, as if he was very happy. "From infantry crossbows to mystic guns, they are all part of my business." Nicholas and Gleeward stared at the densely packed crossbow machines and sighed. Vlad opened his eyes, which had narrowed into slits due to his smile. His gaze was cold. "We have enough in stock." Tolja turned his head around. There was a hint of displeasure on his face. In the next moment, 50 crossbow arrows flew towards the 2 supreme-class elites without any blind spots. The black arrow rain whistled in the air. It brought with it countless streaks of red. Archduke Lampard lowered his sword. A dozen crossbows extended from the shoulders of the frontmost Black Sand region soldiers. Arrows. The roars of the White Blade Guards rang in Thales's ears. Thales and Little Rascal were pinned to the ground, shielding everyone behind them. However, the Prince of Constellation was currently in a state of confusion. He knew that he could not help in a battle like this. Just like the last time under the fortress. "The only thing I can do is..." Thales looked at Archduke Lampard in the crowd. His thoughts drifted away. "No, everything is wrong. This is too abnormal." As he pondered, the dozen White Blade Guards faced the crossbows and quickly formed a defensive formation that resembled a tortoise shell. They knelt on one knee and leaned sideways against each other. They raised the arm shields on their forearms and placed them diagonally in front of their bodies, blocking their heads and bodies. Asterisk whoosh whoosh, asterisk the crossbow arrows whistled in their direction. Thales still could not understand. After King Niven's death, Lampard appeared. He even tacitly admitted that he was the mastermind. But, asterisk clang. Asterisk multiple crossbow arrows collided with the arm shields and bounced off with a sharp, piercing sound. There were also 2 or 3 crossbow arrows that unfortunately pierced into people's bodies, producing the distinctive muffled sound of flesh being pierced. However, none of the White Blade Guards made a sound. They only exchanged glances with each other coldly. After the first round of crossbow arrows, the White Blade Guards instantly rose. Their leader let out a furious roar. "Charge!" 10 White Blade Guards charged towards the soldiers of Black Sand region without hesitation. They were outnumbered. Thales breathed in a daze. He did not even notice that he and Little Rascal were being carried away by a few White Blade Guards from the battlefield. His mind was filled with questions. Why? Why did Lampard come to Dragon Cloud City? If it was to resolve the threat from Dragon Cloud City and seek revenge, then Archduke Lampard had already succeeded. The king was dead, and Extet would descend into chaos. The Waltons and Dragon Cloud City would no longer have the chance to unite the Archdukes and seek revenge on Black Sand region. Black Sand region was safe. Lampard. Even if he was the real murderer, why did he appear on such a suspicious occasion? To silence them? No, Lampard did not need to appear at all. He only needed to stay in his territory and wait for the news of the king's death. The king's assassination would become another headless murder case. Only the Charltons would once again bear the crime of regicide and live up to their reputation as the assassin's flower and the regicide family. Everything was perfect. Lampard could effortlessly get rid of his greatest and most terrifying enemy on this night when calamities were wreaking havoc. Deafening battle cries rang out. White blade in hand, die in Northland. Charge right. The 10 charging white blade guards had ferocious expressions on their faces. They shouted their commands fiercely as they charged into the enemy's formation. The momentum that Black Sand region had built up by relying on numbers and a semi-encirclement was instantly destroyed. Archduke Lampard frowned hard. The dragon's imperial guards. What a pity. One of the guards held his shield horizontally and parried an attack from the enemy on his left. At the same time, he stabbed forward with his long sword and cooperated with his comrade on the right to tear open an enemy's abdomen. The enemy fell to the ground in pain, moaning and screaming as he held his intestines that flowed out. However, the White Blade Guards did not have the slightest intention of ending his life. They just stepped over him and continued moving forward. They charged towards the next wave of enemies. The Black Sand region soldiers had no choice but to split up and drag their comrade back into the formation. This reminded Thales of the kingdom's wrath and the scene of his fury guards charging forward. Blood splattered among the crowd. The White Blade Guards formed groups of 2. One blocked the attack from the left, and the other tore apart the enemy from the right. The 2 advanced with tacit understanding. They exchanged positions and responsibilities back and forth in a rhythm where one was fast while the other was slow. Even if they were occasionally injured, they did not care. It was as if they only had eyes for the enemy in front of them. Under the unexpected counterattack of the White Blade Guards, Black Sand region's side instantly lost 5 or 6 corpses. The dragon's imperial guards, who were few in number but exceptionally ferocious, acted as the rear guard. The moment they counterattacked, they even forced Black Sand region's formation to retreat. The White Blade Guards brandished their blades in a frenzy. With their rich experience and valiant combat power, coupled with their exquisite teamwork, they stubbornly held onto and even counterattacked the enemy. They brought up the rear for their retreating comrades. Thales was held under a warrior's armpit. He panted unconsciously. He pulled his attention away from the battle and thought hard about Lampard's abnormality. Lampard brought his army into the city without hiding it. Entering a dangerous place would only arouse suspicion. He even wanted to kill me. Not only would he expose himself and bring trouble upon himself, but he might also be accused of a crime that would be difficult to escape. Everyone in Ekstedt would not let go of the murderer of the common elected king. The breathing space that Black Sand region had painstakingly earned would only disappear. This was not in Lampard's interest at all. Thales really did not understand. He did not understand why Lampard would make such an unwise choice. It was just like the ambush at Broken Dragon Fortress when they were caught off guard. Compared to King Nuvan, who was unfathomable, this Archduke Lampard gave him a feeling that he could not fathom and understand. Thales could not help but wonder again, is Lampard crazy? But then he remembered Putre's words. Lampard is not crazy. Chapman Lampard, what do you want? The White Blade Guards who brought him and Little Rascal to retreat suddenly stopped when they crossed an abandoned roof. Thales looked up and his hair immediately stood on end. In front of them stood Black Sand region's vassal, the Viscount of the city of Halting Light, the tall Alasa Kentvita, whom he had met once before. There was also a row of soldiers beside him. They raised the crossbows in their hands at Thales, Little Rascal, and the 4 White Blade Guards present. Thales sighed. Crossbows again. The scene of Yodel facing the Duke of the Northern Territories' assassin and being shot by a crossbow appeared before his eyes. What a detestable weapon. Thales thought in despair. He turned his head to look at Little Rascal. Her eyes were also filled with fear. Archduke Lampard's strategist, Viscount Kentvita, smiled and said, as the Archduke said, "Your Highness, please choose your enemies and friends carefully. It is a great taboo for a king to fail to see the situation clearly." In the next second, the Viscount waved his arm. Chapter 192. Under the morning glow, the densely packed army stood in the ruins, surrounding the three people in the middle so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Full of shock and disbelief, Cohen stared at the most unexpected girl in front of him. "Why, Croche?" The short-haired girl only stared at him indifferently, not saying a word. Cohen suddenly felt that a part of the girl in front of him had died a long time ago. She was no longer the cheerful, tough, carefree Croche who always liked to tease him with Miranda. At that moment, Cohen felt a little heartache. "Don't ask any more, Cohen." Beside the police officer, Miranda looked at the soldiers who were slowly closing in around them and exhaled. "Remember the disaster swords we met?" Cohen stared at Croche, who was opposite him. When he heard that, he was slightly startled. Even if they are the Tower of Eradication's mortal enemies, they still retain their dignity and pride as swordsmen, Miranda said flatly. Her hands, which were wrapped in black gloves, covered the hilt of her sword and slowly lifted the blade. But Croche said that a group of masked disaster swords ambushed her one night and even crippled her right hand? Cohen frowned. Goose said that he didn't know that such a battle took place in Armor District. Miranda nodded and stared at Croche, who did not move in the crowd and allowed the warriors on both sides to pass her. Also, although they are hiding here, the disaster swords do not care about politics at all. They also despise the mystic guns, the daughter of the Arun family said calmly. They are even used to assassinate the prince. Cohen took a deep breath. In other words, Miranda continued his sentence without hesitation. Yes, the disaster sword did not conspire with an archduke, nor did they assassinate a prince. They were just targets who were framed. The so-called disaster swords are just a pretense, a trap set up by Black Sand region in the name of the Tower of Eradication to lure us from Constellation to Extet. And the origin of all this, Miranda narrowed her eyes and stared at Croche, who still had an indifferent expression. She said loudly, "It's your lie, Croche." In the crowd, a faint, cold sneer appeared on Croche's face. The emotions in her eyes were unclear. "One last chance, surrender, and you'll be spared from death." Maybe I shouldn't have interrupted you." Waya had unknowingly formed a triangle with the two seeds of the Tower of Eradication. He faced Croche, with Cohen on his left and Miranda on his right. Waya, on the other hand, was facing the soldiers who were closing in on him. He said nervously, "But, maybe we need to solve the problem at hand first?" The surrounding soldiers in patrol uniforms were getting closer and closer, their eyes fierce and fierce. "Put down your weapons," one of the veterans at the front said fiercely, "or wait for us to unload them." "Have you fought before, boy from the disaster swords?" Cohen leaned against Waya's back, his eyes very serious. He said softly, "I'm talking about the kind of battle where you have to face hundreds and thousands of enemies, where you're surrounded by opponents from all directions. I'm not talking about a boring sword duel." "Yes, once," Waya said with a pale face. He immediately came to his senses. "Also, I'm not a disaster sword. Once is enough. We'll open a path later." Cohen quickly observed the 100 or so enemies in front of him. He directly ignored Waya's second sentence. "Guard the rear and keep up with us." Waya cast a glance at the unconscious Ralph in the ruins and sighed. "How do we guard them?" "They're everywhere, use your brain," Miranda interrupted him coldly. "Use your sword and aim at their legs. Turn them into a burden on the battlefield." Before the swordswoman could finish speaking, Croche roared in a clear and high-pitched voice, "Kill!" Thud. 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 The sound of hurried footsteps rang in the air. They approached at an extremely fast speed. Countless shadows of blades and swords flashed in the ruins. One by one, the soldiers fiercely pounced on the three of them. The tips of their swords were pointed forward, and they attacked in a row. They imitated the formation of the cavalry and charged forward in a standard way. At that moment, Miranda recognized these people's movements. They were not the patrols of Dragon Cloud City. Instead, they were the opponents she had been dealing with at the borders for the past 3 years. Even though they did not have lethal weapons like spiked hammers or triangular spears. Of course, it might be for the sake of better disguise. Asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk clang. Asterisk Cohen, who was on the right, lowered his body in a very experienced manner. He held his sword horizontally and parried 2 incoming blades. Instead of retreating, the police officer charged forward. He exerted force in his feet and kicked one of the enemy's kneecaps. With the clear sound of bones breaking, he turned sideways and hit another enemy's abdomen with his elbow. As his opponent grunted in pain, Cohen was about to stab him again when he retreated. However, the groaning enemy did not care. As if his feet were rooted to the ground, he did not take a step back and raised his sword to strike again. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a dull metallic sound rang. Cohen blocked the enemy's slash with all his might. The police officer parried the enemy's blade and felt a chill in his heart. Oh no, with this strength and quality, he's at least a heavy infantry. I wonder if he's a heavy swordsman or a heavy axeman. Fortunately, their weapons are only the patrol team's swords, which are not suitable for their hands, or else. Behind him, Waya activated the edge of no return and cut open the wrists of the 2 people behind him in an instant. The sound of 2 weapons falling to the ground could be heard. Damn it, save some strength. Cohen carefully parried the longsword that slashed at him again and cursed rudely. Using the power of eradication like this will only result in death from exhaustion. On the other side, Miranda was also faced with 2 enemies. One of them was even brandishing 2 swords. However, Miranda was more skillful than her companions. The edge of her sword magically knocked on the wrist of one of the enemies. The opponent's sword trembled, and the edge of the sword actually tilted downwards, stabbing towards his companion's arm. The enemy who was wielding 2 swords looked at his companion's blade in shock. He could not help but deflect his right sword to block his companion's attack. However, before he could react, Miranda's blade took advantage of the momentum and pierced through his left palm. Then, she twisted her sword violently. As the enemy screamed in pain, Cohen moved to the right, risking his back to be slashed by the blade, and swapped places with Miranda. With inertia, his tall figure knocked the dual-wielding enemy back a meter, causing him to fall into the arms of his companion behind him. Miranda calmly lowered her head and brushed past Cohen's chest, then turned to the left. Taking advantage of the moment when her opponent had switched enemies and the blade lost its target, she swiftly thrust her sword forward, stabbing a deep wound in the enemy's abdomen. Miranda watched as her opponent gritted his teeth and endured the pain, bleeding profusely. However, she did not take his life and allowed the enemy to drag him back into the formation. The 2 of them took advantage of the momentum and advanced nearly 2 meters. After Waya strenuously blocked a slash, he hurriedly followed. The 2 seeds of the Tower of Eradication had a tacit understanding of each other. The attendant was stunned as he watched. Miranda leaned against Cohen's back and said in a low voice, "Heavy swordsman. His feet are steady, but he's not agile enough." Cohen parried a longsword and reported to him, "Cavalry scouts. Very fast reflexes, but not very sturdy. Black Sand Region's regular border army," Miranda summarized briefly. "We can't break through directly." Cohen gritted his teeth and forced the 2 enemies back with a powerful sweep. "There are too many of them, and every one of them is a veteran. Find Croche." Miranda once again displayed her power of eradication, which allowed her to control the rhythm of the battle. She squeezed between 2 enemies, and when one of them slashed her breastplate, she slashed her left palm horizontally at the enemy's throat, forcing the latter to cover his neck and retreat. The swordswoman then stabbed with her right sword, forcing the other enemy to lower his head and dodge. Alternate attacks, use words to disrupt her. Fight for an opportunity. As soon as Miranda finished speaking, Cohen activated his power of eradication. The endless glory of the stars spread over his entire body, allowing the police officer to attack with all his might without stopping for more than 10 times. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the continuous sound of metal clashing rang. In an instant, the soldiers of Black Sand region were forced to take a few steps back by Cohen. Crosh. Cohen attacked with all his might. His attack did not decrease, but he was surprisingly full of energy. He roared at the enemy commander in the crowd, "You betrayed us for Lampart's coup. You betrayed the Tower of Eradication." Wyatt hurriedly followed behind Cohen. He was already injured in 2 places, but he still stubbornly swung his single-edged sword, blocking 2 swords that were aimed at Cohen's back. "What are you trying to say, Cohen?" In the crowd, Crosh's eyes were filled with a complicated light. She replied to him in a calm and composed manner, "Are you accusing me of using the Tower of Eradication's name to involve all of you in politics with ulterior motives?" Cohen gritted his teeth. The glory of the stars, which was flashing with a blue light, continued to increase in power. Even if he was injured, he still had to advance. Slashing, slicing, and stabbing, the police officer only attacked 3 enemies in a row without defending himself. Miranda, on the other hand, guarded his back tightly. Her long sword was always able to strike at the crucial moment to neutralize the most fatal attacks. "Continue to disturb her," Miranda said in a low voice. "Force her to come up and fight you." "How?" Cohen gritted his teeth and swept away an enemy, but a bloody gash appeared on his arm. "I've never been able to win against that tomboy," but at this moment, Miranda suddenly shouted, "Give up, Cohen. Crosh, whom you once had a crush on, betrayed you without hesitation at this moment. It's impossible between you and her." Cohen, who was attacking the group of enemies, was stunned. "What? That tomboy? When did I ever have a crush on her?" As soon as he finished speaking, Crosh, who was still 2 meters away, suddenly contorted her face. She gritted her teeth and stared at Cohen, who was in front of her. There was only one emotion in her eyes. Hatred. Cohen suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The next moment, Crosh suddenly charged forward. She moved past the layers of subordinates and instantly thrust her long sword forward. She struck Cohen's blade. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Cohen's entire body trembled. He felt that he could no longer launch his next attack. "Immediately lay down your arms and surrender. For the sake of the past." Crosh rushed in front of Cohen. Her emotions seemed to be very abnormal. She gritted her teeth and said in pain, "I won't hurt all of you." Cohen was stunned. He blocked the sword from his right. "For the sake of the past? You still remember the past?" A thought came to Cohen's mind. He growled in a low voice, "No matter how much it's for our respective standpoints and interests, we shouldn't have dragged the Tower of Eradication into this." But Cohen's attack immediately froze. Crosh's sword hit the side of his blade again. "Don't be naive, Your Excellency Caribbean," Crosh said hatefully. Her sword seemed to have a strange aura. She swung her sword and instantly interrupted Cohen's attack rhythm. Damn it. Based on swordsmanship alone, Crosh could be ranked in the top 4 among the 8 seeds. She was second only to Miranda, Eklund, and that Nidarian from the Eastern Peninsula. Cohen gritted his teeth and sheathed his sword. He turned around to block another person's attack. At the same time, a wound appeared on his right shoulder. However, Crosh's longsword followed him like a shadow. The moment Cohen's attack paused, she chased after him. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Cohen pulled his longsword back to defend himself. He strenuously blocked the attack. The Tower of Eradication is detached from politics? The short-haired swordswoman gritted her teeth. Her longsword did not stop. She swung it along Cohen's blade, and the rhythm of her attacks was like a violent storm. You should have abandoned such childish fantasies on the first day you left the tower. Cohen twisted his body with all his might and broke free from Crosh's blade. He felt that his attack was completely disrupted. At least, isn't the time we fought side by side in the tower a memory that we cherish? Shouldn't it be noble and untouchable? Cohen waved his left hand and used his thick robe to block a soldier's thrust. But at this moment, Crocia's eyes were cold. She suddenly activated her power of eradication and attacked 3 times in an instant. Cherished memory? Ha ha ha. Crocia's words seemed to be filled with endless sorrow and madness. The first attack was a surprise stab that forced Cohen to dodge to the left. I can't believe that I actually liked you, adorable, pitiful, childish Cohen. Cohen was slightly stunned. The second attack was a slash that did not stop. Cohen had no choice but to raise his longsword to block the other party's horizontal slash. The short-haired Northland swordswoman said shrilly, "From the moment we were born, we were branded by the country and politics. We were stamped with the stamp of our birth and bloodline. It's impossible to escape for eternity. We have no choice at all." The third attack was a bold and unconstrained style. You won't become spotless and untainted by dust just because you entered a tower that prides itself on being noble and otherworldly. You'll become a free man. Crocia's words were cold and threatening. She held her sword with both hands. With the spot where Cohen had blocked as the center, she moved the tip of the sword in an arc, past Cohen's block, and pointed it at the police officer's face. "Cohen Caribbean. You damned idiot!" she roared shrilly in anger. The friction between her weapon and Cohen's blade produced a sharp, violent sound. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk the tip of the sword went straight for the police officer's face. Cohen, who was already leaning to the left and was in an unstable position, felt that he could not exert force on the longsword in his hand. His breathing became uneven, and he could not continue breathing. The other party's 3 attacks were like an impassioned and complete movement. The beginning, the turning, and the end trapped him in a predetermined, fatal rhythm. He could not escape. This was a movement that belonged solely to Croce and was completely different from Miranda's, Pegasus music. At this moment, Miranda's longsword was like a heavy note that destroyed the movement. She forcefully thrust it into Crocia's body. Asterisk clang. Asterisk she blocked Crocia's fatal blow. Cohen, who could not withstand the attack, switched positions with Miranda again to support Waya, who was in a difficult situation. "Croce, my former good sister." Miranda's black gloves produced a barely noticeable friction on the hilt of her sword. She coldly questioned her former companion, "Teacher Chartier really taught you for nothing." The next moment, the Arund woman drew her trembling longsword and pointed it at Crocia's hilt. "Pegasus music," she said coldly, "emphasizes on resonating with the rhythm of the outside world and even the enemy, not just you singing a one-man show." Miranda's blade slid downwards, and in the midst of the friction, she stabbed Crocia's wrist. She chose the best timing and the most tricky angle. No matter how Croce reacted, blocked, or dodged, Croce would instantly fall into a disadvantageous position. But before Miranda could react, Croce flicked her longsword in the opposite direction. She neither blocked nor dodged. Instead, she faced the tip of the sword and stabbed Miranda's wrist. "One-man show?" Croce said fiercely, "You definitely haven't seen enough dramas." Miranda Arund. The 2 swords collided in the air, twisted, and let out a piercing screech. The 2 female swordsmen, masters of the Pegasus music, who came from the same master, listened to each other's force and rhythm in the midst of the screech. They were ready to seize the opportunity to restrain their opponent's rhythm and deliver a fatal blow. Cohen's gaze flickered. It was best for bystanders not to interfere in the battle of the Pegasus music. The situation was constantly changing according to the timing and rhythm, and you would never know who you were helping. But when the enemy's commander was entangled and their attention was attracted, Cohen sensed that the attacks in front of him had unknowingly weakened, and the enemy's footsteps were closing in on Croce. He made up his mind. Chance. He gave Waya a hint, and his tall figure dashed forward again. Specks of blue light flickered on his sword and his skin. The glory of the stars, with extreme speed and strength, launched a continuous attack. Blood splattered, some from the enemy, and some from his own. Cohen instantly broke through 3 people. He even left Miranda and Waya behind. He was about to break through the heavy encirclement. As long as I break through one spot, then, Cohen gritted his teeth and charged forward with all his might. But at that moment, a huge fist suddenly emerged from the crowd. Cohen instinctively swung his sword and slashed. But that fist was different. It changed its direction midway and hit Cohen's blade from the side. Thud. Cohen, who had activated the glory of the stars with all his might, felt that the punch was almost unavoidable. His long sword paused heavily. It was as if an axe that was smoothly chopping firewood suddenly hit an iron plate. A huge force surged towards him. Cohen's blade was struck by the heavy blow. The blade let out an ear-piercing groan as it was bent. The blade bent backwards, and together with the heavy fist in front of it, it struck Cohen's left cheek. At that moment, Cohen, who was hit by the heavy fist, only felt a roar in his ears. The entire world before his eyes swayed for a moment. Blood splattered from his face, and his vision turned bright red. In a daze, Cohen fell backwards. But he had no time to think about it anymore. That punch, that was, no. No. Cohen fell to the ground, feeling only despair in his heart. He instinctively raised his sword-wielding right hand. But an even more powerful arm pressed down on his hand. The enemy's other arm pressed down on his shoulder, and his fingers twisted and twisted. Crack. Ah. Cohen grunted in pain. His right arm had been dislocated. Clang. Cohen's family heirloom sword fell to the ground. Waya looked at the scene before him in shock. Cohen was completely defeated by the new enemy in the blink of an eye. The power of eradication surged in Cohen's body, and he wanted to make a final struggle. But the enemy's elbow was like the most terrifying weapon, and it struck his left back. Thud. A muffled sound came. The glory of the stars, which had gathered, was dispersed. Cohen's expression froze. His entire body trembled, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood in pain. "No, don't move, boy," the newcomer said coldly with a heavy accent. "The glory of the stars originates from the heart. I don't want to shatter your heart with my next strike." Waya stared at him in shock. Then, he was drowned by enemies who surged towards him from both sides. Cohen felt dizzy. He felt his body lighten. He was carried by the enemy on his shoulder. No, his vision swayed continuously. No, the figure slowly walked into the battlefield. He came to the place where Miranda and Croche were dueling. Miranda. Cohen coughed out blood and pain, but his entire body lacked strength. "Hurry," in a daze, Cohen struggled and moaned. "Run!" Miranda turned around from the corner of her eye and saw Cohen, who was being carried on a shoulder. She also saw the figure. She shuddered. Croche, who was facing her sword, instantly seized the opportunity and swung her long sword. Clang. A sharp metallic sound rang. The balance of power in the Pegasus music ended there. Both sides attacked in an instant. Shick. Miranda's expression changed. She seized the opportunity when her opponent could not dodge the attack and stabbed Croche's left wrist. Thud. The hilt of Croche's sword spun around and hit Miranda's abdomen. Croche gritted her teeth. Miranda swayed a little and was about to counterattack. But at that moment, a sword was already pressed down without a sound or a trace. The blade was pressed against Miranda's shoulder. It was Cohen's long sword. At that moment, it was held in a huge palm. Miranda could only feel an unparalleled force surging from the sword. This is an inescapable clamp, Miranda thought. Bang. In the next moment, the swordswoman was forced to kneel on the ground by the great force. She felt the power of eradication in her body become chaotic. The Pegasus music was broken. Croche walked forward with a cold expression. He kicked away her sword with one foot. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Miranda's long sword rolled to the ground. Why? Miranda could no longer withstand the great force. She was pressed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. But she still stubbornly raised her head and looked at the newcomer. Why is it you? She stared at the strong and tall figure and his head full of white hair. She roared in indignation. Caslin Lampard. In front of Miranda was the pride of the Tower of Eradication, the legendary commander of the White Blade Guards, the owner of Hero Tavern, and the old man nicknamed Earthshaker. He was silent and did not speak. His face was expressionless. He only continued to press down on his long sword and carry Cohen on his back. Then, the soldiers of Black Sand region came forward and escorted the furious Miranda and the unconscious Cohen away. Waya's angry roar rang in the distance. Without batting an eyelid, Croce sheathed her long sword. The Archduke has just sent an order, the swordswoman said coldly. He needs help there. The old man turned around and looked at Croce. An elf broke into the battlefield and rescued the boy. Croce tidied up her clothes, which were slightly disheveled due to the battle. Don't hurt them, Caslin said flatly. His eyes were filled with a deathly stillness. Croce raised her head and looked straight at Caslin. Of course, she said slowly, Uncle Caslin. Of course. Caslin turned around and disappeared into the hazy dawn. Croce also turned around and gathered her troops. Soon, the army of Black Sand region left the ruins. It was as if nothing had happened. A few minutes later. Asterisk crash. Asterisk the sound of a pile of rubble falling to the ground could be heard. As the sound grew louder, a hand finally reached out of the ruins. A silver-masked man covered in wounds flipped over the rubble covering his body. He held an arm that had yet to recover from its fracture and crawled out, still in shock. The phantom wind follower, Ralph, widened his eyes and panted violently as he stared in the direction where the people of Black Sand region had disappeared. Chapter 193. Kid, I know what you're thinking. But if you continue to look at me with that strange gaze. Ida rode beside Thale's mount. She clenched her fists, the knuckle of her index finger sticking out. Her tone was extremely impatient. You know what will happen. All right. Thales, who was bursting with curiosity, stuck out his tongue and turned his head. Forget it if you don't want to answer. Anti-theft. At the same time, you might as well read this chapter. The prince sighed softly in his heart. Ida exhaled softly and sealed the memories of the past in her heart again. Jade Star. Damn Jade Star. Speaking of which, Ida, how did you become a secret protector of the Jade Star royal family? Thales looked at the blurry mountain range that gradually appeared in front of him and asked faintly, how could an elf be employed by the human constellation? I heard that they are all extremely arrogant, and that they are the only ones who serve humans. Ida lowered her head a little. Hey, kid. The elf's voice sounded a little awkward. I've said it before, I am not your family's protector. And, Ida crossed her arms and said disdainfully, as a brat, how much do you know about the elves? Thales could only stick out his tongue and shake his head helplessly. This elf with many suspicious points, this elf who may have lived for hundreds of years and met the former virtuous King Mindys and Prince Kira, must have a rich and colorful story. But her personality, after the group crossed a snow-covered hill, Putre rode his mount to Thales' side. The thin vice diplomat had a solemn expression as he raised his finger and pointed in the direction they were heading. We're here. Thales reacted and quickly raised his head to look down the hill. In his blurry vision filled with snow, a silver-black giant appeared in front of the mountains. No, it's not a giant. Its silhouette in the snow appeared hazily in the distance. It was a majestic city built against the mountains. A red and black flag could be vaguely seen fluttering above the city. Its grayish-black walls were dotted with silver-white snow. The highest point of the city was at the peak of the mountains. From afar, it looked like a giant leaning against a snowy mountain, surrounded by many villages and small towns, standing tall on the northern land. Thales gestured for Wyatt to stop his restless steed. He took a deep breath of the cold wind unique to the north and quietly looked at the majestic and powerful city in the distance. A little excitement surged in his heart. This is the great dragon of the north, the capital of Extet? Unknowingly, they had already crossed the prestige orchid snowfield and entered a new territory. It's the first time you've seen such a grand sight, right? Nicholas rode to their side. The corners of his lips curled up, and his face was filled with nostalgia and reverence. A huge city with mountains on its back. It's the biggest, most majestic, most beautiful city in Northland. It's also the city with the longest history. The Holy Land in the Northlanders' hearts. Dragon Cloud City. At this moment, an untimely snort came from the side. It was originally not called Dragon Cloud City. Nicholas cast his gaze at the guest from Constellation who interrupted him. It was established during the age of ancient kings, and it was one of the human settlements in the north. During the era of the ancient empire, it was the central provincial capital of the original Northland province of the empire. Putre continued Nicholas' words expressionlessly. That fortress built against the mountain was originally known as Arund Castle. It was the residence of the Arund family, who ruled Northland under the emperor's orders for generations. After the empire collapsed, this place sank into 300 years of chaos and alternation of power. Until one day, Rikaru and Tormund's armies met nearby and won the first victory in the Battle of Eradication. It was Rikaru who led the army and rushed to the aid of Tormund, who was in imminent danger. Nicholas shook his head nonchalantly and used his own understanding to correct the Constellation's words. That's why that battle was called Reverse Cold Wind. It was said that in an empty space near here, Rikaru's troops marched at lightning speed, as if they had descended from the sky, and defeated the enemy from the rear. Thales pursed his lips in resignation. All right, it's another small difference of opinion between extensions and Constellationates, Northlanders, and the Empire. Besides, even though we're both Northlanders, Nicholas seems to be more stubborn than Kenvita. As expected, Putre exhaled with a disapproving expression. So, how did this place become Extet's capital? Thales immediately spoke at the perfect timing, interrupting the two men's intense discussion that was about to begin again. Nicholas gestured for them to continue moving forward. The commander of the White Blade Guard started to act like a real receptionist while he rode on his horse. This piece of land with Dragon Cloud City as its center belongs to the Walton family, the family from which Nuvan VII was born. It is also the most famous ruling family in Extet, and has the title of Archduke of Dragon Cloud City passed down through generations. The hero of mankind, Rikaru Extet, became the suzerain of this place more than 600 years ago. He formed an alliance with the 9 knights here and swore that in the chaos after the Battle of Eradication, they would guard Northland and their homeland together, and regain the pride of Northlanders. From then on, the proud Northlanders called the new kingdom Extet, and the Extet Alliance was born. The following year, the 9 knights, who had expanded the territory and were unstoppable, returned to this place. Together, they elected Rikaru Extet as the king whom the Northlanders trusted wholeheartedly and swore to follow until death. The 9 knights led their respective territories and guarded Dragon Cloud City. The history of the alliance ended here, and the history of Extet began. In the spirit of taking turns to rule and ruling fairly, the supreme ruler of Extet, the common elected king, was chosen from among the 10 archdukes. The rest of the people obeyed his authority and orders. This was Rikaru's oath to rule together in the past. It shows that his prestige and influence continue to this day. Because King Nuvan holds the title of Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, Dragon Cloud City has become the capital of all of Extet. At this moment, a messenger from Black Sand region passed through the heavy obstacles of the White Blade Guards with great difficulty and came to Nicholas' side, inviting him to meet Viscount Kenvita. After Nicholas left, Thales turned his head and looked at Putre. "You have something to say," the prince said with certainty. "Of course." The vice diplomat shook his head in disdain. "Don't believe our hot-blooded Northlander friend. His nonsense about taking turns to rule and ruling fairly can only be used to deceive the Northlanders. In fact, in Northland, or anywhere else in the world, it has always been power that speaks, and strength that rules." "Oh." Thales chuckled softly. "Since that hot-blooded Northlander friend has left, do you mind telling me a little more, my knowledgeable assistant, the versatile Northlander?" Putre reached into his bosom, wanting to take out his pipe. However, the former bard hesitated for a few seconds, then withdrew his hand with a pained expression. It was unknown whether it was because he regretted that he did not have much tobacco left, or because he found his conscience. He then said to the second prince, "I don't know if you have noticed, but the first ruler of Dragon Cloud City, the first common-elected king of Extet, was Rykru Extet. But the Dragon Cloud City we see now is under the rule of Nuvan Walton VII. Thales quickly came to a realization. Extet and Walton are two surnames. In other words, after Rykru's death, the one who inherited his title was not his direct blood relative? Putre raised his eyebrows and nodded. The real history, or rather, the history recorded in the records that Constellation can find, is that Rykru died young and did not give birth to any children. After he passed away, the suzerain position of Dragon Cloud City that he left behind was inherited by his nephew, Nuvan Walton. That was the first Nuvan after the Walton family became the suzerain of Dragon Cloud City. From then on, the Walton family, marked by the Cloud Dragon Spear, entered this land and this city, and has ruled it ever since. But Nuvan I's bloodline caused the suzerains to question his legitimacy. It also evoked the suzerain's desire for the common-elected king's throne. No matter how many times he emphasized that his mother was Rykru's older sister, and that Nuvan himself was the rightful heir closest to the late king, Rykru, he could not extinguish the ambition of the 9 suzerains. Even though they were all model knights who were loyal to Rykru in the past. Thales furrowed his brows slightly. At this moment, he did not think of Rykru and his 9 knights. Instead, he thought of the huge portrait at the center of Mindy's hall. Under the setting sun on the battlefield, a young knight covered in wounds charged fearlessly, accompanied by 6 people. Constellation's king of Renaissance, Tormund Jadestar I, and the 6 knights beside him. They were the illustrious Duke families and the 6 great clans of today. Arund of the White Base Eagle, Cullen of the Sun Sword and Shield, Covendier of the Tricolor Iris Flower, Fakenhaz of the Four-Eyed Skull, Nanchester of the Great Deer Horn, and Tabark of the Blood Moon. They, and even the ancestors of the 13 distinguished families, fought beside Tormund in the past. Back then, were they also loyal to the King of Revival? Just like the 9 knights and suzerains behind Rykru? For the legitimate right to inherit the throne of Extet, Dragon Cloud City's Nuvan I had a violent conflict with the 9 knights and their descendants, Putre continued. After the war, the stalemate and confrontation between the suzerains lasted for decades. At that time, Extet was almost like 10 fragments. They were a kingdom in name, but in reality, they were enemies and could not tolerate each other. Putre continued to speak. During this period, the survivors of the final empire built a new, insignificant country by the Shepherd's River in the south, on the territory of the former chauvinistic province. It began to rise slowly and continued to expand to its surroundings. Thales understood tacitly and replied, Tormund I, the king of Renaissance? Yes. Putre nodded. His eyes shone with a strange light. Constellation. In the end, under pressure from the new constellation, Nuvan I and the 9 suzerains reached the final and most awkward compromise. With the support of the 9 suzerains, Nuvan Walton inherited the common-elected king's throne. In the name of the great former king, Rykru, Nuvan I redefined Extet's territory and conferred the title of the 10 suzerains, including himself, as the 10 legitimate archdukes of Extet. However, after Nuvan I's death, the 10 archdukes had to choose a new common-elected king. They would vote for the new common-elected king, who would rule for the rest of his life. Thus, the system of Extet's King Selection Congress was established and implemented for 600 years. This is the so-called Rikuru's Joint Ruling Pledge. It was an oath made by 10 people in Rikuru's name with Rikuru's signature. Ironically, it has nothing to do with Rikuru at all. Wait a minute. Thales was dumbfounded as he listened. The King's Selection. I only saw a rough outline of it in Mindy's Hall. 10 archdukes voted together and chose one of them? Thales was stunned. What if someone happens to have the same number of votes? Is there a mature system and style to determine the smooth selection of the common elected king in the King's Selection Congress? Thales remembered a magical movie from his previous life. In the movie, pirates elected a pirate king, but in the end, every candidate voted for themselves. Yes, and it is simple, direct, effective, full of the romance of the Northlanders, Putre said in a low voice. It is a custom inherited from the Empire and the Knight's glorious era. It continues to be used in Extet to determine who the king belongs to when the archdukes are in a dilemma. A custom inherited from the Empire to determine who the king belongs to? Thales tightened his grip on the reins. He remembered what he heard in Caslin's Hero Tavern and could not help but be shocked. You mean, yes. Putre nodded. With a complicated gaze, he softly uttered a word that was rather forceful. Duel. Thales was stunned. When the Sacred King Selection Congress cannot make the final decision, the candidate with the same number of votes, regardless of age or status, must prove himself in the duel. They must prove that they have the bravery worthy of being the common elected king, the boldness to lead the Northlanders, the fearlessness to face life and death in the duel, and the final victory in the duel. When he heard this, the Archduke of Black Sand Region, Chapman Lampard's flickering face in the firelight and the old, worn sword on his table suddenly appeared in Thales' mind. After all, they are Northlanders. Thales suddenly realized that even though he had set foot in Extet's territory in the north, his understanding of them was still at a rudimentary stage. The Northland, a country known for its toughness, was much more complicated and peculiar than he had imagined. And he was about to face them. Continue. Thales frowned solemnly. Before I meet them, I want to understand the archdukes of Extet. For example, their relationship with the common elected king? Putre only paused for a moment before he nodded and continued. The archdukes of Extet have absolute autonomy in their own territories. They only have the obligation to obey the common elected king and send troops during times of war, but they do not have to pay taxes to the common elected king. Territorial affairs are purely up to themselves. As for whether to accept and implement the king's orders throughout the territory, it is entirely up to the archdukes themselves. Isn't the power of the Archduke of Extet a little too much? Thales was surprised. He inhaled slightly as he walked. Can it be said that it is a miracle that Extet has not been divided until now? Yes, this is why they are called archdukes and not dukes, as they were during the age of the Empire. Putre sighed. To a certain extent, Extet, which was born from compromise, is even more divided than Constellation. Putre sighed. They have much more autonomy in their own territories than the Dukes of Constellation. At least, no matter how stingy and unwilling Duke Cullen is, he must allocate a sum of money from Eastern Sea Hill every year to pay a sufficient amount of taxes to Eternal Star City and His Majesty. The appointment and dismissal of Constellation's important officials and the demotion of nobles must comply with the Holy Constellation Covenant. They must even be reviewed by the Supreme King's warrant. Therefore, if the dukes want to interfere with the kingdom's politics, the fastest way is to interfere with the Central Department of Eternal Star City, or use the influence of their territories to infiltrate the local officials of the kingdom. Thales shook his head. Then what is the meaning of the common elected king's existence? If he cannot even restrain the archdukes under him, why does he still want to become the common elected king? Putre thought for a moment and answered him seriously, for the sake of high prestige, the suzerain's obedience, and the name of orthodoxy. Thales frowned again. This stuff is much more useful in Northland than in Constellation. No matter how uncultured a Northlander is, he would know that the common elected king's authority is inviolable, and Riker's oath is inviolable. Putray recalled his own knowledge and continued. In history, the Archdukes of Extet rebelled 3 times because they were dissatisfied with the common elected king, but each time, they failed. Because no matter how the Archdukes who raised their flags against the common elected king tried to justify themselves, once they openly flouted Riker's oath, they would lose the hearts of their people. Even the most greedy Northlanders were unwilling to fight for them. Some archduchy families even withdrew from Extet's ruling history because of this. Thales gazed at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. He slowly exhaled a breath of hot air between his cold hands and thought carefully. High prestige. The name of orthodoxy. The people's loyalty. Northland's traditional culture. It's too simple, Thales said faintly after a few seconds. Putray revealed a puzzled expression. I mean, attributing the power to maintain Extet's stability and unity to Riker's prestige and the Northlanders' character and tradition, this attribution is too simple. Thales lowered his head and thought carefully. Human behavior and the structure of social power always affect each other. It is impossible to have a situation where one's behavior strengthens the structure while the social structure has no effect on human behavior. No matter how noble the Northlanders are, how they revere their ancestors, and how they revere their traditions, they cannot maintain such a state system. A power structure that is destined to split and collapse will only bring the same effect to the Northlanders. They are destined to be under different suzerains, different interests, and different institutional structures. As generations of people die and are born, and as society changes, they evolve behaviors and motivations that fit the structure of the times. Under Extet's strange split system, it is very difficult for the Northlanders not to be enemies and kill each other. Right. Thales nodded secretly. This was the society he knew. But Extet, do you have more ideas? Putray narrowed his eyes and thought about Thales' words carefully. He asked, why don't you tell me? The second prince pondered for a moment before he said, Constellation. Thales raised his head and said with certainty, Constellation. Putray's gaze flickered as he waited for the prince's answer. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.